Hello everybody and welcome to the Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap the screen and share the live. We are here, as we always are, to question beliefs, to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well, then go ahead and request up. I'll be taking guests here pretty soon. And I won't be looking for debates or arguments. I'm not here trying to prove anyone wrong. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs, then what are those beliefs and why do you believe them? Chalk and Cheese says, Thrayle, it's a matter of time before you will be a preacher. I don't know about that. Would I be a preacher for the celestial skeletal bat goddess who unfurls her wings in accordance to the lambda CDM model of physics, otherwise known as the Big Bang, in which our universe is just one membrane between her bony appendages? Because, I could imagine being that kind of preacher. I don't really have a desire, though, to make other people believe it. I would have to believe it first. In me as would I be a Baptist preacher, or would it be more of a subdued kind of Methodist? One who asks. I don't think that's a preacher, Majora. But who am I to say? I'm not a preacher. I wouldn't exactly know. Not hellfire and brimstone. You're right, Delilah. I can't imagine. Can't imagine trying to spread a message of togetherness or unity that's coupled with something destructive, divisive. Well, I'm glad you're here too, Sonali. And welcome in, Cat Navat. We've got Delilah, Sonali, Smoke My Taco, Majora. Welcome in. 96, Jen's existential crisis. There's a cat and a wolf and a beck and a chalk and cheese. Good to see you all. I also see Irza and Buddha Star, Lucy, Iki, Aussie Greek God, and Stay Strong and Malin. Welcome all. Welcome in. That's how I feel too, Delilah. It's been a long day, and I am excited just to be able to be here and ask the questions, see where we go. Not quite deaf down, dude. I nearly did, though. .6 thousand likes, 26 of us watching. That's pretty good. if anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're open to having, I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not here to prove you wrong or burgle your god. Although there is always room in the shed for one more. I just want to know what it is you believe and why you believe. And really, can you even? Yes, Cat, I did forget to mention Winnie the Pooh. I don't see an AI overview, but maybe it'll hit us later. Beast Boy, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
27.
Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Of course.
Of course, what?
I believe in God, Jesus Christ, 100%.
Jesus. And have you?
Nope.
Why not?
Very long, very time consuming. I also don't own a copy.
And you don't own a copy. I
Yep.
suppose you've never heard of the internet before. So, since you've never read your Bible, why do you believe in Jesus if he's a character from a book you've never read?
Very interesting. So you don't have to read the Bible.
I'm sorry, you have a relationship with this character from the book?
Yeah, that's why he's the Almighty, because you don't even have to read to have a relationship with him. You could know
So
he exists without having to read the Bible.
What does it mean to have a relationship with?
It means to recognize your position. Well, in Christian perspective, so because I'm a Christian, it means to recognize your humanity and recognize that you are a simple by nature and that you need a savior to enter a holy heaven, and that Jesus Christ is the...
You just said a bunch of things. Are those from the book? Where do you hear about these things?
Well, I guess you could say this is the gospel, but the gospel, it's spread by word of mouth.
It's spread by word of mouth. So if it's word of mouth, does that mean that people could potentially make mistakes when they retell the story? If there's no reason to read the book, you said.
Absolutely, but the gospel is so simple and such good news, it's almost impossible to...
Okay, the more you talk, the younger you sound. I don't know why that is. So you're saying that the gospel message is so simple. You've never read it, though. How do you know that you have the message correct?
Well, I have read some of the Bible, and it's quoting the words of Jesus Christ, and whether you believe in God or not, Jesus Christ existed historically 2,000 years ago.
You say that, but why would you believe that?
Because you know who Julius Caesar is?
I'm not sure how that answers the question.
Well, there's way less evidence that Julius Caesar existed, and yet people believe and acknowledge that Julius Caesar existed.
What was the question I asked you, Beast Boy, before you go off onto more of these memorize?
Believe that there was Jesus 2,000 years ago, and my answer to you is that there's way more evidence for the existence of Jesus Christ than of Julius Caesar, and yet
I didn't ask you anything about Julius Caesar, so I don't know why you're making the comparison. Why do you believe Jesus existed? You say evidence. What evidence?
There's lots of manuscripts that are based on him. He existed historically.
So there's manuscripts based on him. What manuscripts?
The Word of God accounts of what Jesus was doing in his life when he was.
Are those
Yeah,
the
but not just the
manuscripts?
Bible. I'm saying that there's other people who wrote about Jesus who didn't believe in
Great, Beast
God.
Boy. Can you tell me? Can you tell me who wrote about Jesus during the time of Jesus that didn't believe in God?
I cannot. I don't know the authors.
Interesting. Is it possible that nobody wrote it?
So actually, there was someone who wrote about Jesus in the time of Jesus who didn't believe in him.
Beast Boy, really quick, is that somebody else talking? Are there two people talking now?
No.
Just me.
It's just you. Okay. So you're saying that there was somebody.
Yeah.
You say there was. Who was it?
So we could look, if you search up, we could find out that someone who wrote about Jesus when they didn't believe. Yeah, your mom.
Is that really you worked this hard for that troll? That's all you've got.
The thing is, your
Jesus,
mom
do you think,
actually believed in Jesus because the way I was.
so, Beast Boy, do you think you've actually covered your God? Do you think you're actually...
Yeah, he's happy that I'm fucking your mother.
I see. Fascinating.
You blocked.
Yeah, I was doing it. 96. He was too stupid to say anything extreme. He just... That was really the best trolling he could do. It was incredibly stupid he had to be to do that. It's the saddest attempt at trolling I've probably ever seen on the live. Background. Come back. Yeah, Deftone. It was. Okay, well. What a start to the live. Thank you, everybody. You can always hit that add to story or repost button in the share menu, and that would greatly help get the live out to really anybody who follows you. They might find their way in, and who knows, they might be able to question their beliefs. Anybody who's able to question their beliefs. But don't worry. Are you proud? But don't worry. Are you proud of your representation that you expect from followers of Jesus? Hey, Dirty, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Nope, don't need your camera.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. All right. 43.
Do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I have a belief only in not the biblical sense, but more of like a watchmaker watch, but not that, you know what I mean? So definitely, I question the beliefs of others and why they believe that way.
I'm sorry, so you've never questioned your own assumption that there's a watchmaker type God?
No. But I've never could. I always know that there's God. Yes, God. Like I have that relationship with God, but the other one doesn't know. Like they don't question. I think it's all crap. Especially the more that I read, the more I learn about these figures throughout antiquity. It's like, this is.
So, I'm sorry, why don't you question your own belief?
Oh, it's just like no. So like, if you would ask any Christian that's like devout, right? I asked him like, "Do you believe in God?" They'll say no, and I'm like, why or this? But now, because they don't understand, like they don't feel. I actually know, so I never question my beliefs, but most people do.
Yeah, Dirty, I'm not hearing you tell me why you don't question your beliefs. You requested up on a panel where the topic is, can you question your beliefs?
Okay.
You've pretty much just said that you question other beliefs. You think everyone else is wrong, and you just know.
Oh yeah, I question.
And so what I'm curious about is why you don't question your own beliefs.
Shit. Like,
Did you just come up here to waste my time?
no, I came up here to learn. I came up
To
here
learn what?
to learn about other people's beliefs and.
So you didn't come up here to question your own beliefs. You just came up here to
No,
dogpile
I
on
actually
others.
read the prompt wrong.
I
Yeah.
think we'll just move on to somebody who's
What do you believe?
actually capable of questioning their own beliefs. And probably somebody who isn't as inebriated. Moving right along. Oh, and another Q ghost, of course. Well, if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm not here to score any points. I just want to know if you can question. Well, then, what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? Edna says you are debating. I'm not sure you know what a debate is, Edna. I'm not sitting here with prepared arguments. I'm not sitting here trying to prove a point. I'm challenging people. Yes. Yes, I might be challenging people to question their beliefs. I don't think that's debate if I don't have a counter opinion. Just questions. Wow. Sinole says that they just noticed the microphone in the profile picture. It's been there since day one. I just slightly autistic. Why are you trying to sound so mysterious? I'm not trying. I could try. Then it would be very obvious. Edna says you're setting a point on what? So explain yourself to your conclusion of belief. I don't even think that's coherent, Edna. You might want to drink some water. How,
19.
what year were you born?
2006.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power? Or
So my
anything like that?
belief is that
I don't know what happened there. You can try again, HL, but we've got somebody else. Chi, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 37.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm theist.
You're theist. What god is it you believe in?
I believe in Christianity. I find myself to be a monarchical Trinitarian. What God do you believe in?
Oh, I'm not here to answer questions. Chi, just ask them. So,
I mean, I did.
the
Okay.
prompt
That's
says,
fine.
can you question your beliefs? So we're
Sure.
questioning
Okay.
your beliefs.
Understood. My bad. I'm sorry. You're right.
Yeah. So you said you're a monarchical Trinitarian.
It's monarchical Trinitarian.
Monarchical.
Like monarchy.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So
Anyways, yeah. What else would you like to know?
is that your denomination name? Or is that just a
No, I'm a
feature of your
Methodist
belief?
by denomination.
I see. Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yeah. Many times.
Many times. Do you believe it to be entirely true and literal?
No.
No.
You
So
would.
parts
Are
of
you
it
familiar
wrong.
with? Oh wait, I'm not allowed to ask you questions. If you're familiar with like the West, a believer that the entire Bible is completely true.
I make no
Sorry, I almost asked
assumptions
you a
about
question.
any.
I apologize.
That's fine. You can ask questions. I just won't answer unless it's relevant to the conversation.
You said you weren't gonna ask questions. Oh wait. All right. Cool. All right. Whatever. Your rules.
Are you just here to argue, Chi?
No. I'm here to answer your questions.
Oh, I see. Can you question your beliefs?
Yeah. I do it on the daily basis.
What does that mean?
I do it every day.
What does questioning beliefs mean, Chi?
I go back to like presuppositions that sometimes I might hold that I don't even realize I'm holding. And I mostly get that out of speaking to people who disagree with me. Once I recognize that I'm holding a presupposition, I try to counter it and question it. So that's what I mean.
And do you still hold any of the presuppositions that you've recognized?
Look, every single human being on this planet holds to some sort of presupposition, and yes,
Sure.
obviously I do as well. But I do try to make sure that they are at least qualified, or at least like a valid to be backed up.
Backed up presuppositions. How do you back up a presupposition?
My presuppositions is that I'm alive right now, right? I presuppose that. Now, granted, I can't necessarily give evidence to confirm that I'm alive right now.
You can't.
But no, I can't. But what I
Fascinating.
can do is give sort of like a certain worldview that I think better supports like abductively towards
When you
my
say
presupposition.
just to back
Can I
up,
finish? I just want to finish.
no, I just want to ask questions.
I just want to finish.
I'm not interested in the
Wait,
long
you don't want to hear
monologue,
my
and it's
answer? I
kind
thought
of
you were asking.
conversation back.
Asking and I
Okay,
was
Chi,
answering.
we're just going to go on to somebody who's actually capable of behaving themselves. like an adult. Occasionally, I'm going to interrupt, and if you can't handle that, you're gonna crash out that quickly, then this isn't going to go very well. Sad, though. I just wanted to ask a clarifying question, but he doesn't seem to have the capability. Hey, Lumber, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 33 years old.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I'm an atheist.
So you don't believe in any gods, or you have a belief in a god or God's higher? So
Presented to me, I don't have a sufficient reason to believe in a higher power, especially not one of man-made religion. I'm more malleable, and I'm fine with arguments of like deism. I haven't found anything that really aligns with that, but yeah, that's, I guess, what I have to say.
So you believe that certain gods, like the Christian God, don't exist. You actively have a belief that they don't.
Yep.
Why is that?
So, like, the greatest arguments for creation is people like to use the fine-tuning argument, and I'm fine with that. Fine-tuning as an argument isn't an argument for a Christian God. It's an argument of a creator, sure, but I've had no
So
problem with
because-
people continue.
Sorry, because fine-tuning doesn't support a Christian God.
The evidence, and evidence is the loose term here, but the evidence that people typically like to present of God have nothing to do with it being my God, but that there is a God in general. And I have never found like hyper specificity when it comes to someone's individual God. Like, oh, this is the proof that my God exists. No, this is proof that a God exists because of fine tuning or whatever your argument may be. The grand mover, as some people might say. I don't subscribe to that, but I don't find any reason to think it's a man-made religion.
So because the supposed proofs, the arguments you've heard don't back up this particular God, then therefore this God can't exist.
I have not sufficient enough proof that gods exist and what little proof people religion. So I'm most certain that man-made religions aren't real. I'm more open to the idea that there was a creator, but I haven't found proof of that yet.
What kind of proof would you expect to see that might convince you?
Good question. Because I really go where the proof would be, and when it would come into, if we were to get deeper physics and we start finding like, oh wow, like there is undeniable proof that this was orchestrated, I would be more inclined to think that way. But currently with a lot of our science, it's not the case, or it's mostly not the case that people are like, oh hey, and I'm not trying to plead to authority here, but so far our answers, certainly with people are like, oh hey, our answers for the universe, the or it's most so we have an answer for it, and the things we don't, we're working on, but
If you had some kind of proof, some kind of evidence that a God did exist, would you worship more?
I don't know if worship would be the word. At the moment, kind of like if you ever listen to allegedly Ian on here and his argument of suffering, or I don't know if worship would be the kind of like if you ever listen to allegedly Ian on here, Cook's argument on like unnecessary suffering, it to me argues against the idea of a omnibenevolent God due to how cruel, to me, like very loving, cruel, and even necessary suffering, omnibenevolent God due to how intended the world can be in the universe, that if in these and even universe evolved, he'd be I don't know if I'd really worship a God. Acknowledge his existence, sure, but worship, no.
If you had to respect or venerate a god or worship, what kind of god would you want to fill that role?
Worship.
God, fill that role.
God, what kind of God would I want to worship? I don't know, one.
What kind?
Worship. I don't know, one. God, that is a great question. What kind of God would I worship? God, that really fights against my natural proclivity against authority. Like truly omnibenevolent, but I've never been in the camp of saying like I should worship you because you created me. And I think people can share that sentiment like with their parents. Like, yeah, your parents created you, but worship you because your parents created your parents. That, yeah, they may have created you, but it wasn't necessarily with love, nor did it continue to have love. Also, to the person in the comments that said Persephone and Hades, I have a tattoo of Persephone and Hades. Shout out to you.
Do you think that a god has to exist for it to be meaningful?
For what to be meaningful? A
For
god.
a god to be meaningful?
Would a god have to exist for God to be meaningful?
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily, because I think people find God meaningful despite what I think doesn't. I don't think he exists, but he can still be meaningful to people. I have people in my life who are religious or have a not necessarily meaningful to people towards God, and it brings them really good things. Meaningful despite my life who are religious, God, and it brings them really good things, and I'm really happy for them, and I hope they can have what belief. You can have whatever belief you want as long as it doesn't infringe or negatively affect or disparage other people. Affect or disparage other people. As long as it doesn't.
God did prove itself to be real to you somehow. What would your next course of? What would your next?
I don't know. That's a tough question. It's
be real to you?
I don't know. That's a tough. It's like, holy cow, it's a pretty big shock. I'd probably have some contention. Do I get an opportunity to talk to this person? Do I just sit here and rebel and realize that, wow, I must have been patently wrong? I don't know how I would react. If big shock, I'd probably have soul. And I don't know. I said like, yeah, I walked on water. We got all the animals on the boat. That dude lived in a whale for 3 days. Like these things happened. I'd have to be like, wow.
It was a fish.
If Jesus came, all the animals on the boat. I have to be like, wow.
It was a fish.
On the word. Same with other words like dragon and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to the Leviathan.
Well, Lumberjack, I am looking for believers to request
like dragon.
I appreciate you answering. Yeah. Maybe another time I'll have more questions and you might have different. Well, Lumberjack, and I have questions and you might have different answers.
Yeah, maybe. Inquisitive. Have a great day and happy Thanksgiving.
You too. Appreciate you.
See ya.
Thank you, everybody, for tapping the screen up to 9,000 likes. We could be well past 10, probably even hit 20,000 before we could be, well, my midnight. But appreciate all of you so much for being here. And if you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and or anything questions for you, if you can question your belief. I think that puts you next. Hello, Seven Angels. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
30.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Oh, no, I am an Elohim.
You are Elohim, you say?
Well, not not the Eloha or the Yahweh or the first God that is meant. I am,
You say?
or the first God.
Not. So, I'm sorry, so you're the next god after the God of the Bible?
Yeah. No, I believe in myself. I believe I can do anything I set my mind to, and I really do care.
What though? Or is this just a metaphor for you having independence and self-determination?
Oh, I don't know. I manifest like little lights and stuff like that, and
You manifest lights?
rock music and all sorts.
What do you mean you manifest the light?
Oh, I manifest
the lights.
my eyes bright or like sparkle or like bright white or all sorts.
You can make your eyes.
My eyes bright or all sorts.
I'm curious, Seven, do you think that other people can see when you...
Black too, but that's weird.
That
own eyes, but I've had many
turn black, that other
own eyes, but
turn black, or that they see your eyes flash with...
come from my hands and lightning bolts.
Is this something you can control?
Yes.
So you could demonstrate it.
Maybe if I had enough followers.
If you had enough...
And they see the light, like... Maybe if I had enough followers.
Farming. So you followers. Oh, I see. Do you have a video of you doing this?
I don't really from you, not from someone displaying miracles.
Do you have a video?
It's like faith is miracles.
Miracles.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't actually display this miracle then?
I wouldn't wish to, like, get me stigmatized or investigated or whatever else. I don't know. It's
I couldn't hear you because you were like rubbing on the microphone as you said that. But before you try to say it again, I couldn't hear you because you were. Let me just jump in and thank Delilah and Danny Cracks. Thank you guys. I was speaking. Before you try to say it, so Donna B. Guys, I was speaking. Seven, you could. Danny Cracks. Everybody for helping with that. But to you, that doesn't matter.
No. It matters because I probably shouldn't say, but if others could do this too, it'd be like
But
No, it matters because it could do.
oh, they wouldn't know how to control it.
But just because they don't know how to. So its effects are feel upon each little bit of magnetic or little bit of role, and you
What is
could
a
actually
field?
process of doing something like that.
What is a field?
A field is like energy in motion, and it's
Field.
like
Energy in motion.
yes.
Do you actually believe the things you are saying? Or are you just saying things for
Have you ever
attention?
seen a monk do the videos of that to let you know?
What do you mean by impossible?
Like chop through
Saying things. No, possible.
stuff like that. I've seen a monk like levitate. I've seen a monk rise off the ground from his back and jump 6 feet in the air without like really anything but energy.
Anything but energy, you say?
Yeah, and if I were to put videos, people would say they're 3D edited. Like levitate in the air without.
Anything but energy, you say?
Yeah, and if I were to put videos, people would say they're 3D edited. Even what is real.
How did you rule out that you were delusional?
I haven't. I haven't.
I'm
But if I can see
not
it in others,
sure.
Ken, it's not so much delusional to me.
If you're saying that other people see you do this, but all I have is
Yeah.
you telling me other people have seen you do this. So why would
I was in remand and I had a bunch of people like I went watch this and I sent down a lightning bolt and they said do it again. So
I'm finding it very difficult to believe any of the things that you're saying, not just to believe them myself, but to believe that you believe them. I actually kind of think that you're just saying things to say things. So I'd like to move on to somebody who any of the things that I actually want to somebody who can be genuine. Because I think Raccoon had questions for him. Move on to somebody who can be now I feel
It's okay.
questions for him.
For funsies. I'm not like pressed about not being able to though.
I think funsies were all he was up here for, but who knows, maybe he genuinely believed these things. Hello, Mr. California. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, sir, 48.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I just like to thank you first of all for this type of live. It's pretty unique in its own, and I think it's pretty healthy live to have. There's a belief system that we all do actually, but yes.
You say a system. I was asking about gods or higher powers, things like that. What is?
Yeah, I mean, there's different versions of us that are more in tune with itself, but they're all different
forms of us.
So there's the one that is the one, and then there's different manifestations of him, and we're all examples of it. And we're examples, and not only in this, world reality that we're in right now, but in multiple dimensions, multiple realities, billions of realities, billions of versions of us experiencing this planet and its feelings and its emotions, all that. That makes sense. don't want to sound too crazy, but
I'm not quite following you here. You're saying reflections, aspects of the thing, the one. Is that what you were saying? What is the God that you
we are all part of that one. We're all part of it.
part of it?
Never met.
Yes, he's us. We're him. We are all extensions, if you will.
Hang on there a second. What was that, Raccoon?
Oh, I said never met her. Who is that?
Every morning.
Me?
Absolutely.
That's it, though, for me. That's where it ends.
Okay.
So what are you
Your
talking
belief
about?
system. Fine. That's fine.
But no, that's what I mean. What are you talking about? We have different experiences when we look in the mirror, then, obviously. So who is the one, TM?
So the one is to gain experience, to gain this knowledge of what we are all going through in this quote unquote life, many lives, and those feelings, those emotions, everything that we experience is what that one, I wouldn't say requires, but at least loves to experience as well, I guess, is what at least experience as well, I guess.
What reason?
Right?
Sorry, what reason?
Isn't that the reason why we're all experiencing what this life has to offer? Isn't that the reason to experience?
How is that? I mean, why is that significant? That's not what I'm asking.
Well, I mean, of course it's significant. Every one of us are significant.
Like, okay, regardless, okay, all right. So I am experiencing this life, whether or not I'm buying into your belief system. So what? That's not what I'm asking. Like, okay, whether or not experience significant.
That's up to you. That's your understanding. So, I mean, listen, if I was to question my belief, that would mean that I don't really believe in it if I'm questioning it, right?
No, that's not right. No, that's not the system. That means that you have faith enough to believe that it'll withstand questions. It should actually strengthen your belief, should it actually be something you truly believe in, right?
If it's something you believe in,
Withstand questions.
there shouldn't be a need to question it because it would be a matter of fact.
Why not? If it's factual, why are you afraid of questions?
If you're questioning it, that means that it isn't a belief system.
Not at all. How do scientists check their theories? Why not?
It isn't a belief system.
Check their theories. How
Sure.
do they do it by assuming and never testing, or do they test it?
Sure. So I believe that when I get up in the morning, my feet are going to hit the ground, and I'm going to put one foot in front of the other, and I'm going to be walking on the ground. Now, do I need to test much of that? I believe every day to.
This is silly. This is silly, and you're shifting super hard, and that's okay.
Wow.
So
I'm sorry if I
ask if we can pull it back to the foundation of your belief. So if I'm tell me if I'm missing something, right? That you're believing in a system where there is the one who is the one belief. You're believing in a system, multiple versions of ourselves, missing something. The one who is the wolves, correct?
Yeah, you're correct. That are extensions of that one.
One who is the one,
That are extensions of that one.
Or manifestations of ourself.
Oh.
Am I sorry? Okay. And then ourself.
Right now, when it goes into multiple dimensions.
Or manifestation.
Yeah, in fact, science multiple verses. In quantum physics, they're even scientists are bold enough to say that on the thought of you. So, say you're coming up to a intersection and you want to make a right, and instead you decided to make a left. in quantum physics, there's actually the thought, the very thought of you making that right also exists. So there's a version of you that went right. It has the version of you went left.
See, this is in quantum physics. Where in quantum physics is this?
Yeah, let me.
They're just discovering.
Yeah, multiverse.
What is? They're just discovering multiverse.
You haven't. Yes, the Hadron Collider is one great example. They have 3 machines that are actually. They're
just discovering.
One great example.
By just discovering, can you give me like a year of publication when the scientific papers were?
Absolutely. I'm not a quantum physics major at all.
I see that you don't fully understand.
No, I don't like science. I'm not a fiction guy.
Okay, I mean that's fine if there's a source.
Yeah.
And so the source that he's finding is going to prove.
Yeah, accredited journal. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry, I wasn't quite finished. It's going to prove that there's a multiverse theory that is.
There is all theory. It throws string theory into the garbage for sure.
Mm-hmm. And it's going to prove that quantum physics says that this is happening, or is it going to say that this is something that could be happening?
So again, I'm not into the science of it. I can't find you all of that information right now. Find the multiverse theory, the quantums behind it.
Physics.
So again, multiverse theory
means.
Quantums.
I'm telling you, sir, I'm not reading. I'm reading articles just like you are, and I'm remembering these articles that
means.
I'm not that scientists are finding out about.
Request up.
I'm telling you, sir, I'm not reading. I'm reading multiverse right now.
Can I ask?
I thought it would be a healthy conversation. I didn't mean to question anybody here, or that scientists are finding out about.
Request up on this panel.
Offend anybody here? I thought
nobody's offended.
I'm trying to find the study for you. I'm sorry. All right.
If you didn't come up here to question your beliefs, then why are you here?
Yeah, isn't that interesting? I mean,
no.
The fact that I would question my beliefs, like, can you question your beliefs? I can't. I can't.
Why not?
I think I just answered that question with the previous person that was on. Like, can you?
Why not?
The previous person that was on. Sorry if I offended or pissed you guys off.
Well, fair enough. I think.
Off. I hope you guys enjoyed your film.
I mean, we weren't offended or pissed off. We're genuinely curious as to what you believe. I know you're not here. I know I'm speaking into the. I mean, at this moment.
Him, and apparently I booted myself.
Wow. I know you're not here. I know I'm.
Was confirming.
Oh, I feel very strange being at the top of that. I'm.
Was confirming that.
Oh, I feel like it up here.
I think I can.
You can drop me. I can request back up. Will you please? Okay. I don't like the hot seat.
Belief in it. We'll do that. Belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that. I'm not trying to debate or argue. I'm not trying to burgle you of your God. I just want to know if you can question it. Well, then, what is it you believe? And why do you believe? I'm not trying to want to know if. I think this was the next one in line, but this was the next. We can try. I think this was next. many are ghosts? But they probably ghosts. Yeah.
Correct. That's
We've all
correct.
seen the footage. Han shot first.
That's an evidence-based belief.
Unfortunately,
That's
we've all
correct.
seen the footage. Unfortunate people.
Religious.
Hey, there's tough love. Can I get your age for well, at least?
37.
And do you?
Oh, so this is about a higher power, so to speak. Is that correct?
How long did you listen before you requested it?
Oh, literally about 3 seconds, because it was very vague, and you had I have a belief. Oh, mate, I believe in a lot of different things, yeah, and I believe in myself, yeah, definitely. So, but I have a belief. So it was very vague with your background, so I thought I'd jump in.
Okay, tough love. So
and I believe in myself, you're alive, but I didn't know.
So you're not open.
No, absolutely. Well, I am. I'm up for anybody trying to challenge me. Absolutely.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
No, well, I don't know. I'm agnostic, but I'm a Christian. I'm very, very agnostic. So I don't know if I'll be able to.
But you're agnostic.
Yeah, I'm an agnostic Christian. Yeah, the other way around.
What does that mean to you, agnostic Christian?
Well, what it means is, I went to Catholic schools my entire life. I'm a full-grown adult, and I have the belief, whether I don't know how strong that is, that there is a higher power. I don't believe that this is all randomness. I believe what I do believe is, to be more specific regarding what I just said, is I believe that it is all brought together through a purpose. What purpose that is, I don't know. Hence my agnosticness.
So there's something there and a purpose.
How everything is brought together, there's a purpose. Why I'm speaking to you right now, there's a purpose.
What does purpose mean?
And so on and so forth. Yeah, absolutely I do. Yeah, I don't believe it's all chance. I think you have to be a fool.
What does purpose mean to you?
What does purpose mean to me? Well, right now, in my life, at the stage I'm at in my life, purpose means to me is love. Purpose.
So when you say there's a purpose, what is it you mean? There's a purpose to everything. What does that mean?
That's what I just said. I just explained that. So love.
You're just saying there's a love to everything.
No. Okay, is love, which means my family. Okay, so there's a purpose.
You're saying your purpose is love, but what does the word purpose actually mean?
Well, purpose means something in your life that gives you that gives you projection, something to wake up every day, a reason to keep
motivation.
Moving forward. A reason to keep moving forward. Okay.
Do you mean motivation?
Very temporary. Okay, so motivation is definitely not that.
Is purpose permanent?
Absolutely, yeah. I believe once you understand who you are, I believe that okay, so
Is
and while we
absent purpose,
I believe that alive as well. Yeah.
absent. Are you saying someone absent purpose can't want to stay alive?
What are you trying to say? You're saying something absent within what I'm trying to say doesn't have a...
Without
Well,
a purpose, can somebody without a purpose not want to stay alive? Is
Right.
there...
I don't know. Well, I've never gotten to that discussion with anybody before, so I'll be ignorant and arrogant to say that I know exactly what they're speaking about. So I don't know anybody before, so I don't know. I'll person ticks because everybody that I know say I know how some, I know, due to their life experience. Person ticks life experience. What I believe is that I believe in something stronger than what this world is. So do you, and so does your friend. We all do. Whether we like it or not, we do.
When you start telling people what they believe, I'm not...
I didn't.
You did.
No, I didn't. I said I would be. I said I would be a fool to believe that I know how somebody else ticks.
They believe.
No, I didn't. That I know how some, and that was it.
You didn't say that.
No, I didn't. That I know how some, and that was it. No, and that was it. No, I didn't.
The words were, I believe in something stronger than what this world is. So do you.
Well, I do believe that, yeah.
But we don't.
Well, I don't. Okay. Well, you have to.
Why would you assume what other people believe?
Purpose whatsoever, right? Then if you do not have a purpose, okay, then you don't have a belief. Because belief is the most strong. Because I think if nobody has, okay, then any human being has in this world, whether we like it or not, purpose whatsoever, okay, any human being has
belief.
Describe. It's something that we can't explain. Belief is something that gets us up in the morning. Okay, when we, as soon as we open up. Well, it is so because.
But how do you know that? Why do you assume?
I'll explain to you why. Because psychology can't explain it. So, for example, once we wake up in the morning, okay, we get up in the morning, we are nor here nor there. We can't say, yes, 100% we're getting up for this reason. We are not getting up for that reason. We are getting up because we believe that this is the right thing to do. And that's what morning, okay, we're getting up for this. This is the right thing to do.
Are you sure? Stop, Tough. On these long tangents and you're not actually answering the questions. You say because psychology says so. How do you know that psychology says this? Or are you a psychologist?
Well, to say the least, I've studied psychology for a long, long time, and I understand how the brain works.
You do? You understand how the brain works?
Well, to the best of my ability, and I'm not a professional, okay, but I understand exactly how my brain works, okay, and the bloke next to me.
You understand how your brain works and the bloke next to you, you say?
Right.
How is it that you've come to know how other people's brains work?
Well, for example, okay,
You're making a lot of assumptions about a field of study that you're not a part of.
I'm really not. Well, I am a part of that field, and I'm not trying to talk myself up or talk myself anything like that. Okay, but what I'm trying to say to you is that
we're making a lot of.
I am a part of that. But what I'm trying to say to you, definitive that gets us up in the morning. It's a belief. It's a belief. That's
Are
what
you sure?
psychology
Are you
says.
sure, Tough Love, that psychology says it's belief and not, as Raccoon has mentioned multiple times, circadian rhythm?
Well, it's not circadian rhythm. That's a big part of it, okay? Because that's a massive part.
To get
Well, it's not circadian works and always will.
do
And
do animals
that to a certain extent, because animals are actually a lot smarter than what we think they are. So, for example, right, an
so
animal.
before you give me
Well,
an
let me finish,
example,
though. Oh,
you
let me
said
finish.
your point. I'd like to respond to what you've already said.
Okay.
So do you think that any animal that sleeps it has a belief? Is that how it works? Is it because they get up in the morning?
Now,
So
what I'm saying is that animals have.
animal that is that how it
What
works?
I'm saying is that is not that example. An animal, for example, a dog, for example. I'll give you this one. So, if a dog is sick, okay, that is not an example. If a dog does until they get better. So the instinct thing is a human being will keep eating and drinking and so on and so forth, okay, and they'll get sicker and sicker and sicker. So that's just one
Stop.
specific, okay, is very well drinking one
Stop.
specific.
The dog's belief system ties into that biological response.
Sicker and sicker. Right.
Oh, I was biological response
Okay. It's what the dog
to that.
Exactly.
Are you a dog psychologist too?
Have dogs' beliefs ever been measured or recorded?
None of our beliefs have ever been recorded before.
Nobody's beliefs have ever been recorded.
Well, that's
I mean,
what I just
yeah.
said. So what I'm trying to say, so instinct is belief. Okay,
I'm actually
that's where the natural. That is where.
I'm actually kind of at a stopping point here, Tough Love. I don't
Sure.
think you're here for a conversation.
Okay, mate. No worries.
I think it's like
Catch
a
you later.
ripcord effect, and you just kind of run at the mouth.
comfortable, or yes, it could. So, where in
any of that is there a God?
Well, in the teachings that I discovered through these serendipitous instances in my life.
Through the teachings, is there a God?
Well, in the teachings that I discovered through these serendipitous instances in my life.
Through the teachings, the hermeneutic principles, the hermetic principles that were written by who?
They were allegedly all written by this Thoth character who was also Hermes Trismegistus.
Allegedly.
But, I mean, yes, allegedly. But Greece, as you mentioned, there were a lot of philosophical schools, and
But that's
it
not
was a
where
lot more than just him. I'm sorry?
that's not where you learned. Where did you get your information about this?
The Emerald Tablets of Thoth,
You read them.
along with the Kabbalah, and a couple other texts. One is called Pomander and Pymander. Yeah, I mean the Kabbalah.
The Kabbalah and the where did you get a copy of Emerald?
No,
Is this
no.
the novel?
There's a lot of There's a couple transcriptions. I got mine from.
Are you sure it's a transcription and not a novel?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of different transcriptions by different authors, a direct translation, and I've cooperated.
A couple authors.
Transcribers.
What is the title of your book? Is it The Emerald Tablets of Thoth, or is there more to the title? I think he's Googling his book that he learned all of his principles from.
When you are out of the app and you're Googling things, we can't hear you. So if you are looking something up and speaking, we can't hear you.
It's the Emerald Tablets of Thoth by a character named Doriel is the one that I reference most frequently.
You mean the novel Emerald Tablets of Thoth, the Thrayle?
Yes.
Fiction. Is that not a fiction?
Yeah, no. As I said, I've looked at other translations from these tablets, and it doesn't. Yes.
Claude Dodgins is their real name. Maurice Doriel is Claude Dodgins. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth is considered fiction, a 20th century creation by Maurice Doriel, real name Claude Dodgins, while it draws on the legend of the Emerald Tablet, an ancient hermetic self itself debated in origin. It's a piece of New Age spiritual writing that borrows from H.P. Lovecraft stories and other pulp fiction.
See,
Have you never Googled your book?
No, you're gonna, that's misdirection.
You're saying that what is misdirection?
The description that you just read, even the first chapter, when you go into it, it it describes itself as a fiction, and it starts off because it's not.
Yes. So, why would you believe it is true if it calls itself a fiction?
Because of the work surrounding it, and from what I've learned from it.
Why wouldn't it be meant for everyone if it's true?
Well, I mean, it more is now. It hasn't been always. But I mean, there are things in there that if someone were to adopt into their belief system before before they were ready, that it could be used as justification for just debauchery
What
and
things?
harmful things.
What things?
On Raccoon, he's got to study real quick.
No, that's what I mean.
He's Googling.
I see no reason that the law of rhythm would not be a principle that anybody could accept. I don't see what is readiness.
Well, what is a law of rhythm?
Most of them are kind of repetitive, these different laws.
Right, but isn't that kind of a vague deepity that really everything moves in cycles? Is that really true? Everything moves in cycles.
Mm-hmm.
Does everything?
That's exactly it. The top of
Describe it as a cycle. But is it really fitting a cycle? Is everything really, in every way, fitting a cycle?
listen, it's about vibes, man. If you don't get it, then you don't get it. And I'm just like,
the same way that you asked the question, gotten complacent, and that's my that with what you will. I respect your opinion a lot, Thrayle. I listen. So, I'll get to the point. Why is it wrong with me? For my children's sake, with what you will. So, with me. That can save my children. The point. For my children's sake, my children. Question that'll give me a better understanding of where I'm going wrong.
What do you mean, save your children?
Control. Wrong. Children are doomed. You supersede. Regardless of Christ, regardless of any other force. You know, all the energies. You know. My children are being pushed into things. And in the current life we live in, there's a legal system and it's working against me and always has. It doesn't fix the situation for me to tell them something. So, if I was just to say, pragmatically speaking, what's the problem with me applying this? Considering I can give them a standard to adhere to, where they'll understand that I'll give them the proper direction. Because I'm not bigoted. I understand that everyone's got things that they do different. Considering I can understand that I'll give them the proper directions that they do differently. Some kind of objective truth where they'll understand. I understand that everyone's got. I think that without here too, there's no, and I'm not even
There's no reason why.
Yeah, objectively. I'm saying subjectively, all of us can agree, absolutely. But I mean, because again, I mean, I'm sure you guys know about Papua New Guinea, right?
I'm not sure this is a very productive conversation. Memory, you're saying foundation for objective morality, is that what
No,
you're
I'm
saying?
saying I can make the claim, but I'm saying I don't believe logically it follows.
Morality, is that?
Saying I don't believe there is a way to isn't. I'm saying I don't believe there is a way isn't. I'm saying
why do you need object?
Who believe it's okay? There's a tribe there that believes it's okay, and it's actually the moral ought for a child to become a man for them to drink seminal fluid. That we would consider that to be child rape. They think it's good. That would prove that. You don't see why?
No, I don't see why you need to make that specific example.
Because it's hard to prove.
I'm not understanding why you think there would be an objective morality if there are groups of people like that can find morality in ways that you find abhorrent.
Because just
I'm
because
not sure why you would assume
doesn't make with Thrayle. That's because
groups of people that exist you find abhorrent.
Because just because you reject a truth.
You're saying people who are raised in a society absent the morality that your God prescribes. Are you saying are you saying people who your God prescribes that they are?
No. I'm saying that's why I'm saying, like, without some kind of arbiter, yay.
I'm actually
Can't
saying
say
that
something is objectively true or objectively moral.
both.
Is that the,
Both. I'm
why?
making both the same. They're both one and the same claim.
Why does objectivity matter to you?
What do you mean by objectivity? Maybe I'm ignorant.
Well, when you're saying objectively true, what are you saying versus just
Well, I'm
true?
saying that absent just me and you having a feeling or a thought, like without it being present in our mind or in
true.
And absent just me and you being present in our matter, whether or not
You think that there are truths, moral truths like that?
Well, I mean, I'll say this, I'm not going to affirm that proposition because I can't say that it is objectively true unless you believe in a God. That's my issue. I'm not saying that I'm right.
Do you think that everyone who believes in a God has the same exact moral standards?
The same moral standards, but they're not doing it correctly. I think that's the problem.
Moral standard.
The same moral standard. I think that's the problem.
Religious texts.
Like I'm a Christian. I think that's the problem.
Religious texts correctly.
I'm a Christian.
How do you know that? At the moment, even just belief systems in general that might.
Yeah, I'm only can really speak from mine. Like when it comes to Islam, I can give you the reasons. I can't really speak on others.
But the Simbari tribe is Christian.
The Simbari tribe, yeah, they're very bad, and that's why I'm saying that I don't agree with this, and this is why I say to assume things to be true. This is why I like your live, because people get things wrong all the time. I'm not going to sit here and say what Christian A says is true because it's not, and what you're saying is right, and that's what I'm saying. Okay, I'm sorry.
How do you determine what is wrong?
I tried to base it logically, and I could never figure that answer out. Christianity was more of a submission than anything.
How do you figure that out now, if not with logic?
I still figure it out a lot. The idea that there is an objective truth of right or wrong.
What is it? How do you find that?
Obviously in the Bible.
But you are using this specific practice of this specific tribe in Papua New Guinea. So they're using the same.
It's classified as Christian, but what you need to understand is it's tribe that haven't identified anything. But the truth is, and this is the objective truth, not my opinion, the tribe itself doesn't adhere to a religion. So there's no way.
How do you know that?
There's no way for the actual region to identify as Christian.
Memory. How do you know what the tribe adheres to as religion?
Because I actually went there. Doesn't adhere to a religion to identify as Christian.
Memory.
Because I actually went there. Yes. The problem is it's very easy to take statistics as an answer. This is why I rejected Christianity.
So just to stop for a moment though. You said it's banned for us to go there, but you've been there.
Yeah, because I didn't travel from the U.S.
And when you went there,
impossible to talk to these people.
Oh. So how do
Yeah,
you
there's
know
no
what they believe?
translation.
So
There's no
just to
no,
clarify,
go ahead.
just to clarify, how do you
Yes,
know
sir.
that what they believe and don't believe?
Yeah, I was gonna explain that to you. All the
Oh, just to clarify, how do you
yes,
know?
sir. To you. All the translating does not exist there. I have translators there. There's people that can actually translate the language. It doesn't. Maybe I'm sorry there wasn't just one hovel. I'm
I don't.
saying that it's easy to constitute this as a Christian nation. It didn't exist. Language. It doesn't. Maybe I'm sorry there wasn't just didn't exist. I was a missionary for a while.
Really talking about this at this point.
Well, she brought it up as an example. There's no true objective morality. So this wasn't my example. I
She
was
brought it
showing
up.
that this is.
Hang on.
No,
You're saying Raccoon brought up objective morality.
No, when she was talking to me,
She was asking me a question.
What was the
I brought it
question?
up originally.
The question was essentially
Objective morality.
the question was quote unquote. The question was quote unquote Bible, and essentially how morality come from?
She asked about.
How do we say that this is wrong?
She asked about.
Oh, it's a. How do we say that this is wrong?
Yeah,
Of
This
what?
tribe, at least this tribe is.
I'm not advocating.
But he would know that.
Christianity
He would know what they believe or don't believe. So I'm trying to understand why that's
Again,
such a hang
Thrayle,
up for you.
Thrayle, this is the hang up. This is why
There is an object.
Thrayle, the reason I've ever been
Is an object.
Thrayle, this is the reason I've ever been to rape a child. Like Thrayle, this is the reason I've ever been to rape a child.
Stop. If you can't.
What? That would be that it's there. How is I can't.
How is it object? What did
How
I
is
have
there
to say
no
this memory
I can't.
without?
It would mean that it would be
just the word object.
Yes.
So then, what is determining right? So absent my mind.
Any human being's mind, yes. Okay.
Memory.
I'll
Stop
make
for a
this
moment.
No.
Like, no. You're not making any sense. Like, there's. Okay.
Objectivity is.
No, it's not.
Okay.
It
Here's
means
the problem.
like, no, it cannot be absent.
Problem. It's not being able.
It cannot be.
Problem. This rose.
It is.
To argue this rose.
It is.
I just want to argue about it. This rose. I just want to argue about
Not apologist. I'm not here for it. I'm not. But like saying objective is personal feeling.
I'm not.
Objective is.
Definition is absent mind or absent.
I'm not here for it. Objective is.
Well, or objective. So either absent viewpoint or absent object. Say it's absent mind,
Right.
including the mind of whatever God he thinks he's appealing to.
Logically, and this is the way that he wants to approach things logically, and also being proud wants to approach. This thing was fucked, and it was full of red flags, and
it is
things logically. thing was fucked.
Say something that he's the one.
And
it is all. He's the one who said he can't see a reason why it's wrong.
We can't just look. We can't just look at the human experience.
He's the one who said he.
The fuck?
Yeah,
like there
he
haven't
says
been, and not that we need those, but those examples exist.
He said, afraid, weak, unintelligent minds. After he was yeah,
like there
he
haven't
says
been, and not that we need
unintelligent liar. He's,
yeah,
he's a liar who wanted to try to trick or trap or something, and nobody. After he was up here, who wanted to try nobody.
He's been notoriously just kind of a D-bag in comments before when he was under the other name.
Or trap or something.
Not going to engage with tag. Anyway. Right.
Moving right along from that gross. Everybody tap the screen and share the live. We're at 30,000. Also, if you haven't already reposted the live, you can do that from the share menu too, so all your followers see it. Further along, already repost or see it for TikTok TOS. Can do. I can't. Are you with us? Gonna guess not. Well, we will move forward. Hello, Yodel. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Are you with us? Well, we. Hello, Yodel. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? TOS.
18.
And a god or gods?
Beliefs in general.
Question.
I would say I'm an atheist.
I see. God or gods?
Beliefs in general.
Question.
I would say I'm an atheist.
You just don't have a belief.
I would say there's no gods.
Why do you believe there are no gods?
Because there's been nothing to prove that there are any gods.
And what kind of proof would you expect to see that might
divine intervention?
What do you mean by
in like change and stuff?
And if you saw this divine intervention, would you then worship the god just by nature of it existing?
Yup.
That's all it would take. You see divine intervention and you're going to fall to your knees and praise it.
Shoot, probably, bro.
Why?
Would you not? You would not worship divine intervention if it came down and showed you?
I didn't say I wouldn't. I said I don't know. I asked you why you would.
'Cause they're proof of having control. We can like lift you up if you show them respect.
They probably can lift you up if you show them respect.
Yeah.
Just by
That's why
nature
people pray.
of God. Just by nature of a God existing and doing something divine. And I suppose so.
Because my belief here was that you're faking a deep. Why is that sad? You haven't answered my question. I still think you're faking that deep ass voice, bruh.
Do you ask?
Ask a question?
I didn't hear a question. He's just made an assertion.
I'm asserting that voice is fake as hell, bruh.
He doesn't seem to know what a question is.
Let me rephrase. Why are you faking that deep?
How do you determine what a fake voice is?
How do I determine if that voice is fake?
Yeah.
Because it sounds unrealistic.
Because it sounds unrealistic, you've determined that it's therefore fake.
Indeed.
Are your
So
senses always reliable?
They are.
How do you know that?
'Cause my senses have never failed me.
How do you know?
Because I have no idea.
What are you gaining from joining a live and calling out something that you have no idea what you're talking about?
No. Occasionally. Occasionally.
Are the graphics as good as you thought they would be?
They are.
Hell yeah. You should go see some more often.
Probably.
Do you feel like you join lives to troll people to like feel bigger or stronger or more potent than you are?
Troll people?
Mm-hmm.
Why would I troll somebody?
You tell me. Join lives to or more potent than you are. You tell me. Bye.
Next.
Troll people?
The next one was a ghost. The next one was a ghost. Ghosts aside, if anybody here has anything like that, and you're open to having your beliefs questioned, go ahead and request up. All your power. Or go ahead and request up.
Maybe we should rate this live. Like, I feel like that dude was only prepared for PG.
Like that, and you're open to.
Thrayle, I feel like your voice is too. That dude was only prepared for PG-13. Live.
Audiences. Crises. But yummy audiences. Crises.
No treatment just to make him feel a little bit better. Maybe he'll not have nightmares. I will, but it's not about me. Maybe you should. I will.
Elmo's a bit.
Wasn't prepared for all of the complexity of our conversation.
Right night.
It's a conversation.
Fast. That was actually really good.
It's
well, at least
it's not my.
Well, at least. Well.
Belief in a god or gods, kind of having your beliefs questioned. I'm not here to debate or argue or prove you wrong or anything. Prove you wrong. There is always room in the shed for one more. Or prove you wrong, though there is always can question your beliefs. Well, then, what is your belief? And why do you believe it? Can question your belief it. The audience to do the next, and it's not. Don't know how long I can sustain it, and it's sustain it.
54.
And do you have a belief? Crazy, can I get your age for TikTok, TOS, higher power, or anything like that?
Christian God. Holy Ghost.
Like that.
Yes, I do. Jesus Christ. Father.
Beginning to end.
Holy Ghost. Holy Trinity.
Have you read your
Roundabout kind of way, yeah. Yeah, several times in
a roundabout
kind of way.
Back and forth until it.
Yeah.
And do you believe all of it to be true and literal?
No.
I mean, kind of feels complete. Do you believe all of it to? Do you believe all of it to? People's, none of it's true.
They're all, you know, to tell you how to behave, to tell you how to commune with God, to tell you how to, that they weren't true, but, you know, commune with God.
If their story, they can help you understand God in any way.
Commune with God.
If their stories, they can help.
Well, because they're supposed to be personal experiences with God, and who personally spoke with God or spoke with Jesus.
It's supposed to be, but why would you believe that?
If you know anything or spoke with, if you know anything about it personally, Jesus said,
but why would you?
It's written next, and it's what the author said. So if you know anything, Jesus said that, you know, a lot. And Jesus said this, and, you know, a lot. He said was peace, love, and kindness. So, I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that message. I mean, I don't see any.
Tell you from Jesus.
Because he says that he is the Son of God and that he is speaking his Father's word.
He says that in the book, or even that.
Because he says that he. I don't, because again, it was written by man. So I don't know that he actually said that stuff.
So then, why would you believe it?
Exactly. Why would I believe it? Question that. I question. I have. I don't know if you can hear it. I imagine you can. So I question it. I have. I'm on a 50-foot cord. I can't. I have without carrying around a without for oxygen all the time in order to be able to survive. So if there's a God, why am I afflicted with this?
What does your belief
depend? What do you mean by
as fable? You beliefs, but you do hold the belief. So what does your belief depend on?
Why do I? Because I have faith. I still have God's existence.
So what does your belief?
I have God's existence, and the truth of the Bible, that this world didn't just explode into God's existence, that God is real into existence on its own and evolution, that they're one and the same, that they have the world didn't just. I believe in that they're one and the same at the same time, and that God set it in motion, and simultaneous, and this whole thing happened.
Red for the raid.
And this whole thing.
Red for the really red raiders.
Yeah.
Really quick. Showing up.
I do.
Never showing up.
I don't want to push too your. Okay. If the faith in the Trinity life, okay, what would it change?
Something happened and I didn't believe in God anymore.
Yeah, like what is your I'm having a hard time articulating, but yes, that's a good start, I think.
Okay. I guess nothing really would change. I mean, something happened. I guess nothing. I'd still trust my doctors, and I'd still live. I guess nothing. I'd still trust. I'd still live.
For affliction no longer
Hands.
So correct me if I'm wrong. It did sound more affliction. It did sound like you have this affliction that you're not sure of the meaning, but your faith gets you more. Like the meaning more. Like what would that?
Yeah, definitely. I don't really
like. Would that be?
I don't and pray and go to sleep and pray and I'm not
when you are, because you said that you do still believe in evolution, you're still things don't reconcile. What is your usual method of to the things that may not be that may be contradicting? What is your usual method to the things that
something? And that's all we can do is try to figure it out. Yeah, figure it out, then I guess I just protect my figure it out and
hurt how?
I mean, if it's
I don't know that I'm understanding what you mean by dangerous or being hurt by something. Like an idea being hurt by something.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's like
concept or like
just I wouldn't have touched it. I would have touched it or not. I would have touched it or not. So, yeah, independent. So I never would have. Yeah, independently on my own. Independently on my tested the but or maybe I'm just just not understanding so I'm just not understanding.
I guess I'm trying to understand. You don't base it in the Bible. That's okay. That's where the like if you didn't have the belief system you do, you'd still carry on and you'd be alright. Experience isn't like you.
It's like everyone knowing everyone, and some of us realize it right away when we're young, and some of us and some of us never realize it, and some of us call it some of us call you know I can't do that, you know I can't do that. We're creating this self-fulfilling and walk around, I'll never make it, self-fulfilling prophecy that they were dealt or whatever. But if it's the way that if they would be like, I can't be surprised, and they'd realize that they do, and you know things do work that fixed, and they out for that. Expected it to, but fixed, and they out for that. But all they have to do is for them. But and it's work out, and that's and us by the universe, and some people say it's given. It's given to some people say it's
I or anything like that. I'm not trying to undermine. I'm not trying to undermine. I hear you say that your faith is based on this. You also just described you describe a life that is riddled with hardship. And so I want everyone's born with a gift to it. Like, do you feel that holding on to it may shape your life? So I wonder onto this feel that holding on to it may I struggle onto this feel that holding on to it I struggle in the face of things that you and you're still facing something that is extremely. How are we reconciling that? How are you know what I'm saying?
Sure, yeah. Sure, yeah. Forces out there that we just can't, and they're gonna, wreak havoc on us, and there's nothing that we can do to change it. And no matter, we have to do what we can do on our end to stay positive and to stay focused. To
do what we can do on the good.
I fuck
being positive, creating that self-fulfilling prophecy.
God have to do with that? Like
Motivated and see of I can and I will and I am powerful and I am strong. That's all you.
I believe
that
that,
has
and I believe that you
nothing to
are
do with
powerful and that
God.
you are strong. I believe that you have a really good attitude. I also believe, and or at least I understand, that you are, at least for me, like if there was something that could be changed, I work really hard. If that you know, I find that I don't believe to be a little. I'm just gonna. This is not questioning. You deserve what has been given to you. I'm just gonna. This is you deserve. If I'm, that does you a disservice, a great disservice to you. It would be better service because you are
Energy that you create.
Though, do you not hear like it's almost as though you're saying that at all.
Well, I didn't create for me to.
That's why
I didn't. That was equally good belongs to.
I believe that. I believe that. But believe that one. But what you're saying, positive, and what you're living, things are within your control. What you're things are within. Saying to me that are outside. How does that? How do those things work out in your belief?
Chaos of the universe. I mean, you can't control everything. No, I don't. I don't believe that you can. I believe that you can only control what chaos of the universe. I mean, you can't control everything. I believe that you can.
Everybody's born with the gifts that are outside of our control.
The line is the difference between what's outside. It's between what's outside of you and what's inside you. You.
So you're saying that approach these things that happen to you.
Nothing really.
So you're saying that things that happen in your control.
Exactly.
What does God have to do with born with a gift and they're born with luck or misfortune? Approach these things that happen.
Nothing really. They may consider it to be. I've heard people call or I have
more misfortune.
Fortune is what I was saying. Well, I'm a luck they refer to in their life. Refer to it as a not
in human fortune.
Of activity that you know there's gone
in
you know there's gone
you know your view is like
Believe that.
no. I don't know that.
So, do you believe that it's in charge of the circumstances?
To go back,
God is in. What role does God play?
stories in the and
Did God create the devil in your belief system?
it
Did
angels create it,
create the devil?
God created the, to Satan.
Then why worship him at all?
Create it in the earthly realm.
Worship him at all?
Supposed to get to heaven. Wants us to do because that's what he tells us to do. He tells, yeah, we're supposed to praise him.
How do you decide what is worth believing?
Tells us to do. He tells us to worship him in order to get to heaven. Yeah, we're supposed to praise him.
How do you decide what is worth believing?
There in the morning, I don't pray at night. I don't go to church. Christian, as some people would say, Christian faith, but I have been at different times in my life, and because I'm not active, I have.
Do you think that belief comes from need?
I do. I think that tragedy happens and people need God. They need to pray.
Do you think that if your life had different circumstances and you didn't need that belief for comfort or whatever, um, whatever belief systems, if you acknowledge that this one is just based on need and maybe tradition, I mean, it is kind of a societal belief system, right? What makes you kind of hold to this belief system specifically? Have you explored others?
I have. I grew up as a Catholic, and when I became around 19, I started studying paganism. And by the time I was around 24, I was practicing Wicca. And I practiced Wicca for about 5, maybe 6 years. And then I kind of just stopped religion altogether for a good 10 years. I didn't practice anything. I didn't go to church or do anything. I was kind of just agnostic. And then I started going to church again with my friend. And I went to a Baptist church, and they were really fun. I didn't know Baptists were fun people. Baptists are really fun.
They can be. They absolutely can be.
So
it was kind of community, comfort, things like that.
Yeah, it was. It was community. It was comfort. It was fun to be around people that were interested in the same kind of stuff I was interested in, and yeah.
Do you think that if there had been no community that was fun and clapped and danced and made
you know, that frisson of hope and enthusiasm and everything that they inspired during their services, do you think you would have turned to God in the same way?
Probably not.
Hmm. So is it God at all, or is it just community
Community.
entirely?
It might have been just community.
If there was a community there for you that was positive and fun and just as present and available, they had the capacity in the same way that a lot of Christian communities do you think you would need God at all?
I don't know.
I love
I don't think so. Something did happen over the last 10 years or so. I've gone back to my Catholicism, and I don't know if that's parental tapes calling me back to my roots, or if that is you know, brainwashing, or I mean, I don't know what it is, but there's just something there that is calling me back to that secular belief system. And I still believe in a lot of the Wiccan practice. So I kind of consider myself to be a Christian pagan. And I get a lot of flack for that from both the Christian community and the Wiccan community.
I
They
don't
don't-
know why that's really anybody's business.
I know,
I can
right?
understand why, but like I personally, I just feel like nobody's walking the same path that you are, right? Is how so when you're saying this is your belief, right? How do you distinguish um between the belief in the Trinity? Because you came up here with your full chest and said you believe in the Trinity,
Right.
right? But then as we're exploring a little bit further, is it belief because it comforts you, or belief because you think it's true? There's no wrong answers.
Right, I know. It's I'm trying to think like is I don't know because I think it's both. I think it comforts me, and I think it's true because I mean that's why I'm being called back to my Catholicism. I think I find truth in the Trinity, and I find truth behind um, the Catholic Church.
What is being called?
My my when I do pray, I imagine the Trinity. And when I do pray, I see the Virgin Mary, and I see the cathedral, and I see the priest.
What did being called feel like when you were being called to paganism?
Rebellion, um, rebellion, um, and freedom and finding myself in a new path and a new in a new journey.
What was missing?
I really connected with Mother Earth, which is why Wicca was. I didn't choose, as paganism, you can choose, etc. I chose Wiccan because there's no particular deity, and it's Mother Nature, and it's and the one and the moon, and so it's it was very relatable to me, and that imagery, the sun and the moon and Mother Nature, is the same type of imagery that's used in Catholicism as well.
Mm-hmm. Is it
a Catholic Wiccan? Yeah. That's why I say I'm a Christian pagan. People trip out on that.
Does it matter to you if these beliefs are true or not?
No.
Is it about the comfort it brings?
Yeah, it brings comfort. I hope that when I die, which unfortunately is going to be sooner than later, that I'll be able to see my mom again and my daughter, who's moved on before me, and be with them. That would be nice. If the possibility of that happening is meaning that I believe in it here, then I'll believe in it here.
So for you, your gods or God, none of that has to exist. Or for you to find meaning in it.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to exist. I exist. I think I exist anyway. Because I look in the mirror and I can see myself. But that might be an illusion as well.
Is the comfort that this belief brings you about the here and now, or is it about what may be after?
At this point in my life, it's about what's after.
Do you have any good reason to believe that there is an after?
Any good reason other than the want? No.
does it make sense to you to? Mhm. Actually, I think I'm going to. I think I'm. Raccoon already asked most of the really good questions. Um, I don't know if she has any more. But I worry that some of my questions might be.
I could be wrong. I never said I knew everything.
No. I think. I think Raccoon asked you if you were to be absent this belief. What would it change for you? Or something to that effect.
Right. Right. It wouldn't change much for me on a daily basis. I would still have the science of the world around me to sustain my daily belief system.
Do you have people in your life that make you feel supported outside of religion?
Yes.
What is it that your religious
Um, I have more of a freedom of being who I am. Um, Emotionally, when I'm with my religious family, scientific or secular family.
Actually, that's really interesting. So you feel like you can't emotionally express faith or don't share your magical thinking in a way.
Yeah.
Interesting. Have you explored what, how do I articulate this? What it is that they lean on as far as like personal expression of emotion or mindfulness or um, even their understanding of existence or reality? Like, do you guys go that deep with it, or is it?
When you say they, are you meaning my religious family, or do you mean my
No,
secular?
no, I'm talking about your secular scientific family because you're saying that there's a lack of, if I'm understanding this correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong,
Right.
you find more comfort with the religious family and these beliefs, and it's a little bit more. There's more maybe depth
Emotion.
of emotion, meaning, expression of maybe like creative creative expression or reflection purpose. Do you guys ever get there?
Yeah, yeah. Um, there is a group of nurses and come in that take care of me that are not religious, that I'm very close with. And I feel cared for, and I can let my emotions flow with them, and so with some of them, yes, I can reach the same level of openness. But with some of people, no, they're
A lack of spiritual faith or spiritual belief or practice limits one's emotional depth or literacy. Like, anecdotally, is this your experience, do you think?
No, I don't think. Or maybe are atheists. I think they're capable of having just as much compassion, and they're and they can show it and feel it, and yeah.
What is they can provide in your secular group of support people and what they provide to you?
I think my of freedom and understanding and non-judgment and and whereas some of the secular people in my life agree with my some of the emotions that I have and things that I feel or desire, so they are in denial or shut me out or
You've been to explore this with us. Like this, I've really enjoyed this conversation a whole lot. I appreciate you.
Well, I appreciate the fact that you guys didn't tear me apart.
That is not the point of this line, I promise. I promise.
I do my best not to tear people apart. Philly, on the other hand, she is vicious.
So vicious, ruthless, ferocious, all the isses.
Did you have any questions, Philly?
I came in partway through and I don't know that I've heard enough to ask questions. Well,
Do you feel like you rely on these beliefs at this point in your life? Like, do you feel like they're uh, there's a heavy reliance on God and the life?
to a certain extent, yeah. Little more than I want to, even.
What would you want, do you think? Like what would be the ideal situation that you would be experiencing in this life? As far as reliance.
I ask God a lot why. And I wish.
What do you think would get you to a place where you no longer ask why? What do you think you're looking for?
Being able to breathe again would be a nice start.
That would be a fucking great start. It really would. Do you think that with your circumstances, neutrality of just, and I'm saying this as somebody who's never experienced what you're experiencing, right? So this is outside of your experience entirely. So I don't want to be dismissive in any way, but like, do you think it's possible almost? Or is that, do you feel like that's outside of what you could do or want to do even? Because want and desire is valid.
Pretty much, I think I've gotten there because I'm not a candidate for a lung transplant, and so I know what's going to happen next, and so
yeah,
and I've made all the arrangements and done everything that needs to be done in preparation for everything, and now I'm just trying to live my best life on TikTok.
I'm here for it. I'm very grateful, even though we don't share the same belief systems. Like, I'm very grateful that you found a sense of safety and community and support, because you do deserve that. I don't believe that what happened to you is because you created it for yourself, or you're not manifesting hard enough, or you're not having a good enough attitude, or any of that. I don't believe that at all. I feel very honored to have spoken with you and explored this with you, and I appreciate the conversation tonight. I really do.
I don't think I have any more questions for you either, but I appreciate you being here and answering the ones you did as openly and honestly as you did. And who knows, maybe we'll see you again, question your beliefs, and you might have some different answers next time. But either way, I hope you keep asking questions for a long time.
Good night.
Good night. And if anybody else has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you're open to having your beliefs questioned, well, go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I just want to know, and why do you believe it?
I know we have believers in the chat. We're not scary, I promise.
I'm only a little bit scary.
Philly is the scariest among us. I will.
This is true. Hello, Non. Hello, Nani. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Okay. I'm 33.
We lost Thrayle. Do you believe in a God? Nani, do you believe in a God?
Yeah, I believe in God.
What God?
They say there's God in heaven, but right now I'm getting confused. I don't know.
So, does your God have a name?
There's a God in heaven, God of universe.
God of the universe. Is there a scripture that tells you about this God?
Yeah, Bible.
The Bible. Are you a Christian?
I'm a Christian.
And why are you doubting?
You know, right now the pastors and the priests, they are no longer preaching what's the truth. They're getting off confused anymore. Right. So I don't know what someone trying to mislead me on my what my heart is not believing on. So, and they keep telling us that you and since then my life has not changed to date. Keep suffering, keep struggling. That was like over then. I was like my dreams, things have been, my life have been misled since then. I get confused more. I don't know what to believe.
What? Nani, are you drunk?
I'm not drunk. I'm okay.
Nani, when you say that you were that you're told are different than what you were taught, what do you mean?
Come again.
You say that you were taught truths and that things are different now.
What do I mean? Because my life haven't changed. So somebody believing on what is religion, on what he believes that will deliver him, at least you should have a different lifestyle, that makes you believe more on what you worship too. So, and some of the priests and some of the pastors that are telling us what we should believe, most of them also go astray. Also doing, how am I myself going to believe that too?
That's fair. What are they doing that you're perceiving as the wrong thing?
Right now, some priests and some pastors are just preaching all about money.
Mm.
Those who talk about money for their own self. So they didn't preach the gospel anymore.
Mm.
They didn't tell you the truth anymore. They only channeling their energy to their own resources for what they want.
Does your belief hinge upon the people that are preaching it?
No, I believe
So,
it's not them.
if the preaching has changed, does that mean that the truth has changed for you?
That's why I believed on myself too.
Mm. What do you feel like you can do about that or decide about that?
Okay, I decided just to be on my own. Like when I believe that when somebody tell me the truth, I know what the truth is. So I believe on myself, not believing on what somebody told me. Like somebody, if I want to discover the truth.
Nani, you said you're not drunk. Have you been drinking?
Why are you asking me what I've drunk?
Your responses are a little disjointed and your speech is slurred.
Okay, sorry, I was lying down.
I think maybe, Nani, that we could try to have this conversation another time. Forward. And I want my seat back.
Oh, drop me. I'll be right back.
Well, let me just carry this live all by myself then. If you have a belief in a god, God's higher power, or anything of the like, and you can question your belief, you should request up. How is that, Thrayle?
Much better.
I am truly a chaos gremlin, and I walked in here and I said, "This is too chaotic. What is happening?"
What was chaotic?
It's all over the place.
The boxes, the way the boxes were arranged, it felt very chaotic.
Oh, my bad. My bad. Thrayle dropped. I did not mean to take his seat, I promise.
I mean, and I don't care. It was just like it was jarring when I like walked in. I was like, "Wait, what's happening?"
I guess I don't need to ask it, but if anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, go ahead and request down up. But we do have a few people in queue, and I'm going to try to clear through and bust all the ghosts in the order that I think they tried to join.
Bust all the ghosts.
Also, if you have a Winnie the Pooh belief, we're definitely interested in that as well.
I mean,
Or
I
mermaid.
definitely have a Winnie the Pooh belief.
Thank you, Kat. What was that, Rob?
Why bother? Oh, bother.
Okay, you.
Oh.
Valid take. Valid take.
Have you heard the analysis that all of the Winnie the Pooh characters are actually various forms of mental illness?
I.
The muting after the saying "I" was perfect. I'm done. Thank you, Thrayle. Please.
Oh, did we end up with two? This is what happens.
Oh boy, Kat. I think this is a chaos evening.
This is what they do.
Karma, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Karma didn't mean to be here, but maybe the great Death Throne did. Did you mean to be here?
Indeed I did. Greetings.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
40.
Do you have a belief in a God?
Well, yes and no.
Yes and no. What do you mean by that?
Well, I believe it's there, just we all forgot.
You believe what's there?
Well, I've been listening for a while, and y'all been talking about like manifestation and creation and whatever else, and everybody essentially has that ability, right?
I don't know what you mean. We're asking people what they
That-
believe, and so the previous guests may have had things like that. But what we believe doesn't really matter to question yours. So what is it you
You
mean?
just want me to directly reply to it, okay?
I mean, that would be...
I believe that you are God. Everybody in the...
We have forgotten that we are God. What does God mean in this context?
Existence itself.
So we exist, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Wow. So because we exist, then therefore we are gods. And
so it is.
Somehow we forgot that we exist.
Yes. And I really felt for that lady that was talking earlier. And if she's still listening, like, don't worry. Keep your belief.
So we're here to question you about your beliefs. And so far, the belief that I'm hearing you say is that we exist, and we forgot that we exist, and somehow that means that we're gods with amnesia.
That's what I've come to believe.
Why?
Well, I'm working on that, and I actually have physical evidence of it.
You have
It's not something
physical...
you can really put to paper.
How do you have physical evidence that...
It's not something you can just bring to yourself, from what I...
What is manifestation?
It's when there's a whole lot of men.
Oh, I think that's a man infestation. Pretty close though.
Station of
Probably.
What is a manifestation?
Something you believe in.
That's what
Are you just-
manifestation means.
It's not what it means. But it's how it works.
Are you just gonna evade the question the whole time?
I'm just having fun with it. We know what it is. Why I gotta explain it?
No, we don't. That's why we...
There might be people in queue that are actually waiting to have actual conversations. He can request back up, and maybe he'll get back in because who knows, some of these might be ghosts. But look at that, Steve exists. I think I talked to Steve.
Welcome back, Steve.
Hey,
Hi, Steve.
I found you guys again.
How long's it been? So long.
24 hours.
Wow.
Yeah, 24 hours.
So long.
Yes, 38 just for your TOS.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, sorry about last night. Completely and I wasn't thinking, but if you had more, you said you would like to talk more on it, so I was wondering if you had more questions.
What happened last night?
Yeah, you're gonna have to recap, not the faux pas, but really everything else. The God belief. You believe.
Is more of a response of my like journey to where I am now, and it, you know, it's like I would say, I think we talked last night about the fact that it's been undeified for me. So it's, you know, it's in this. I still get comfort in the idea that we're more than just what we are, but I don't think that there's a specific deity behind it. But it's kind of along the lines of pantheism, just believing that we're all, you know, we're the universe experiencing itself. The universe is
it
like
still along the lines of pantheism?
Not like even that. I feel like is falling short at this point. It's, you know, it's so for me. It's just all the small things that add up to make the negatives of a bad day better, no matter how bad your day is, even if it's just a minuscule amount better, a nice view. Yeah, the little things add up, and that sense of I think that's what a lot of people are seeking when they're seeking God, is an explanation for why putting these little things in your path to make your life better. But
You're saying that good things. I'm really not hearing what you mean. Just like if you count them,
So,
they're
for example,
an equal number.
What it adds up to is, like, for example, like the fact of just being able to pet a dog and the dog enjoys it as much as you do. That is just a little unaspected bit of joy that brings comfort. And when you consider that we're just, you know, all existing and experiencing this life, and that there's not really a point other than to exist and other than to perceive, then trying to look at these little things like a dog enjoying being pet, or, you know, that smile from a stranger, add up to be what makes the negative stuff worthwhile. Because you can't just go win the lottery every day. You have to build it from somewhere.
Before I ask about that, I'm going to go ahead and thank Philly Hammy, Anki Bubs, Angel, Rev Josho, also 3 Pips, Danny Grax, Jace, and Rav. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal.
It's my pleasure.
No, it's my pleasure.
No. The pleasure's all mine.
Well, I am pleased that you are so pleased. I appreciate it. I'm also just pleased at the moment, except that I wonder, Steve, you say all these little things add up to equal some big thing, but is it not you just counting? Looking for
I think
power, looking for a connection, a summation of all.
I don't think that I'm. I think there might have been a little misunderstanding. I don't think that they add up to, like, they add up in the sense of they add up to a greater being, so much as that they add together to make your life easier. And because there's these things that add up, not that they add up like you add a million little good things and all of a sudden you get God, but because they add up, there's that comfort in knowing that the world is full of these little things.
Steve, did you say you were religious before?
Yeah, I grew up Christian, just Protestant.
Was there ever an experience where you felt something that you would attribute to the presence of God?
That I would have, but you know, it's always in these situations where there's a lot going on, and you know, there's a lot of difficult things. I talked a little bit yesterday about just the pain and the birth defect that has pain, and so always looking for those positives. And when you're really struggling through a particularly difficult period, like having had surgery and being in bed for 6 months, it for these meanings of like, oh, is God doing something? Is this something? And I think that when you're in that frame of mind, it's easy to take some sign of some sign of goodness or of good fortune and attribute it that way.
So you're saying like
And
these experiences were shaped, the God experience was shaped by an expectation and or desire.
yeah. And I think that, you know, the first time I came in here a few weeks ago, my thoughts at the time had been at, oh well, if they were very much evolving and saying, well, if I believe that we all are just the universe experiencing itself, then why is anybody else believing it brings it into kind of existence in a metaphorical way.
What do you mean by the universe experiencing itself? What is
I like on the grand cosmological scale, without having a conscious sapient being like humans or the other animals on our planet, living beings, what's the point? Like there's if without the observer, that it doesn't matter what there is. You have to have the observer to be able to actually have meaning. And so the fact that we're here is the fact that we're now observing, and that is what gives the universe meaning in and of itself.
Do you believe that the universe is a conscious being?
No, not particularly. There was a brief period where I would have, but I think it's just everything, that all the potential that there is there. So is there a, if there is, it's part of the universe itself. Like it can't exist outside the universe, because the universe by very definition is just the set of all things.
So the universe doesn't have its own lens?
Yeah, that would be my take on it.
Why frame it then as the universe experiencing itself?
I guess it's because we're part of the universe, and so we're you know, because in that, I think it's a Neil deGrasse Tyson quote, or either that or Brian Cox, who say it, and it's, you know, without us there observe other life.
Ironically, I think it's Carl Sagan, but
it might have been him first. I think that now that I'm thinking about it, was Brian Cox talking about it in the sense.
But what does that actually mean to you? Like, okay, so you've given us this quote, you've told us, you know, sort of your theological perspective. What does it actually mean to you? How is it unique or novel in your mind?
I think that it's just, I don't know if I would say it's unique or novel. I would say that it's just an acceptance and a comfortableness where before there was my roots in Christianity where there was always this fear and or promise. And now I've gotten to this point, and I think a large part of it started. I was talking about a poem yesterday, but it started with this poem, and then my thoughts didn't know where to go until I actually had my first conversation with Thrayle.
Do you think that by our experiences, the universe becomes aware? Like, you're saying that you don't think of the universe as a conscious being, but you are describing it as itself. There's a self there.
Well, I think that I guess that maybe that's just limitations of self, but or can a rock experience anything? Arguably, a rock can experience something without having a sense of self because you can move the rock and it's experienced that. So it's I don't know.
Does it experience it though? Like what? What does it take for something to experience something?
That's a very good question. I'm not sure. Maybe you have to have life and consciousness to achieve that.
I think it would require perception.
I agree. I think that makes sense. But I think, if you're, again, framing it from the fact that we're all part of the universe, we're all just the same elements put into different perspectives, then, if we're all just hydrogen and helium combined in different ways, then at the end of the day, we're the same thing as the universe. And so
Do you
the
think
fact
that existence grants?
Oh, depends on not in the way that you're driving at. No, in a certain sense, yes, but in the way you're driving at, I don't think so. I mean, I think it's a
I'm kind of curious as to what you think I'm driving at.
Oh, just the. Let me see if I can frame it in my mind. It's that I think that to have a true self, you have to, and true perception, you have to have consciousness. But I think that something existing gives it a sense of being like it either there isn't something or there is something, and if there is that thing there, then my brain has a hard time not thinking about it as having it might not know it has a self, but it is a self if something is unique.
Lord, like, do atoms have a perception? You know what I mean?
I mean, it depends on how far you want to go, because like if you think about like string theory, we're all just little rubber bands put together vibrating at different frequencies. And
is string theory necessarily the accepted model in physics? And
I think it's the most accepted by a margin, but I don't think it would be. No, I'm not sure. No, I can't say so, but I'm sure. My understanding is that it's the most accepted, but not by like an overwhelming margin. Just like it just seems to fit better than most, and there's definitely flaws with it.
Does it seem to fit better than most because it fits in your understanding the things that you already want to believe?
Oh, that is one of my biggest fears is, what do I not know that I don't know? Like there are knowns, there are unknown things that you might not know, but you know about them. And then there's things that I couldn't even begin to question whether they exist because the concept. Like, for example, I have aphantasia, and I just people could see things in their minds. That's so foreign to me that you could picture an apple and see it. It just never even occurred to me that people could do that.
I kind of want to stretch this a little bit. I kind of want to explore this a little bit, if that's okay. So we're talking about how a rock can possibly perceive what happened if it rolls. That's its experience, right?
Yeah.
It's experiencing something. Okay, so if we're seeing ourselves as a complete being, and we understand that we have perceptions as our complete being, if my okay, this is super weird. All right, roll with me. If I lose a limb, say I have a accident in my down this platform, right? It's no longer a part of me, but if a rock has an experience, can my finger not also have an experience? Is there a line? Where's the distinction? Where's the
I think that in my brain, it's anything that has a distinct identity in itself, even if it's not a self identity. Like saying a rock, the fact that you can say that you moved it means that it experienced that. Whether it had the conscious mind to perceive it, that I don't think so. But it still existed. It still happened to this thing. It's
so
just,
my limb has an experience.
yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, it moved. It fell off. Like it had to have had an experience, right?
And
Why?
that's
Why did it had to?
I mean, it didn't just magically teleport there. It used to exist. It has a story.
But how do you know that it had an experience?
Well,
Are you
like
just saying? Are you just saying any occurrence is an experience?
I'm open to a better definition because I realize that I might be using the wrong language.
Well, I'll tell you what it says. There is a consciousness that is underlying everything. And so when you talk about things going through events and occurrences, then you assume that there is experience there. So you preload the word experience.
I think so. I think that it at least if there's anything, what we experience ourselves, then like we can't. I don't know. Sorry, I'm kind of
If
lost
anything exists outside of ourselves, then everything's experiencing everything.
and you believe that this experience adds to a universal experience.
Yeah, I think the sum total of every experience is what the kind of universal experience, I guess, is. I'm trying to think of a better way of I think there is no purpose
Then why would it be?
because if it is, it's just because it doesn't, like, why does the universe exist at all?
I don't believe that existence requires experience or perception.
I mean,
I don't believe that the universe depends on perception to exist.
Why do you, Steve?
I don't know if I say that it needs it, because I think that, it existed. I think that it has it because it has conscious beings like us that are in it, and so we have then given it the meaning and the experience and the existence. And I think that the confusion is I think you guys are thinking that I'm putting more human experiential experience on that rock versus
No.
just physics wise.
No, I think where I'm at is, do you find there's an inherent value in a reflective quality?
Sure.
If there was not a reflective quality, are those things of lesser value?
No, just different value. I wouldn't say lesser, it's just of a different nature.
If the universe exists without reflecting upon experiences, does it still hold the same value? Do you still hold it with the same reverence and awe?
I mean, I wouldn't, because I wouldn't exist at that point. Because the
Why
very
wouldn't you
fact,
exist?
because at least in the way I think about things, my existing gives self-reflection to the universe. Because I am just as much the universe as anything else.
What do you feel that without this reflective quality, if your experiences were just yours, do you?
I mean, less long lasting, maybe less meaningful in the fact that they're less long lasting. Like I guess the idea to me of us all just being part of the greater whole means that, eventually in in my view, our star will expand, be pushed out in the supernova, and create more stars, and then create more people based off of that in other places.
So is this based on a comfort that knowing what you experience is not just yours, that it has a deep or
Yeah, I guess that it's. I know, like, it sounds irrational, but one way that I guess it's kind of the simulation theory. My fear is that none of it was real, none of it mattered. You like, in the sense of, essentially, it's just been all a dream. If there is no comfort and there is no meaning, then it might as well just not have happened.
can I ask why that's a fear?
I'm not sure, actually. It's a good question. I guess Go ahead.
When you think about your ancestors, how far back do you know their names or their stories?
Together that goes back to the 14th century in Wales.
That's very cool. How far back can you name them and know their stories?
I probably don't even go past my great grandparents.
So, with them being forgotten, did their choices and the things that they did and the path that they laid have any less impact on where you're at now?
Uh, no, because they shared those experiences with people who did remember them, and then so on down the line.
So, does meaning have to carry on very far, for it to still have an impact?
I mean, no, I don't think so.
And so I wonder where the fear comes from, because your effort, the choices that you make, the impact that you make still does carry through in some way. I wonder What? How far does that have to go for you to not be afraid? Right? Like what are we feeling is lost?
I think that moving and learning from listening to you and some other stuff that, I think that kind of fear is shrinking and there's more peace. And, ironically, a lot of people find peace in religion, and I'm finding far more peace as my religion falls away piece by piece. That there was so much anxiety growing up in the church of hell and all of that I think that just stems and creates a fear of what happens after, and then your brain rationalizes it with whatever. And
But the cosmos don't seem to have assigned value to the actions of anyone beyond a couple generations for you, right?
yeah, but
But that still did affect your life. Like, I guess I'm having a hard time. It does contribute to a larger pattern.
yeah,
Does it have to be something that is universally reflected upon, right? Or can it just be what it is and valuable to who it may be valuable to, or not valuable at all?
that there has to be any meaning or any purpose at all. It's, I think that that we're and we're experiencing it, but outside of that, I don't think as long as you're being, good to your neighbors, there's nothing to me.
You say that. So if the universe doesn't care, if the universe is not a self, if the universe is not experiencing itself through you, if your life is just your life and your perception is just your perception, do you find it insignificant?
I think that my brain struggles with that question because in some ways we are unequivocally insignificant on a cosmological scale, but at the same time, the fact that I'm here and having this conversation and I get to see my family and friends and things, insignificant.
It's
And
significant to you and I, right?
yeah, it's significant to us, but I would say it makes it feel less significant if without the idea that there's a grander, universe experiencing ourselves, but doesn't. I just feel like the idea of a bigger cosmological thing being experienced and it is just, it's just the icing on the cake. It's the more like like not having it there doesn't detract from what I have, but having it there adds to what I have. So there's no, I don't know if that makes sense.
It makes sense. It makes sense as far as like I understand what you're saying. I'm not sure that I'm buying into what you're saying because significance is an experience happening here and now. Like, I don't know.
Well, I mean, Steve is clearly questioning. But I wonder about that certainty that there is something. Is it not you just putting a known over an unknown.
Oh, 100%. It's me putting a known over an unknown. It's me taking something that has questions and putting something to fill that space. And
like the question, is there something there? You put yes in that space. Why?
Just because it makes me happier than the alternative, the happy.
What if you put I don't know?
Oh, that's largely where it's going right now.
Why or no, wrong way to start that, sorry. Do you think that putting something in that space, putting a yes or a no in that space, could lead to you not being as open to a answer that is true if you might stumble upon one?
I don't know. I would like to think not, because I put a great deal of effort into questioning myself and my self-awareness, and I've had a lot of therapy, and like that self-awareness of my limitations and my ability to have made it even as far as I am a strength of mine. So I'd like to think that if an actual, truth presented itself to me, and you proved it to me, that I'd be pretty open to it, no matter what my current stance was.
Does having a hard yes or no, like an answer filled into that blank, make you feel like you don't have to look for one?
No, that's why I'm here talking to you guys. My general consensus is that these kind of questions, we just don't have answers. There's no proof one way or the other. We have a think, and more to boot after that.
How do you feel about the moments in your life where you have touched somebody else's experience? Like when you have imparted wisdom, or you have taught them something, or you have planted a seed where they had explored their own thoughts. Like, how do you feel about those moments? Do you feel like they're significant, or is that dependent on like this reflective quality of the universe?
No, I think that they're significant. Like,
Is there still meaning there? This universe quality?
I don't think so. I mean, sorry, brain is having a moment.
Okay, you're all right.
I think that the difference is that makes it hard for me to answer that question is that it's hard for my brain to answer that question without just saying that I think that the very fact that I'm there reflecting and thinking about it is the evidence I have that the universe is reflecting on it. And so it's hard for me to answer that.
Do you believe that meaning is only something that can exist eternally, or with the universe acknowledging or reflecting? Like, do you believe that meaning can just be something that you alone participate in?
My own meaning, yeah.
Why is that lacking?
I'm not sure I quite understand the question.
if the universe is not assigning meaning, if the universe is not experiencing it, and there's not this reflective quality, this gathering of your experience to add to the greater experience of the one TM, is it less than? If it's just your experience and the meaning that you garner from it, is it less than?
I don't think so, but again, it's hard for me to answer that because the fact that I'm there experiencing meaning for me, even if it's just a meaning that is personal to me, is still, you know, it's hard for me to unlink it in my brain from me just being part of the universe. And so the fact that you know, I'm experiencing anything regardless of anybody else, and I let me be clear, I don't think that it's an outside feeling that's providing the meaning to what I'm experiencing. I'm saying that my is what is put out, or is what the universe is. I'm struggling to describe it. I'm not, like, the meaning is all generated from within us, thus the statement that we are the universe experience itself, because we're experiencing and we're the universe, I guess, is the part where I struggle.
Are we all out of questions? I think Rav's asleep.
I guess where I'm a little bit stuck, and I'm not sure if we have answers here, and that's fine. What do you believe that there's a separation between us and the universe?
No.
Is there separation between a rock and the universe?
Nope. Not amount of separation, clearly, in that we have a sense of self-identity from ourselves, and that rock is distinct from that rock. But in general, no, it's just we're all the universe, just different little parts of it.
It's like a monism.
Is there something significant about us in your belief system having thoughts and feelings and intentions and this identity, right? This I. Are we why wouldn't everything else have that, I guess?
I mean, a fluke of science and evolution that allows us to have these thoughts and have these questions and have these conversations. There's arguably other species on the planet that are in the same boat, maybe not quite as intelligent, but still having these kinds of experiences and things like that. But I think the nature of the ability to question, I think, is what it is that provides meaning. Because without questioning whether something is good or bad, or not even good or bad, like if something's blue or red, like our ability to think and question is what provides the meaning.
But if everything was meant to, if the purpose of everything was for the universe to experience itself, why would anything lack perception?
Well, I don't think the purpose of everything is that the universe experiences itself, merely that we are, by being in the universe and part of the universe, and we're experiencing the universe, it's a convenient way of tying it all in. Like a star doesn't care that it's a star because it doesn't have consciousness. That's in thought, but it's still a star.
Does the universe, you said the universe doesn't have consciousness though.
Yeah, but we do.
But if we,
It has arguably many consciousnesses, but I think that at least the way the way I interpreted that is an overall, singular consciousness that makes up the universe and then is divided. I think it's more of there's lots of consciousnesses.
But what you're saying, like, I guess the way that I'm interpreting your premise is like the universe is experiencing itself through us, and so that does lend to the idea reflect on it, right? Like I think, misunderstanding?
Yeah, I think there's been a slight misunderstanding in that more. It's not that the universe set out to create us and so it could experience ourselves, but without beings like us or, other animals on our planet or, whatever other intelligent life there is in the universe, without our experiencing it, there is no experience. And without experience, there is no meaning because...
But without consciousness and intelligence, how can it possibly experience what we have?
Because we're part of it and we have the consciousness and intelligence.
But that's what I'm saying. I feel like there's a contradiction.
I think I have some exploratory questions that might fix this, maybe. Because I have a different idea to what it is.
I appreciate
So what I'm hearing, what I've been hearing for probably half an hour, sounds like a monism to me. Do you know what that is?
I have not heard that term.
So it's like the idea that everything like this, like there's no separate things. Like this is all one thing, right? We are all one. It's all one thing. And so from what I'm hearing you say, it sounds and that we are the part of the thing that thinks, that has consciousness. And if I could anthropomorphize this for just a moment, so like if we're all one thing, if you think of this as one giant body, right, and every part of the body has a different thing that it does, we are the part that thinks.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how I think about it. Us and others with the capability to think, yeah.
Right, the cognition that thinks, right? So, anything like that, the universe is experiencing itself in a way that it is all one thing, and we are the part that thinks.
Yeah. That sums it up very nicely in my brain.
Do you have a question on that, Kat? Or just...
Well, I was trying to clarify because that was the understanding that I had of it, and maybe Kara has questions now, though, possibly.
I wonder what your definition of experience is, because I think maybe that's where my disconnect is.
Well, I think that there's a couple of... it varies a little bit whether you're... let me think of a way to say it. So, self-experience and experience of where you could be able to think about or what you're referring to about experience. I think the ability to perceive is crucial to that form of experience, and maybe I'm just using the word experience wrong, but my brain moving, going back to the example of the rock, moving the rock, that rock has experienced movement, but it doesn't have a brain or consciousness to think about it, but it is still like scientifically experienced it.
So, I do have a question.
Sorry.
When you say experience, you mean something happened to this, whatever this object is.
Yeah, we went over that. Its occurrence.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not. It doesn't require a mind.
Yeah.
I'll let you get one
But I
more,
can
Rick.
see the argument for why it would.
Defeat or you can see.
I can see it. I can totally see why you would say that experience requires that conscious mind. And that's why I think that I might be using the word wrong.
You might be sandwiching just a little bit.
Well, like you're not using the word wrong per se. I may have been understanding it through the lens of observation or perception. The universe experiencing itself, it doesn't have to acknowledge, observe, or perceive something. It just is occurring. Then there's nothing supernatural about it, right? What you're saying is the universe experiencing itself is just things are happening. So what is supernatural about it?
I think it's not as much necessarily that things are just happening. It's that it's the I guess the supernatural thing about it is that we're here to view and perceive these things. It lacks meaning because if there's nothing to assign it meaning, there is no meaning.
Are you to clarify, when you're saying the universe experiences itself, power of observation, perception, reflection,
I don't think that there's
things are happening.
I don't think that there's an identity of a conscious self that would think of itself as the universe.
But okay, all right. But when you're saying the universe, are there the properties of observation or perception?
Just through us as we're the part that thinks, and we're the part that, like Kat said, that we're the stuff, but we're equally part of the universe.
So if the universe is all one thing, then we are a part of that thing. Like your brain is a part of your body. We are the brain of the universe if it's all one thing, right?
Yeah.
If it's a monadic worldview, and everything is one thing, then we are the thinking part of the thing.
Yeah, because of everything's one thing, like that's based off of my definition of universe that I think is the general scientific definition, equaling the set of all things. So we're in the set of all things.
All right, so are we saying, I'm so sorry, real quick, and then I'll be done, I promise. Are we saying that in experiencing things, there is a record of things, or are we saying that things are happening?
I think maybe somewhere on record, but just the fact that there's somebody that's seen it and done it is what.
But like, I don't think I'm gonna get it. I think I might not. I just might not get it. I'm sorry.
That happens.
I appreciate it, though. Steve, the audience did speak. We're going to go ahead and move forward, but I appreciate you being here, answering the questions and going on the journey. I think you've got plenty more questions questions to wrestle with.
Yep. All right, you guys have a wonderful night. Thank you.
Thrayle.
Yes.
So, like, and I just want to make sure I'm understanding monism right. Monism is the idea that everything, this is all one thing. There is no separation between things. It appears that there's separation between things, but there's not.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. That concept is a little out of my understanding, but I have heard it said enough that I kind of got where that is going. Do you, Kira?
I hear monism. I may be wrong, but to me, there is still some one organized thing. Whatever that is.
The one thing.
I think so. Monism, as you're thinking, Kat, would be pantheistic. Everything is this thing. Panentheistic. Everything is one thing and this God. Is that right, Rebecca? That's at least what I'm hearing.
Okay. So, not necessarily a god, right? It just is a belief at all.
Well, it's a description of the state of things. So either things are all one thing, or they are separate things.
So there's still an underlying thing, but it doesn't have to be the thing.
Well, it's just that that's a question for a monist.
Oh, monist, request up quick. Okay, I'll do my own research on
I think
that.
it is the thing is everything.
The thing is like literally all of the...
Monism is like saying sandwich doesn't have layers.
The bread and the interior of the sandwich is all the same material? That's heresy, and I don't want to hear it. First,
just because it goes against sandwich.
All right. Okay. Have we spoken with monists on this panel before?
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right.
Like it doesn't have to be its own thing. It can be part of other philosophies.
Okay.
So we've spoken.
And it doesn't have to necessarily be theistic either.
And it doesn't require an observer. It doesn't require perception. It just is saying that everything is one thing, but that the one thing is not divine in nature.
Necessarily.
But it can be? Ooh, I don't like it.
I think monism is really flexible in that way. I think what he was saying was that, like, since it's all one thing, right? That the mind, the things with minds, are the thinking part of the thing, and in that way, we are perceived. That
does give it more of a
pantheistic,
a theistic quality.
Right.
Yeah, pantheistic.
It does. Yeah, no, it does.
And that's where it's coming from.
I absolutely agree.
Anytime you say the universe is something that is conscious, it's saying it is itself.
I'm
sorry.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to unmute that. Go ahead.
I think that if it's all one thing, then it like I can sing, if that makes sense. It's really I don't really understand the war. It's all
Does our
one thing
consciousness have to
either.
do with it, though? Our consciousness is not significant in that way. Then it's no more significant than a rock rolling, right? It's the emphasis and significance that throws me for a loop a little bit. Because I give no more emphasis if I'm looking at the ocean, but it is still the ocean. I'm not giving a name to the wave. I mean, some people might, but I'm not. That's monism, right? Like this and that. It's that 13-foot wave that comes every year around this time, right? Everybody recognizes it as its own being. And maybe they read a story about it. Like, that's how I'm seeing it. Like, if you are giving significance to a thing over, and that's where it is divided. For me, at least as far as I'm understanding so far. The new concept for me. So I was like, water is water is water.
It's like, well, everything is water. Yeah. It
Yeah.
is. It's presuppositional.
Okay. All right. Anyway.
Everybody was ghosts. Oh no, we do have somebody else. Hello, Alex. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
No, I do not.
Why not?
There just is no existential proof, an idea of power.
Mm-hmm. What proof would you expect to see? What might convince you that a god exists?
No, I suppose it would be maybe said a divine power strike me down and a lightning bolt struck me. That might prove something.
So if you tempted God and then were struck down, you'd be convinced of his existence?
Well, I feel like I've tempted God many times, at least according to the scriptures. And
if you were convinced in that way that a God exists, would you worship it?
Well, I'd be dead, so
God's existence as if it struck you down.
Well, and or revealed itself to me in some other fashion. However, I can't think of another fashion in which he could reveal himself to, or they repeat. My bad.
So if they revealed themselves to you in some way other than striking you existing, or would you need something more?
That's also a very good question.
Thank you. I knew there was a reason I ask it every time a non-believer stumbles to God or God's higher power or anything like that. You're open to having your beliefs questioned. Go ahead and request on up.
Other than striking me down and being revealed to me, or if they reveal a terminal way, yeah, I probably would.
You would worship a God that revealed itself to you in a non-terminal way.
Sure, why not?
What does worship mean to you?
I'm not a very religious person, so that's I don't know. I guess it would depend on how they would reveal themselves to me and what they would ask of me. If that makes sense.
Off to you.
If they revealed themselves to me in a divine way.
In a divine way. What does divine mean?
I suppose divine would be showing and it became possible.
So divine means something impossible becoming possible.
I mean, I can't really think of another talk about it where I would think of like if I asked a god to the raise of my wages and then I get a yearly review that but if suddenly the next year I'm making an extra $5 an hour without any explanation.
It could be inflation.
It could be
could be a response to inflation, right?
I don't think that many industries try to actually follow inflation.
You think
so that is a poor argument.
True, it's not meant to be an explanation for something that seems at least possible. Wouldn't it be more divine to suddenly be provided for absent the need to return to the job?
Well,
job regardless of the waging.
I see. We can't hear you, Alex. You left the room.
Oh.
It wasn't about whether or not you like the job. It was about the need. It was about having your needs provided rather than just why that would be defined. But I don't really have very many other questions for you. I think we're going to move on to a guest who has a belief to question.
Oh, okay.
Appreciate you, Alex. I don't remember who was next.
The witchy one.
The witchy one it will be. TOS.
I am 43.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I am an animist and a chaos witch.
See spirits and all kinds of objects and everyday things, or is there something else to it?
Animist as in I believe that animals and plants and have a level of spirit.
So what is spirit?
Spirit as maybe you could say a will or a level of awareness of its surrounding.
Consciousness.
No, I wouldn't say consciousness. I think consciousness is like a step up from that, from awareness, even spirit. Let's see. It is almost like a lower, more earthly form of, like I was saying, it is like awareness, like it has an awareness of its surroundings or not.
So an awareness and a will, these are attributes that it has.
Yes.
But what is it?
It's a little bit above my pay grade to say what a spirit is. I'm sure there is if you Google it, there is something that says like a spirit, this, and this. But for me, I would use those attributes, view them, and interact with them.
How you view them and interact with them.
Yes.
Awareness and what was the other one? A will. Awareness and will. So if you combine awareness and will, then whatever has those two attributes has spirit.
I would say so.
Do you apply that term spirit to things that don't have awareness or will?
To a degree.
So then what else is it that is spirit, since some things don't have awareness or will? Why would you say they have spirit?
That, for example, my fridge and what it is made of, all the ingredients, do come from nature at the very beginning.
From nature.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm not sure how that means that mountains or rocks have awareness or will or spirit.
The maybe easiest explanation that most people will get is when you look at indigenous and how they see different gods or goddesses or spirits in rocks and in the trees, in animals. That is the way I see it. That is a good kind of
I don't know that my question was for you to explain what animism is. I was asking why you give a spirit.
Sorry, I misunderstood you. Why I give them that is because I feel very connected to nature, and I feel like the rituals with myself, they are a great way to lower my blood pressure, and I feel calm and relaxed to my questions about life and questions about myself and how I act in the world. To be a genuine presence, a spirit in the nature that I work with.
Because you feel calm.
And I am calmer. I am in touch with my own thoughts. And
How does being in touch with your own thoughts anywhere?
It feels like an interaction. That's why I believe.
In what way does it feel like an interaction?
It is something separate of me, and it influences me to.
You feel calm. How does your calm feel separate from you? What does that mean?
For me, it is the feeling of the current feeling always made to consume, bombarded with capitalism and just very unsettled by more strife and disorder, and that almost gives me this baseline of unease and static sort of energy, anxiety. So the calm would be me returning back to myself.
Mhm. I'm not here this. I guess the external thing that you're feeling, or at least that you said, were just anxieties about the world. I'm not sure how that necessarily tells you that there is spirit when you say you are sitting and feel calm uh, in your in your garden. I think it was calm in the forest. How does that tell you that there's a spirit? And what does any of the pressures or stresses of the world have to do with that question?
Okay, let's see. I sit down, I do a ritual with nature that helps me calm down. And I feel like if I did not have some sort of energy to bounce off of, that is an interaction with something. I feel there is an interaction, and that is why
Oh, I have any service.
You,
Can you hear me?
we hear you, but there it is. Now you've got more bars. It's getting better.
Okay. To me, it sounds like you're having an interaction with yourself. So, so how is it both things?
in a way that a human body has nerve endings, I feel I am part of the nature of nature, with air quotes.
When you are sensing spirit, the thing that makes you recognize it as a distinct entity, distinct from yourself?
Most times, yes. It does feel like its own thing. It is an energetic vibration. I've meditated for always tried to focus a little bit on sensing the world around me in that way. So that is the way that I usually recognize that. It's not audible. It is not visible type of feeling.
I thought that you had said that it was a feeling.
Yes, a pressure type of feeling. Energy is How to say that? If you go to the very matter in an atomic level,
I'm sorry, it's what? You said it's...
yeah, it's kind of hard. Yeah, this is why the request would be atomic matter, like atoms, hydrogen, then movement.
Is it the matter, or is it the movement, or is it something else?
It starts with, I think it starts with matter being. And because of that movement, different reactions happen.
Because of movement, different reactions happen.
Yeah.
Where in there
How
is
atoms move, or
so you've said
electrons move.
you've said there's atoms, there's movement, and there's reactions. Which of those is the energy, or is it something else?
I know, I think it starts there, like it starts at the very beginning of, or at least what humans have observed of, from the beginning to what I perceive as energy when I talk about it in a more spiritual sense. It is almost like, should I say, like electromagnetic feeling? It's not really feeling. It's it feels like a field, almost an aura. It's so difficult to explain when I want to make sense to people who don't
already believe what you believe all the time. But the problem I have, which is that when I ask what is energy, I never get the same answer from people who believe the same things that you do.
I know.
Why do you think that is?
I think because spirituality is so personal that all of us try to make sense of it with the terminology that we are familiar with. Like I don't ever want to say to any your self to be is wrong, or that you should believe in the thing that I believe in. So I think it is so personal that it is about the experience that the person is having, and their vocabulary and their life lessons, and how they try to explain practice or
What does spiritual mean? Is it in relation to the thing that is, how did we describe spirit earlier? It was something to do with will and awareness.
Yeah.
So what is spirituality?
Spirituality for me is trying to discover what I actually am outside of the I currently am inhabiting. So things like afterlife, maybe a new type of way to live in a world that doesn't feel quite so suffocating as it is currently.
Did you say is that what your beliefs really hinge on? Is a desire for an afterlife or an understanding of one?
I would like to know how human beings operate. Like, there's a lot of us, and you look at nature, there's a lot of life. So I am really intrigued in knowing, is it a cycle? Is it one and done? Do we reincarnate? What is between lives? And if we don't come back, then eventually our, energy is made into another matter. Like,
I
that
have to
is
ask again.
interesting to me.
Energy, that was the
Now
thing we were still hung up on.
Yeah.
So maybe our
Talking about this energy that I spoke of now, that would be the physical, physics energy.
physics energy. What is
Yeah, this
physics energy?
when you burn a leaf, and what happens to that energy?
That energy.
Not spiritual.
You're
I
talking
want to
about
know.
fire.
Yes, like in fire, like what happens to matter in fire, and then that
Chemical
fire becomes
reactions,
ashes. Yes,
combustion.
yeah,
What does
and
that
then
have to do with? I'm sorry. What does that have to do with energy? You mean thermal energy, like both sides is pointing out, or is it?
Am I using the wrong word for what I'm describing? Please do
Well, you're
correct me
saying
if I am.
our energy. What is our energy?
Okay, let's see if I got this right. I am talking about, when you go in a coffin or you get cremated,
I
and
know what
then
you're saying. I
and
know what
then
you're saying. You mean because
okay,
we were
I just
talking
want to
about
come in.
afterlife, and you said our energy goes maybe back to the universe. I'm trying to know what that energy is. What is so talking about? I'm trying to know what that energy.
Yes, I am not talking about spiritual energy. I'm talking about like natural decay of a human, and then it becomes ground, earth, all that, and other things use it for other purposes. And
So our matter. You mean our matter breaks down and becomes part of the matter around it. What is the energy part you were talking about?
Yeah, that's okay. So it's two different. Okay, so spiritual energy, I'm talking about just decomposition. So that's like two different things. And I'm trying to discover or try to discover which one of those is what happens. I know one happens regardless, but does the other one happen? And that is
Why
why.
would the other one happen? And what is the other one? The spiritual energy. What is that?
Yes. So
I know it
you
seems like I'm pressing
can.
you on the same question again and again, but I
No,
think
please
I think
do.
it's important.
Please do. This is why I requested up. I do want to think about these things. And nobody asks me these kind of questions, so I appreciate it. So if we go to the other side, which would be the spiritual questions about life, I want to know if we do have a soul, be the that soul is have an energetic body or a being of us, and or I almost view that energy as light, and by light, mm, mm, is it? And by
Light.
hmm, see the imagery.
Imagine
Yeah,
the
yeah,
energy.
yeah.
You're
It seems
imagining
almost
something like light.
something like light. Yes, a light
Is it
and a
possible that this is based on um, cultural ideas that people talk about, or media even, where people depict spirits or ghosts as kind of a light?
yes, definitely.
If your idea of what you're talking about when you say energy or spirit or anything like that is influenced by media and other people's ideas, say media, if it's true or if it's just like Santa Claus.
The best way to explain it is that I am using language and that imagery. I can't say that word. I'm using that to explain how I perceive the situation, to an energy, while fully aware that I am using things that I have come across and have as my worldview. So it's a conscious choice to use the words that I am using and trying to pick the best ones to explain my view of the world and my spiritual beliefs.
Do you think that they're actually working, though, to do that? Or are they causing more confusion?
Both. I believe that it can be very confusing. Individual in how they think. Growing up in different cultures can be very growing up in different cultures. And I don't usually talk because I it is very deeply like personal to me, and I don't expect others to share my view or really understand it. So that's why I normally don't talk about it, but I wanted to like challenge myself a little bit. Yeah.
I hear that you've challenged yourself a bit here, Witch, but I would challenge you. The words you're using are actually serving the purpose to question if there is some. If when you do find the words, will it still stand up to as much scrutiny if you lose the nearly scientific, spiritual language? I think Raccoon has a question.
Yeah, thank you. That is definitely something that I am taking out of this, is maybe like hone in on not being quite so all-encompassing in the language that I use, and maybe, yeah, focusing on like what it really is to me. But yes, Raccoon, please do ask.
It's actually kind of on the same topic, what it is to you, because as you are trying to articulate what these things are, what spirit is, something you keep going back to. And I think this is kind of a key piece of the foundation of your belief system. You keep how I perceive. You've also acknowledged that it is personal. What if there is no scientific explanation? What if it in the world is just a matter of what you perceive? Would that make it any less significant to you?
No.
Explanation.
I would be slightly disappointed.
Why? If how you view them, these spirits, right? How you interact with them. This is spirit. It's your them. If that remains the same, why would anyone else's understanding of that experience change yours?
I absolutely agree with that. I would love to be able to things with people with words that mean the same thing.
But
I know that's not really, yeah, that's not really
your belief
things.
Of things.
I get that peace of mind. I grow as a person, and I feel more connected to the world and the people around me.
Would your rituals still hold significance for you if it turned out that everything does not have a spirit?
I think so. I think it would be,
would you
almost like a psychological tool for me then. Yeah, I've come to the conclusion to believe me. Them to believe me. 100% true on anything in life. So it makes me happy and calm and and so forth. So yeah, I don't need it to be proven. Yeah, but it would be cool. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, I don't want to take any more time away from other people. I absolutely love this because I've been wanting people to ask me a little bit of like deeper questions, and I'm going through perimenopause. Sucks ass. So I'm like trying to train my brain going through. So thank you very much for having me up.
I appreciate you. Feel free to come back another time, and who knows, well, we might have more questions. But I appreciate you, and I hope you keep asking questions.
Thank you. And thank you.
Take care. She was pleasant.
I had a question, but I was too busy shoving Cheetos in my face to.
Everybody in the comments.
Well, hopefully
Listen,
she
but you
comes
got the
back.
Cheetos, so you know, there's a win here somewhere.
Yeah. Some win somewhere. Miss Bear, I like the Miss Bear. I like the new name. Also, Ethereal Embers, Noctis, 3 pips, Noctil. I appreciate you. And if anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you can question that belief, we'll go ahead and you kill it off. We'll go ahead and request a question.
I also want to plant a seed real quick
Mm-hmm.
for Witch and the Rogue. I did want to explore a little bit. It was off topic by the time I got around, but like, what will and awareness celestial bodies that have been assigned spiritual essence. Just saying, for next time. Just
I know I was thinking about the volcano when you were talking about that, because I always think about that in that context. Also, did you see yourself get called Batcoyote earlier? Because that's my new favorite.
I didn't see it in chat. I saw you point it out on the Discord.
I saw that. I love that.
That is hilarious. And Karu means bear, so she didn't really change her name. She just made it easier for us to understand. But I appreciate you. A supercar in the queue. Oh, no. Apparently we don't. Well, if maybe that one still exists, then we might have someone to question. Super. So funny. Can I get your age for TikTok? TOS.
Yeah.
Well, don't worry. You won't be here again. Yep. Goodbye. Well, I didn't see why the only one left in queue lost their chat privilege. So maybe it was just a fluke. I didn't think so.
Yeah, only one that I muted. Yeah, only one.
I have been a lazy mod tonight and not muted anybody, so I don't know either.
And for a while it was peaceful. I've seen some rulers flying with good cause.
Mm-hmm. There's a whole horde of mods tonight. I'm here for it.
That's awesome. It beats the hell out of the usual 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. when there's no mods at all. And it's just me.
Yeah. Well, usually about this time, it's either just you or just you and me.
But do we have anybody in all 114 of us? Anybody with a belief or like that in a god or gods or higher power? Why did I say something like that on belief? To God. Yes, Miss Bear, I do absolutely need mods in time zones that are awake in the morning. My morning. We'll get there. Hello, the good Earthian. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Hello, good Earthian. Did you mean to join us? That's okay, I'll set you back down. You get in the hot seat, and it's a little hotter than you thought. Age is a tough question.
It can get pretty hot up here. Just saying.
Yes, it's been a little toasty a time or two. Been known to be.
Honestly, the conversations tonight have been really good, though. I've really enjoyed it, which is why I'm up.
You're here. You've been great with questions tonight.
Oh, thank you.
You're here. I'm back. Hello, good Earthian. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Very old, but pretty young.
Very old, but pretty young. I'm gonna need something just a little more specific to make sure that we're complying with TOS.
My years since birth, or are we talking like age?
Yeah, the years since birth would help.
I don't know. I have a lot of 27, and I've been told I'm 16.
Well, that's not old.
People 7.
Well, that's not old enough to be on a TikTok live, so let's go ahead and move forward.
What is the purpose of all of that? I don't. Wild.
To be vague and mysterious and not really answer the questions at all.
You know, I also long to be a lady of mystery. I'll never achieve it because I'm a steamroller or a human. You know?
Right. Being mysterious about when I need it for terms of service, just to make sure that you're old enough to be up here. And then you list off an age that's not in your plethora of ages.
I could be 30, or some people have told me I'm 16. What do you? I'm 6. That's wild. Wild behavior.
It's like it reminds me of when the earlier and was like, "Oh, you wanted to answer the question directly? Well, how else?"
How old is the letter? Good Earthian, I mean, be
Right.
good shit. That's more deep.
I think Rav is asleep. I'm gonna set him down with the snack.
I mean, that's so cute. Give him a little donut, a little night.
But now, if anything like that, well, we just got a lot less intimidating. Not really. He was assaulted.
I was gonna make a joke about how you kicked out the scary rabbi, but he was asleep the whole time.
Good Earthian, you said 30 something and then you said 16. None of the numbers you listed were 26. So
Right?
lol.
We're just going for lottery numbers at this point. We need 2 more.
$23, $42.
It was 30, 27, 16, 26. Can I get like a 52 or a 67?
67. Thank you. Which exactly?
Well, maybe Cedar knows how old they are. Hello, Cedar. Can I get your age for TikTok? TOS.
Hello, and I'm not trying to be funny. I've just lost track of days, and my birthday is coming up very soon, so I am either 30 or 30.
A little older when I lost track. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
So, I am a Vajrayana Buddhist, so we don't have a god claim.
So you don't have a god claim. You don't believe in any kind of higher power or deity beyond this experience. Why not?
See, I don't want to say deconstruction because I feel like that carries a lot of weight for people, and I never really had Christianity. So, being in America, I did grow up as a Protestant Christian, you know, very similar to many people. Like a third of the Bible, I was like, this man is, or this God is not very nice. With my life, the fear faded. I like to say I fell away from it as much as it fell away from me. So the idea of like a God, now religion itself is something I was always interested in. So please tell me if I'm monologuing at this point.
A little bit, but you're telling me why you don't believe.
I did find interest in religion. I found religion interesting. So, yeah, I was like, oh, this match is kind of already what I have, and I fell down the rabbit hole. And
Philosophy, or is it a religion?
For me, when I'm on panels like this and discussing it, I do see it as a religion because I try to take an academic stance, and the academic stance is that it is considered a religion. For myself, I think even for myself, I would still call it a religion, but I do practice in a much more philosophical way. There are several different definitions for a religion when it comes to academia, right? The fact that it has both a philosophy and a mythology is what makes it a religion for me.
Do you believe in the mythology?
Like most mythologies, there's you can find a truth in it. It just is, for lack of a better term, mythicized.
When you say there's truth in the mythology, what aspect of your mythology?
Let's see. I don't know where I want to start. Well, we can start at the beginning, I guess, right? That's always a good place. The birth narrative of the Buddha, I think, is just a storytelling device about Maya, which is what we call illusion. Good way to convey to people. It makes it digestible, I guess. Buddhist philosophy, which at that time didn't really have a name, because then that gets into like Yogacara and stuff like that. But that was a way to show that things spring from mind.
So you believe that things spring from mind?
They're very much mind dependent. Our perception, there we go, that's the word I want. Yeah. I'm not an idealist, I don't think. That's still, the philosophy part of it is still, trying to like sort all of that is very dense. So yeah.
Do you believe in the reincarnation?
I struggle with that part of it. I was taught, so you believe in recycling? I was like, yes, I believe in recycling much more than I believe in reincarnation. And what I mean by that is like, I believe unaliving is kind of the end, and you go into the earth, and ideally you decay, but the way that embalming methods work now, makes it a little more difficult. But I believe in recycling of the human body more than I
redistributed into the earth or into our system. Okay.
Yeah, I have a much more strong belief that that's what's going to happen. Not so much my consciousness goes on and on and on and into, kalpas and eons.
Raccoon's got a question. Go for it, Raccoon.
I do.
It doesn't teach me anything that I kind of didn't already have. I would say it helps me put it into a better framework. I think it emboldens beliefs that I already have.
What belief do you feel like it confirms for you?
That compassion is valid. Giving it.
Is there something that the Vajrayana path provides for you that is stronger than that, or that is more compelling than that? Because like compassion, we kind of have it. Well, I'm hopefully significant about the Vajrayana teachings for you.
It's practice. So I'm a very somatic and like sensory person. And what I love about the Vajrayana is that it's very conducive to those like myself who have ADHD. A lot of they can be, they engage body, speech, and mind at the same time. So you're visualizing things, you're doing things with your body. You're doing things. You're reciting mantras, right? So yeah, it's very.
I get what point. Is there one?
For me, there's not. I just like it. It gives me stability.
Do you know? Why do you feel like people would seek this specific spiritual path?
I do think some people seek it because of exoticism.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I think because it's seen, or it's of the 5 major world religions, it is the least practiced, right? That has been a continuing trend for a while. So I think the fact that like there's this, it draws people in. I kind of stumbled my way into it, but I do think some people, especially those who are like new age inclined, find it, and it's like this shiny thing to them.
Aligning with sort of vague understanding, well, not vague understandings, vague interpretations of the mythology and the 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 stories. Is that you really aligning with it, or is that you making it fit you?
If I understand your question correctly, and I'm not so sure that I do, so I'll take a jab at this. Correct me if I'm wrong. But like I said, again, like I said, I had a moral set, stumbled across Buddhism. I was like, oh, I really vibe with this because I myself already kind of think these things. So I do think, I mean, with any practice, your sort of helps you. That's generally what religion is for. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
If you have interpretations that are not direct of the mythology, is it you really aligning with it?
I am so sorry. I think I'm struggling to understand this.
Just because I am making it a little more convoluted than it needs to be.
Sometimes.
Thanks.
So
if it is my understanding, I completely apologize. I'm so sorry.
I don't think so.
Thing is, you interpret the mythology in a way that is not a direct like interpretation of it. Is that you aligning with it, or are you maybe interpreting it to fit with your beliefs you already have?
Like a literal interpret, like a literal, like taking it literally.
Is that what you mean, Thrayle?
Think that the mythology themselves, even when they were created, they were not meant
to be literal.
Yeah, they were not intended to be literal to do that.
Do you, if you don't follow the teachings and you don't find the mythology to be compellingly true, then what are you actually aligning with but your own idea of this
Mm. Um, so if we have, so I want to not use jargon here. Um, the very beginnings of Buddhism, it breaks down into of teachings. One deals with psychology and philosophy. One deals with the teachings themselves, the actual discourses. And then the other one deals with ethical guidelines. A lot of them are specifically for the ordained. However, many lay people, it was advised that, you know, you practice these if you can, but they don't carry as much weight if you're nice. Those parts, especially what are called the 5 precepts, I do my best to adhere to those. There's also, again, like I said, the philosophy and the psychology, it's so dense, and trying to find a teacher to like coach through that is another thing. But the teachings themselves, the sutras, there's so many sutras. So the ones I've come across, I also do my best to, you know, recall even monastics, even the ordained, uphold these values perfectly and spotlessly. And of course they don't, because we have sutras that talk about like things to do to restore a confession liturgy, but that carries like negative connotations in the English language because of its connection to like Catholicism and guilt, right? So messed up, you don't need to like carry this heavy burden of having messed up.
Let me ask you, Cedar,
on the daily.
In what way?
Am I being, you know, am I holding the paramitas correctly in this moment? Am I holding, you know, the 5 precepts correctly in this moment? So I definitely question it within itself. Questioning externally, yeah. I mean, the Buddha himself taught that there are many ways to awakening. So, this is the one I'm doing. Could it be wrong? Sure, but I don't know if there's an idea of wrong with it. There's an idea of wrong. Don't get me wrong. Like there's an idea of like really doing harm and stuff like that. That's not what I mean when I'm like, I want to say I question its validity, but then I just always go back to, well, these religions are just as valid for these people as this one is for me. So
Why, if I can ask, why do you choose the path of the Vajrayana Buddhism as opposed to other paths of Buddhism?
So, this goes back to like, I really like the practices. The practice is fruitful, the word I want, fruitful for me.
Maybe. How do they differ, if you don't mind me asking?
Can you say that again? Sorry.
How do they differ? Like
the Vajrayana differs from, so you have the Theravada, the Mahayana, and the Vajrayana. When we're speaking in like these really broad classifications.
Right.
The Theravadas, so they all change because of differences, because of schisms, like you find in other religions. It's typically because of emphasis or a difference in philosophical thought. Again, like I said, you have the Yogacara and the Madhyamaka. So depending on where you lie in there's going to be different emphasis. So the Theravada emphasizes primarily ethical conduct and meditation. The Mahayana emphasizes those, or has those things, but emphasizes this being a benefit for all beings. So, carries with it that same motivation, that this be a benefit to all beings. I keep burping, I'm so sorry. However, the Vajrayana does it in a way that uses what are called skillful means. So these are things that might be more relative. They were certainly relative to their culture that they came up in. Buddhism is just the cultural interpretation of the Dharma.
Mm-hmm.
The Vajrayana used skillful means that are already known to those cultures at those times, India, Tibet, the Himalayan region, to understand emptiness, if that was what you were looking for, to understand compassion, if that's what you're looking for, wisdom, if that's what you're looking for. They use these various methods to understand, insert goal here. But yeah, for the Vajrayana, the emphasis is on, in my traditional practice, ultimately for Mahamudra, which is a type of, it's called glimpsing the clear light, which is just like this emptiness of mind, experiencing the nature of my mind.
Okay.
That was incredibly wordy. I hope I got somewhere in answering what you asked.
No, that's exactly what I was looking for, actually. So it's the method, essentially the method in which you would attain. I guess the point is attaining enlightenment, is what I'm under.
Generally speaking, yes. The goal of all Buddhism, regardless of its categorization, is awakening.
So you're practicing the Vajrayana because you find that the method in which they attain enlightenment is more in alignment of how you can practice or have the capacity to practice.
Yeah. Will I achieve awakening? That's another question. Do I believe in awakening? Sorry?
What is awakening?
That's a great question, because even Buddhists have a hard time. We're all seeking it. Yeah. It is this rather amorphous goal. And I think that might be intentionally so. Of course, I am just an upasaka. I am just like a low-level yogi practitioner. I am not a Kempo. I am not an Ajahn. If you ask them, they're probably going to give you a better answer than I ever could.
So a lot of this is based on faith in the awakening itself.
The methods of Mahamudra and having that glimpse of the clear light, having that experience of, like, we call it equanimity, this incredible evenness of mind that you can go into, which is different than a trance state. You're still aware. You're just also aware of your mind, and what it can be when it's incredibly even. That's enough for me. For right now, that's enough for me. This answer might change in 2 years, 10 years, 20 years,
Do you hope that it does?
I don't hope that it does, but I don't hope that it does just as much as I hope that it doesn't. It's.
Do you feel like if you had the answers that you would pursue it as hard?
If someone could definitively tell me, like, if you do this, you will achieve awakening, and here's proof, I would fully.
Here's what awakening is.
yeah. If they could be like, yeah, that's the thing about awakening is, like, it's one of those things you can talk around. I've heard teachers talk around it because it's hard to talk about it. It really is an experiential thing, from what I've gathered. You have to given to you just by description.
What is the point?
For me, or for what?
Yes.
Well, like I said, for me, the point is, like, it's proven so far to be a stabilizing factor for me, so that's why I do it.
Yeah, but what would awakening look like for you? Like, what are you hoping for, and what do you?
In a fantastical world, awakening for me looks like me dissolving into nothingness.
I think that cues up Kat, because she also would like to be snapped out of existence and has her hand raised.
So actually, I can't. Okay, Thrayle, I was very surprised that Cedar had not been up here yet. The other day, he told me that like when I said that I wanted to meditate myself into a beam of light, that was the most accurate like description of Tibetan Buddhism he'd heard on TikTok, and I felt really good about that. Anyway, um,
I still think of the movie
uh,
Powder.
so my question actually, Jim and I have spoken fairly extensively about how one achieves meditating themselves into a beam of light. And I was wondering if you had any ideas on how one might achieve that, because we have some theories.
So the only thing I could give you are like some reiterations of teachings I've received about it, because so what you're talking about in the Tibetan church, so Dzogchen and Mahamudra are very similar. They're actually, so bear with me. This might get wordy again.
Okay,
Before
wait,
you do,
yeah, hold on, before
Okay.
it does.
Raccoon's going to bed, so thank you, Raccoon, so much for being here. I appreciate you as always.
Sweet dreams.
Okay.
Okay. I want to narrow that down some.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
but do you have something?
Well, I do want to get. Go ahead.
So okay. So Jim and I have theorized that the way you do this is by not focusing all your energy on like achieving this thing, right? You just kind of work on achieving the other things that you're trying to achieve, enlightenment, concentration on it. And so going through life, with like I'm thinking like going through life with this goal, right? And we'll just call it that. Do you think it is more in line with like what Buddhism teaches to just like try to do the best you can do and focus the most achieving these things might be awakening instead of like focusing on and might be I need to narrow down better. I thought I had it
Cutting out too.
hard. Oh, great, okay. Maybe put a pin in this.
This might be a bit much for the Batcolyte. This might be a Discord conversation. If bio were in the Batcolyte's bio, the first link will take you there. You just need to read the rules, otherwise it might look a little lonely. But yeah, Cedar, I think that well, focusing on how we get to a beam of light might be an interesting line of questioning. I'd question if you actually think that interesting. You actually think that or something.
So I don't know if that's one of those things that. You know, there's a lot of claims, especially in the would really have to see for myself to believe. So the word for all of these claims, these mystical, magical, these SIDDHI, attainments or achievements would be a good translation. I'm not entirely sold on all of them. I do think they're easily a good. I'm not, again, I don't think in this lifetime, if there are lifetimes to follow this one, which again, I'm not sure I will in this lifetime. I won't make any of those cities. This lifetime, I won't.
You're positive in this lifetime you won't.
I am very convinced I won't. I am open to the possibility that I'm very convinced I really don't think it will.
So then,
I like to leave space for doubt in many things.
And so the doubt is just one of those little spaces you leave, but you hold an entire worldview based around it.
Yeah. So. Yeah. So. It's kind of like, okay, if we talk about a medical term for that, you have like, so awareness, being alert, right? You're conscious. Then you have the philosophical idea of consciousness, which is kind of like, that one could go down, which I've only begun stepping foot in. I lost my train of thought. I had a point there. Yeah, I leave doubt for things. I like to keep doubt. I think you said something about
around that little tiny piece of doubt.
Yeah. I mean, my worldview is. Oh God, what is my worldview? My worldview, I don't think is perfect. My worldview, I don't think is perfectly in line. There are critiques of Buddhism I have. The siddhis being one of them, like I mentioned. So in the Buddhist worldview, you have a doctrine called the Two Truths. And they're called the Two Truths. And these are expounded upon. And that is the truth of temporal reality, or how things appear. And then the truth of ultimate reality, how things... ultimate reality, how things... I take those teachings, but I also say, these could also be wrong. There might be knowledge out there that I haven't stumbled across that disproves all of this. I think it's worked for me so far. That, there might be going into a medical situation. Am I alert? Am I aware? If we're looking at it philosophically, I cannot prove that I am or am not conscious, a conscious being, right? So my worldview is that I'm alert, I am or am to function in this world. If I put my hand into a fire, it's gonna hurt. I know this. That most people have an idea of. And as far as like an ultimate reality, again, I think it's nice, but it's not relative to me at this moment. As far as moment. Nice.
I don't know, Cedar, if I have any more questions for you. But I appreciate. But I wonder what questions you ask. In what ways you might question. I wonder beliefs after this conversation. But I appreciate you. Conversation. Hope you keep asking questions.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Cedar. Take care. Take care. In here, if we tap that screen wildly, we could break 100,000 likes in just a matter of minutes. Maybe even less. Maybe even before we even find out what our next guest really believes. But while you guys do that, also, if you go down to the share button, there should be a repost option. There. You can get the live. Hey, Will, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, hello, I'm 37.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like it?
I do. I am a Orthodox Christian.
An Orthodox kind of orthodoxy.
Western.
Western.
But I am
Orthodox. Interesting.
I am trying to look into Eastern Orthodoxy, but they kind of they kind of hold that knowledge close to the chest. It's not exactly easy to learn, but that's a conversation for a different day. They kind of.
So, have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes, many times.
And do you believe all of the stories within it to be true and literal as told?
Literally, no. They're stories to help us grow. Many times.
Are true.
I know that the Bible is to be interpreted as a whole from
are true
revelations, and I try to not be that person who picks Bible verses out and use them as arguments. Also, I do not specifically subscribe to the Old Testament.
I see.
First Testament
is that you don't see any use in questioning the Bible, just taking it all as a whole and accepting it.
The way I worded my answers, I was trying to.
You were trying to avoid me bringing up any verses that might seem contradictory. You're trying to avoid questioning unique stories within the Bible.
No.
Well then, what was the goal of that statement?
I was attempting to use my words. Use my word to question my faith.
I see.
Because I am comfortable with questioning my faith.
The answers seem to imply the opposite.
Oh,
interesting.
My words to your ears.
Perhaps.
You know, I can't. I can't
You're
mean
right.
what you know.
Exactly. So I'm curious, in what ways then do you question your faith, if not in questioning the veracity or the consistency of the Bible?
Birthright. I'm gonna disregard the latter and move the latter, objective and subjective morality. Disregard morality.
You'd like to talk about objective and question I asked, and just say you'd like to talk about objective and subjective morality.
Correct, because that is.
Or you just ignore the questions I asked.
We're good. We're having a great conversation.
I see.
I love this. We're good.
But you're not interested in discussing or questioning Christianity. You just want to discuss objective and subjective morality. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Because in my well, I don't have to give a because. I'll just say yes, correct.
And if I ask why?
Correct. Because I'll just say yes. My, pseudo Christian faith. Fortunately, I had a pastor growing up in church who encouraged me, to question faith, talk about it, and that, that's a good thing. In the context of the prompt.
It is a good thing, Will. Really quick, I'm going to
talk about
I do need to thank Fairy Dust. Is that Fairy Dust? That is the name. Okay. Sorry, Fairy Dust, 3 Pips, Ms. Bear, and Jace. I appreciate all of you for helping with the goal. I really do. Thank you. Thank you so much. Will.
Yes, sir.
Objective morality, the linchpin of your, as you said, of your, as you said, pseudo Christianity. Is that sort of where it all stems from?
As you say it, yes, I will agree that there is an objective morality. Objective morality.
I didn't.
That isn't what he said.
It's fascinating. It's fascinating. Selective listening, maybe? Is it?
Well,
he asked if you need to have, if the need for an objective morality, like if your belief hinged on that. He did not say whether or not there was morality, like if your belief hinged on. He asked if you need there to be for your belief.
Then okay, it's not for my belief. I will say
their belief.
I will say, lack of a better term, in concrete, there is an objective.
What does objective mean in this usage?
That objectively there is a right and a wrong.
I didn't ask, I'm sorry, I didn't ask what you thought morality meant. You changed the word morality to describe objective. What does objective mean?
That there is a true and a false.
I didn't ask to a true and a false. That's what objective means to you.
We can build off that basis.
So you're saying that there is a true and a false, right and
start there, yes.
I don't
start.
I don't know if you can start there, Will. When you say objective, what is the opposite of that? Cool. What does that mean?
That is
cool. What does that mean?
That something can be correct in the eyes of a free will.
In the eyes of a free will.
So on and so forth.
In the eyes of a being.
Right.
So things are right.
Right.
So things are right and wrong depending on a being. Okay. Okay.
I'll just say yes.
And in your objective morality, or you say that things are just right and wrong.
There is an objective right.
Meaning
wrong.
There's no being, right? Is that what you mean? By objective, there's no being that it depends on.
There is no objective.
I didn't say that.
Yeah. Let's.
Okay.
Yeah. I can go with that.
Are you saying?
I'll follow you.
I'm trying to understand you, Will. We're using your words here, just reversing the subjective that had a being, and now objective. Does that mean no being? Are you?
Or sorry. Absence.
Absence of being.
because neither stands alone.
Neither stands alone. What does that mean?
Sorry.
What,
Neither requires a free will. Requires a free will.
require free will? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's
Okay.
what I'm going with. Yeah,
Great.
I'll
I didn't
commit
think we
to
were
it.
there. I didn't think we were there because I didn't free will. So let's go back to, does it require a being, or what does it require?
It pardon me. If I can't say it the right way, I'll say it the wrong way. I appreciate the conversation. Objecticality and subjecticality does not require being or presence.
What are we talking about? Like genuinely, what are we talking about? What does free will have to do with morality? And what the fuck are we talking about?
I can answer. Okay. Kat.
Mm-hmm.
If what's your favorite snack food?
Cheetos.
Cheetos. Okay. So I have organic, certified organic, no dyes, no artificial flavor Cheetos in my right hand, and they cost $50 for a small bag.
Okay.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then on my left hand, I have Cheetos with the red dye and all the artificial flavors, but they're only $2.
Okay.
Which one? This is a thought experiment. Which pack of Cheetos do you buy?
Probably the $2 ones.
Okay. Thank you for your honesty. Okay. Now, the pack of Cheetos in my right hand is exactly what it says.
Well,
but the $2 Cheetos have arsenic.
Hey, Will, hang on for a second.
No, this is 100%.
Hang on for
on
just a
point.
second.
yeah, and I'm sure it is, but what the fuck are we talking about?
Morality, whether it's subjective or objective, and I'm talking to Kat at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So Kat,
Yeah, no, I know.
the Cheetos in my left
do
hand.
not. I knew it. Thrayle, Cat, are you sure you want to carry on with this one?
I just want to know where it's going. Like I don't know why the Cheetos are related to morality, and I'm just intensely curious at this point.
Okay.
Well, they know the point that I'm getting at, and they don't want me to get at that point.
Will.
Oh, fascinating. I'll mute.
Okay. Will, it has nothing to do with not wanting you to get to the point. It would actually be great if you just got there.
Okay. So, Kat, the Cheetos in my left hand have arsenic in them, and you buy them from me.
Uh-huh. Don't answer that. Keep going.
Did I do anything wrong?
Did you know?
Yeah, I do. I told you they had arsenic in them.
Well, if you told me, then no, you didn't do anything wrong.
They take it.
Would you two like to expand on the ideas of subjective and objective morality?
Not really.
Because Kat,
Will.
I just poisoned you,
Will.
but you agreed to it, so I didn't do anything wrong.
Will.
That's objective.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
This is not what objective means.
That's objective morality. I fed you poison, Kat.
I'm gonna ask you to do me a favor.
But you were
drink
okay
a glass
with
of
it,
water.
so I didn't do anything wrong.
Let's do this, Will. Why don't you go drink a glass of water, and then while you do that, look up objective and subjective, and if you want to come back after that glass of water, maybe we'll talk to you again. But you gotta look up those words first, because I don't even know how to. Yeah. Wow.
Oh, I like the colorful what the fuck, by the way.
I made that.
It's beautiful.
Well,
And,
I didn't
sorry,
put the what
Kat,
the fuck on it.
I just really wanted to know why that was going on for so long.
Because I needed to know why the Cheetos and the free will and the morality all were connected.
Cat.
Everybody has like their look. I have seen all of you be intensely curious about some crazy thing someone was saying, and I've been there like, why are we talking about this?
Fair. Very fair. I'm trying to protect my headphones from the wind, so apologies. Good morning, both.
Good morning. It's lovely to see you.
And you.
How are you doing this morning?
I'm well. Working out if Loki in the comments would like to discuss, or if someone else would.
We do have 2 in requests, and we only take one at a time. So.
Oh, do that. Choose.
Oh goodness, these look promising.
Well.
Oh, just kidding. One of them only has a question. That one.
Let's get the question out of the way then. Donkey, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yep, 30.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
No, agnostic.
Agnostic. Do you question or you just settle in the I don't know?
I've just settled in there. I don't know. I did a lot of deconstructing.
I see.
Do you offer therapy after the whole Cheeto thing? I was trying to give him, like, my brain to wrap around it, and he made me go Google. And I was like, yeah, no, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, no therapy offered, but I appreciate you. We are looking for believers who can question their beliefs, but...
Oh, no problem, man. I'll drop a follow. Appreciate it, guys.
Appreciate you, Donkey.
Take care.
Yeah, listen to the Batcolyte at your own Cheeto risk.
Absolutely. You put the Cheetos on the table. He asked your favorite snack. You could have said anything.
It was just the most recent.
I guess we don't have a believer. We had another person in queue, but they were a non-believer. At least according to their bio. If anybody else does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue with you. I would like to know, well, what it is you believe and why you believe it. And maybe if you can answer those, we might have a few more questions.
Both sides has been watching The Princess Bride.
Why?
Yeah. I haven't. I literally do have it memorized. Like if I watch it, I can sit there and line for line. But no, he just made reference to it in the comments. That's what it is.
Yeah, I figured it would be committed by now. Both sides, and we're the same age. There's no way we could escape that.
I'm a big fan of both sides.
Me too.
I still have a soft spot for him.
He's been doing lives lately too.
He was a brain in a vat.
He was a brain in a vat reading
The Problem with Philosophy by Bertrand Russell.
Bertrand Russell, that's what it was.
Mm-hmm. I remembered that. Look, I was paying attention. So that's amazing.
That is amazing. What's also amazing is we broke 100K back there, and I forgot to say anything, but you guys are amazing for tapping us up to 103,000 likes. And if you keep tapping, we might be able to get somebody in here who believes in a God. You can also go down and hit the share and repost the live if you haven't already.
The Batcolyte is very pleased with the 100K likes.
The Batcolyte.
I like laughed out loud when I read that.
I think I scared people off. Feel free to flop me back to the comments if you want.
Oh, yeah, I don't think you scared them. See?
Well, but I'm so terrifying.
We have a sad man joining us.
Hi, sad man.
Caricature
Hello.
for TikTok TOS.
38 years.
Or anything like that.
A personal view, but not anything that's known or held or shared by anyone else.
A personal view of a god or a higher power.
Yeah.
And how do you describe that higher power?
As an amorphous, universal power.
I'm sorry, a cloud of universal power. What were the other adjectives you threw in there?
No, I mean, I don't really have an image. What's the best term to use this? So, well, I was raised in Christianity, a male-esque divinity that's burned in my brain. But other than that, I'm open to questioning every belief. It's why I'm agnostic. But as far as any definitive God creator who actively manages and witnesses the earth, I'm ambivalent. I could support it. I could be against it. I don't care.
Does it matter to you if a god like that exists or not? You don't care.
I mean, does it matter to me if God exists? Not on the daily. Now, what I believe about a God, their existence or lack thereof is still not contingent on me. So, I mean, it's just a folly to try and think that way.
So you don't have a belief in a God. You don't disbelieve that there's a God. You just are ambivalent towards it as you assume it would be to you.
Right. So
isn't that kind of a belief in itself that a God, if it exists, would be ambivalent to you?
I mean, that is by use of the language a belief, yes. So, yes, I guess so. I believe that, my
You
issue
didn't give me a
belief is
juicy belief to question, so I got to question that one.
well, it just, man, your voice is something else too. I'm sorry, you're getting to me, but as far as your cadence, but as in regards to, I'm lost. It's too early. It's 6 a.m. I haven't had coffee yet.
I appreciate you, Sam.
Yeah, you need that coffee.
I do appreciate you. It sounds like you might be questioning already, but no closer to any answers than the rest of us.
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming up and answering what questions you did, but I think we're going to move on and hopefully find a believer to question. But I really appreciate you. Maybe if you have some good questions, throw them at us in the comments, or some other time you can bring them to the panel. Or if you find some answers out there, well, maybe bring those back. We'll have the questions. Hopefully.
And if you're feeling generous, can you please bring me some coffee next time?
And bring Noctis some coffee. Okay, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm 19 years old. How's it going?
It's going great. What year were you born?
You said what year was I born?
Mm-hmm.
I was born in 2006.
Do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
What month were you born?
I was born in September.
What God do you believe in?
I'm a Christian.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes. Not as many times as I should have, but yes.
Do you believe the stories within it to be true?
Yes.
Written? So do you believe in a 6-day creation?
Yes.
And Adam and Eve? Why do you believe those things?
I don't want to sound like an asshole, but is that, like, can I answer the prompt? Like, what does that have to do with the prompt?
What is your belief? Why do you believe it?
I believe it because I've experienced it.
You've experienced a 6-day creation and Adam and Eve in the garden.
No. I've experienced encounters. But that's, I mean, like I said, does that have anything to do with the prompt?
Sure does.
It says, can you question your beliefs? Like, what is that?
Yeah, what does that mean to you?
I mean, I would answer the question with a simple answer. I mean, yes, it is human nature to question things.
What does it mean to question your beliefs?
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
To question your beliefs is, I mean, it's just, some things might be confusing. I mean, and some things might not seem real, but I mean, you question. I mean, it's I don't really understand how to elaborate any further.
You don't know how to elaborate any further on the idea of what it means to question beliefs?
I mean, not necessarily. I feel like it's as simple as that.
Do you question your belief that the God of your religion is real?
I mean, I don't question that. I mean, I don't question that necessarily. There's other things I do question.
What do you question about your beliefs?
I mean, question everything honestly, but it's I mean, yeah, I mean, I pretty you're so yeah. I answered your question wrong. I pretty much question everything. But do I believe it? Yes. Do I question it? Yes. But is there not other worldly things that I question too? Yes. Everybody questions a lot of things. It's not just religion. It's human nature to question.
When you question the idea that your God is real, how do you question that?
I mean, what do you mean by how do I question that? Like,
How do you go about questioning that? What questions do you ask in relation to the reality of your God?
I mean, I can give you certain examples of things that I question. Like, I'm sorry, I'm still not kind
That's
of.
fine. Try an example. See if maybe you're understanding more than you think.
Okay, well, I mean, an example, like, can I give you an example of something in the Bible that I question?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, one example is, I mean, I feel like anybody would question a man walking on water, a man multiplying food in order for more people to eat, like, just things like that. I mean, a man resurrecting from death. I mean, I could go on, but
So you question the supernatural claims
yes,
of
you say that.
Jesus' miracles in the New Testament.
Yes.
Are those, when you say you question them, do you just wonder if those are real, or
I mean,
what are some
I
other
don't wonder if
questions
they're.
about them?
I don't make sense.
So
Not.
I see. So you don't question whether or not those events occurred. You question what mechanism made them occur or what it looked like when it happened.
Yeah, there you go.
So you don't question the reality or the truth of your beliefs, just you question explanations for the assumptions you already make.
Yeah, yeah. But what do you mean by the assumptions I already make?
That your God is real and your book is true. You don't question those.
No,
Why not?
because I believe that they're true.
Why? You said you've read the book many times.
Right.
Is that honest?
Yeah.
1 Peter 3:15.
You want me to tell you?
What is that verse?
Like, you want me to tell you the verse?
Yes. Okay. Maybe he left the app trying to Google it. Sometimes the app does just remove you if you leave the panel like that. Usually it leaves you in teacup, so if he wants to come back, he can, of course. Donkey, the verse was 1 Peter 3:15. It's about being prepared to give the reason for your faith. But thank you, Donkey, and Heather's Descent, Jace, and Keep Ups. Also, thank you, Telonius, and I'm always going to get it wrong, Squiggles. Thank you so much for helping with the goal.
really do appreciate it. If you type that out in other characters, I might then pronounce it right. Maybe I'll remember it next time. Who knows? Looking for believers. We have a couple of people in queue. Let me see who's still there. Who was first? Hello, Natasha. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
48.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
All of the above.
All of the above. So you believe in multiple gods and higher powers?
Correct.
Do you describe your faith in any single word? Is there a practice that you follow?
There's no single word.
I see. So no label or title for what you believe.
Correct.
Just everything.
Correct.
Do you venerate or worship any gods over any others?
No.
When you say that you believe they exist, do you mean all gods that people imagine, or just the ones that are written down?
All the peoples that gods imagine. And there's balance. There's always balance.
There's balance. What do you mean by that?
There's balance between gods. Do you understand that?
Not entirely, no, because if you're saying that you believe in all the gods, you said all the peoples that gods imagine.
I said
Is that
there's
what you
balance between gods.
Right,
That's what I
heard you
said.
say that. I was going back a few more sentences on the other
I
question.
said there's balance between gods.
Yeah, I sure heard you say that, Natasha. Have you been drinking this evening? Is that what's going on?
No, I have not.
Okay. What was the other part about believing in all the gods that people imagine? Do you believe in all the gods?
It depends on what god you're asking of.
Yeah, so I asked you what god or gods you believed in. Actually, I
No,
asked you.
you didn't.
You're
You
right.
didn't ask
You're
me.
right.
You're
I
asking
asked.
me now. You're asking me now. You didn't ask me before.
Okay, Natasha, I asked you when you came up if you believed in a god or god's higher power or anything like that. You said all of
You
them.
do know that when you talk that way, you talk like this, that it doesn't make you sound any more special.
I'm not trying to sound special, Natasha.
You
I'm
are
just
trying to
trying.
sound. You're trying to sound special, like.
Okay,
Oh,
Natasha.
love.
She wanted to convince me she wasn't drunk, but I'm not getting that.
Oh.
It's very
It's
early to be
amazing the
drunk,
people
isn't
you
it?
find. Yeah, it's something.
It's not a holiday for you guys, is it?
No, not at all. It is a Friday though, and I am British. And let's be honest, the British find any rule to drink, so, you know.
Cat father. At least 20 times a night. Between the chat and guests. Usually 3 or 4 guests. And dozens more in the chat.
I don't understand why anybody cares so much.
Why, if I was forcing my voice, would I force this one?
I think it upsets me because they always go for something personal, you know? It's never, it's like it goes back to being in a school playground where, oh no, you have red hair. Oh no, your voice. Like, can it be more imaginative, more creative? That would be nice.
I mean, I could always talk like this through the whole life, and we'll see where that goes.
Please fucking don't.
No, I shouldn't talk like this.
No.
I'm kind of down.
I just say if anybody has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're open to having your beliefs questioned, well, go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate or argue with you. We just want to know what it is you believe and why.
Is it hurting your voice yet?
It feels a little weird. It's not comfortable.
It's not comfortable for us either, so.
Yankee Bubs, DM me. We could probably figure something out. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're open to having your beliefs questioned, well, go ahead and request on up. Like that other guy said.
Is Noctis the scary one?
Oh, Noctis is absolutely the scary one. No questions
Jeez.
asked.
We don't even have to vote on that.
No vote necessary.
No, but Noctis, were you here when Thrayle and I pulled the audience on who was the scary one?
Oh, what? No. I want to know who won.
We tied twice.
Oh, that's fascinating. I'm definitely the scary one.
Yeah, I think you might be the scary one.
She didn't ask any questions either, see? I mean, she asked about our little competition, but...
Well, what was funny was it was like they intentionally like tied it twice because nobody wanted to like they were
Someone would
they
say
acted,
they're abstaining, and then as soon as it went out of tie, then they would vote. Yeah, pretty clear.
Just to like tie it back.
I kind of love that. That just goes to show we have a very, very incredible, sweet audience, and I love them all.
I don't know how you manage to be the scary one still, but you do.
It's the real as gotta be. I just chase around people. Like behave.
The Fire Yeti makes a really good point in the comments, though. The scary one is clearly the Bat Coyote because he never says anything.
Oh, that's fair. That is facts.
The real scary one is when Thrayle's voice starts coming out of the Bat Coyote.
I need to meet this
every
Bat
time.
Coyote.
If you go in Discord in the live discussion, there's a screenshot that explains the Bat Coyote.
Oh, I shall do. Thank you. At which point, anyone can join the Discord if they would like. It's on Thrayle's profile. I'm not very good at then ask one of the mods, or ask Thrayle himself. He's much better at explaining.
I don't think Batitude can be the scary one because he never comes.
Batitude is sassy. I love Batitude.
There have been a few times in the past few weeks where I have seriously considered bringing Batitude in.
You know what? You should have brought Batitude a minute ago with Mr. Cheeto.
Yeah, when Scary Thrayle comes out, I just sit there gleefully. I mute myself and I'm like, yes, rubbing my little hands.
Oh yeah, or like the Fire Eater makes a good point. Like the Thrayle dad voice. That is like that makes you like rethink. Like it makes me rethink things. And he like I'm not even the one getting the dad voice.
I'm not sure what the dad voice is.
It's the stern voice when you go real sort of like calm and collected, but stern.
Stop.
Okay, yeah. There was one night where there was a kid up here and he was like 19 or 20 and you had a conversation with him about consent and that was the most hardcore Thrill dad voice I have ever heard. Like I was like, oh, that's scary.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
That was that was like the epitome of the dad voice.
I don't know what dad voice we're talking about. I never.
We'll just have to wait and see if it happens
Yeah,
again.
I don't think it can be forced. I think it's just something that happens. It's like when Philly mom voiced somebody real hard one day, and I was like, oh.
I
Philly
do.
has a
I do
scary
love
mom
it. I love
voice.
the stern voices. She's so sweet as well, so it hits real hard.
I see somebody over on YouTube saying that they don't know how to call. You got to be on TikTok in order to join us on panel. But maybe here in the future, I'll work on a way to bring in guests from other platforms.
Hi, YouTube.
Hello, YouTube. There's somebody watching on YouTube?
There's at least 3, I think.
That's awesome. That's great. See, this happens almost nightly that there's 100 viewers and not a single believer somehow. I don't really know if I believe then that there isn't any believers, but
Trip says there's a delay. Yes, there's a big delay between TikTok and YouTube.
do you want to let us question your beliefs, B?
Oh, we've questioned B's beliefs a few times.
Well, no, she said in the comments, she said, I have many beliefs. Well, I know this.
Yeah, but does anybody actually have a belief in a god or gods? A higher power or anything like that?
Oh, you've offended her.
She says, am I no fun anymore? Of course you're fun to question, B. But I have to keep my burgling mitts off.
Yeah, she is unburglar. Burglar.
I would question that, but I already know many of those answers. I'd love to question you again, B, anytime.
I've never actually like formally questioned B. I would be. I've asked her many questions. But never in like a formal questioning sense. It's always been like a casual kind of.
I remember the first time we questioned B. I can't remember who else was on panel at the time, but it was a while back. But there are many
She's not
other.
even.
Oh.
I was just saying she's not even up here getting questioned. She's already talking about Aristotle.
Uh-huh. It was many hours of philosophy ago, so I imagine questioning her beliefs will be a little different this time around. But who knows? Maybe there are several questions that she hasn't considered yet. Or you, any of you listening, if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're open to having that belief questioned, well, go ahead and request on up. Hey, Thrayle, how do you say your name out loud? I don't know.
Thrayle like snail.
I thought I wasn't on mute, and I was trying to jump in there before you got it out to say that it was Thrayle. But I was on mute, and I foiled my own evil plan.
Oh yeah, Thralala.
Thralala. Thralle. So we're being goofy, and it's Thrayle. It is Thrayle.
There's a poll. There was a poll. I don't know why the pronunciation of my name should be a voting matter. I'm pretty sure I was given authoritarian control in a vote.
Oh, this is the only time you want the story? This is the only time you're going to take advantage of that?
As the true authoritarian in this group, I decline that. I decline what you want to do, Thrayle.
Oh yeah, I forgot that authoritarian mod you got.
Hey, I give warnings. Might be. Oh, do we do question the questioner? There's a lovely question down there for you, Thrayle.
we... Which question?
Can you explain the meaning of your name?
Oh. No.
Oh. Because I already know it.
Well, the reason I can't explain it is because it kind of has no meaning. I mean, there are meanings people impose, and I could impose my own. But
It's a metaphor for the universe.
it was just a mouth utterance. When one was needed, it was the one that was uttered.
Because it's good chocolate, but also 800 grams. Is that in America? Because over here, that would be cheaper.
We don't measure things like that.
I can get 1,000 grams for I think £3.50, depending. But Cadbury's is a top brand, and it will get you hooked on chocolate. I know. I still have an addiction I'm fighting.
1,000. That doesn't even that's like foreign to me. I don't even know what. Yeah, I don't know what.
Good.
Look, I know what a key looks like, but not a key of chocolate.
So yummy. To be fair, in Asda, I do think they're about £10, but it's also Christmas time, so prices hike up.
Oh, were you asking
just
about
gotta
what
know where to find the
authoritarian
cheap
means?
ones.
I don't think he was asking about. Oh, I think he was asking. Nobody's debating about anything. So I don't. I think he was asking. Authoritarian would be like a dictatorship. Which we ironically voted the room into a Thrayle dictatorship, which he never uses the dictator powers except for this one thing apparently.
It's kind of perfect, though. You don't really want a dictator to be in control.
It's a 50-50 kind of thing, so I'll just do a quick poll on this. Should there be more polls? Smiley face for yes, frowny face for no. You can only vote once.
This is the opposite of the dictatorship. This what we're doing right now is the opposite of how a dictator leads.
I voted too. We don't know how much my vote counts for.
You're crying face.
Some people are just scrolling in and they're going to vote smiley face just to go with the crowd. You know that, right? They don't even know. They don't even know they're voting for more voting.
This is interesting to me because we definitely voted you into the dictatorship, but we are now voting for more democracy. So basically, there's a lot of cognitive dissonance here. We need to get our shit together, is what I just learned.
Welcome to the human race, Cat.
Next question. Is Noctis... How do we get a coup going? I don't know. That's a good question.
Oh, you could do it. And if you don't say I am, I'm gonna chase you around with rulers.
Well, I try to set up a poll. Thank you, everybody, for tapping that screen. We're up to 116,000 likes. If we all tapped a little bit more, we'd probably break 150 before the end of the hour. Oh, we'd probably get there even sooner. But if you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're open to having your beliefs questioned, we'll go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate you or argue with you. But we do want to know if you can question, well then, what is it you believe? And why do you believe it?
And why is it Winnie the Pooh?
And why is it Winnie the Pooh?
Yeah.
Also, in response to the recent vote for more voting, here's something to vote on.
Oh my god. Are we not voting for ourselves again? Is like this?
Can I vote myself? I was gonna say.
So we didn't vote for ourselves last time.
If you are the scary one, you would vote for yourself.
Oh, I think then we have to vote for ourselves.
I've put me, just me.
That means one less vote for Noctis.
Did you vote?
Did I vote?
I can't be the only one that doesn't vote.
Oh my.
I did vote.
I am losing. This is not okay.
It's mandated voting.
See, I want to know what.
See.
Damn it. Did Thrayle vote for himself? I can't see who voted for what.
I did vote for myself.
Okay, well, there we go.
One for Cat.
Oh, wow, I'm losing.
Everybody thinks they're the scary one.
Everybody thinks they're the scary one.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. Thank you, Everlasting.
You know what's interesting? Everybody who thinks that they're the scary one, they might be right. But
I'm trying to come across scary in the comments.
They might be right, but
We're voting on who's the scary one, Morgan.
depending upon who we're measuring scary from or how we're measuring it, since it really is just a subjective
It's totally subjective.
viewpoint.
Are you okay with your name being used in someone's book, Thrayle? Because someone did ask that, and now they're saying they're taking your lack of response as a yes, so.
I'm sorry, they're taking my lack of response.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I mean, I would like, I don't know, some information, some details in DM would be good. I would prefer that. But yeah, I didn't see the question in the comments. It looks like with 2 minutes left, all of us are the scary ones. We are all the scariest. Or does that mean the audience is the scariest?
I would say the audience usually is the scariest. There's a savage, thrashing down there half the time.
Oh yeah, I don't even like me when I'm down there.
Yeah. Yeah, me and Thrayle tight. Wahaha.
Yeah, I know.
Although you guys tied last time, right?
Yes, we did.
We tied twice last time, yeah.
I think Kat thought she was scarier.
I am scary.
In some ways. In as much as the non-existence of one's own self might be scary.
And as
It's
much
not
as like
yourself.
a non-existent 5'4", 120-pound woman could be scary, yeah. That's a good point. That isn't very scary.
I'm only scary when I need to protect. If I'm being honest.
I don't know, my ex-husband used to tell me that when I got really mad, my eyes would turn black, and he thought that was scary.
Maybe that was his fear response, making it harder to see the color in your eyes.
Well, in all fairness, my eyes are very dark brown already, so.
Well, it looks like all of us won.
Everlasting made your gift 666.
Hell yeah.
We're all
Hey everybody,
terrifying.
how's it been going?
Hi, Blake.
We're just sitting up here being scary, apparently. Well, not as scary as the audience, according to the vote of the audience. But mostly equally scary. But how are you doing, Blake? Are you scared?
I'm wondering how the audience vote has affected your belief about how scary you are.
Ooh.
I thought Noctis was scarier.
My belief is now that Everlasting's my favorite person in the room. So.
Who's the other one that voted you scary?
Yeah, he was the other one.
See, both siding got me. He's got my back. He knows.
Bought a new vape the other day, and then I lost the old one before it was out, and I was trying to finish it before I opened the new one, but then I lost it, so I opened the new one, and now I have two, and I don't like it.
I've been in that boat.
It's not my favorite.
Speaking of boats, if you believe that an ancient man built a boat and put a bunch of animals in it to save them from a flood or anything like that, well, go ahead and request on up. That's a little specific, but if you also have a belief in a god that would do something like that, or really any kind of god, and you're open to questioning, well, go ahead and request on up. That's a bad segue. It's messy. Where's Philly with the clean, comical segue when you need it?
Oh my gosh. Earlier when Philly just like teacups and disappeared and it was just me and you were like, segue, and I tried to do it and it was a train wreck. That was yours right now was way better.
Heather's Descent says, let's pray to the Anunnaki. The believers just flood in, right? Which one of them would we pray to? Or just all of them? Todd Peanut asks a very important question. Right now, because I'm cold, I would definitely say it should be somewhere around 72 Fahrenheit, maybe a little less at night.
I think that it should be between 75 and 85 all year round.
Sure.
When the sun's out.
When the sun is out.
And then a little bit chillier at night.
That sounds magical.
So that's my life.
That's Louisiana too, except for it not getting colder at night.
Yeah, it's because it's too humid. It's a swamp.
Who would vote Thrayle for president?
Thrayle is not decisive enough to be the president.
It depends. So, will I be accompanying for this presidency? Be part of your entourage? Because if
What
so,
cabinet
I'm voting
position?
yes.
What we get?
I mean, I
Do
obviously
you hear this?
would need trusted people in various cabinet positions.
No, wait, hold on. Do you hear this? These two are just worried about what they get, not the good of the country.
Shh, cat, shh.
The question, Kat, is why aren't you?
Worried about what I get? Because I'm more worried about having a good leader.
Oh, well, I mean, a good leader appoints trusted people with experience to positions.
Right, so if you think that I am worthy of a cabinet position, then I'll get one, and that's fine. But, like, I'm more worried about your ability to make decisions in an efficient manner.
Yeah, but like
No one asked, Cat.
you could do in the like Department of the Interior or what else am I trying? Like land management.
Right.
Look, if it makes you feel any better, I'm British. There's no chance I'm getting in the cabinet. I just want to be told that I would, okay?
Just let him go. I think Thrayle would be too fair.
I genuinely think it may harm Thrayle more.
Right.
But I think you would do your best. Like, I think you would be really good, but you would end up being harmed.
I would worry.
You're a good person, Thrayle.
Well, I think that's why I would worry. I would worry. Good person. I would worry that am I really the best you can do? We can do better than me, right? Surely.
And this is why I said the thing I said about making efficiently making decisions. Because if you're worried about that, then like that's going to be the first thing you're worried about, and then yet, anyway.
Investigate my own election to see if there was tampering. Yeah.
Yeah, just message Hassan Piker and ask them what they would do, and then they would totally just make decisions for you and give you a game plan.
Really quick, I gotta make sure and thank Heather, Everlasting, and Keybubs, as well as Buttons and Squiggles. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for helping with the goal. This Squiggles name is throwing me every time I try to read it, and I don't know what the characters are.
It's okay. It says esoteric gem.
Apparently, yep, I see that.
What? Oh, okay.
My
I've
brain
been
just
trying
could
to.
not.
That's fine. I've been trying to figure out who you were talking about this whole time, and I thought it might have been them, but I wasn't sure. And so you said it again, so I went and looked. Yeah.
My brain did not put
But they
those
like
characters
squiggles.
together.
Well, they like to be called squiggles anyway.
Okay.
Here at joining that, so it's fine.
Well, then we'll stick with Squiggles for now. Do we have a belief? Looks like we might. Hello, Latham. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 18, bro.
What year were you born?
I was born in 2007, bro.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do. I believe in Jesus Christ. I believe in obviously the Christian Godhead of the Trinity. And I think that questioning your beliefs are vital in order to come to a full understanding, right? I mean, because that's what a belief is. A belief is a doubt, and to doubt something, you have to question it.
You're saying a belief is a doubt?
Well, a belief is a doubt in the sense that you don't know. So, yes, there's an element of doubt in belief. Yes.
There's an element of doubt in belief.
I don't.
So, what does the
I don't
word
say
belief
I don't say I believe in my dad and my mother. I say I know my mother and father. Right.
So you don't believe your mother and father exist?
No, I know they exist.
You know they exist, and is knowledge in any way related to belief?
It can be, yes.
Is it exclusionary of belief? If you know something, you don't
Not
believe
necessarily, no.
So can you believe something and know something?
Yeah, you can, yeah.
So then I'm not quite sure. When you
Oh,
say
well,
you're...
no, you wouldn't be able to, no.
Oh,
Because if you know something, then you don't believe it. You know it, right?
So this is based on...
I get what you're saying, but I get what you're saying, yeah.
This is based on your idea of what belief means.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not my interpretation of what it means. I think that's just what it is. If you believe something, then there is a doubt.
You say that's just what it means. Are you sure that's just what it means, or just what it means to you?
Okay, well, I mean, if we go off the dictionary definition, an acceptance that something exists or is true, especially one without proof, right?
Does that include doubt?
Does that include doubt? Well, to not have proof is to doubt.
So it says including without proof.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
So you can accept something as true with or without proof and call that a belief?
Yes, that's what a belief is, yes.
Okay. So what is it when you accept something as true without proof?
Knowledge. Or, sorry, with proof or without? I was
without.
Without proof. Well, that's a belief.
So it's just belief if it's without proof, and it's
Yeah.
It's knowledge if it's with proof.
Yeah.
I see. And
Well,
do you have
that's the way I understand it. Do you understand it a different way, or?
But,
well, that's a belief.
But that does make more sense than what you were saying earlier, yes.
Yeah.
When you were saying that belief meant doubt. That
No, I
seemed
didn't
a
say
little
it means doubt. I think it comes with an element of doubt. Right.
all the time. Anytime you say believe, that's an element of doubt.
I mean, like, it depends because people, like you said, yeah, people in instances in which they do know, they would say they believe, but in reality, they do know. So it's not necessarily a belief; it's a fact. It's proof. But I get what you're saying. Yeah, I think we agree, but it's like,
I think there might be some nuance there, but
yeah,
it might be a little uninteresting until it becomes obvious later. So I'd question, have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Have I? No, of course not.
Why not?
In honesty, I'm not the best person that I could possibly be. I try, I stumble, I fall, I make mistakes. Sometimes I'm unmotivated. Sometimes I suffer from depression, or these aren't excuses, but are just a part of being human. And I it's obviously my will to read it from beginning to end and fully comprehend and understand everything as perfect as I can. But I think that's an unrealistic standard.
I'm always so perplexed when people say things like, no, of course not, or it's an unrealistic standard. Why?
Well, well, obviously in circumstances, I think people could, right? But I extend this to like a large majority of people, right? People like, and that's why I said that. But obviously people can, yeah. I'm not completely ruling it out.
That doesn't answer the question that I asked, but
Well, but your question's on the basis that I am ruling it out. I'm not.
no, it wasn't.
Okay, so how's it unrealistic? Because I think it's unrealistic because for example, people work a large amount of time. And then on top of that, people have personal lives, etc. They get bogged down. Maybe some people don't believe, etc., etc. The list goes on. So I think it's.
Right, but go ahead, Thrayle. Sorry, I'm sorry.
I think it's unrealistic standard for the majority of people.
You think it's an unrealistic standard to read the book that people say they believe in?
Well, I'm saying that this is an unrealistic standard for the majority of people. Yeah. Because
I wasn't asking why. I also wasn't asking why it was unrealistic for the majority of people. I was asking why it was unrealistic for you.
Well, I've explained that. I don't. It's not. I didn't say that it was an unrealistic standard, and like for me specifically, I think that I could. Me personally, I think that I could. Yes, of course, read it front to back, cover to cover, and fully comprehend and understand it. But that comes with time, and I obviously haven't reached that point in my life in which I have, and I hope that I will.
I think Noctis has a question.
I was going to say, are you sure you'd be able to fully comprehend it?
Yeah.
On the first go, you wouldn't have questions, for example.
Oh well, of course I have of course I'd have questions. Like I wouldn't fully understand it in the first go, right? It would take an exponential amount of time to fully comprehend it, in the sense that I would have to question, and I would have to question everything, and that, you know, that's how you actually come to a full understanding, right? Is to question, question, question.
Mm-hmm. Real quick, gotta thank Huggy for the train, and I did see the turkey earlier too. Thank you, Huggy. So you say that's how you come to full understanding, is to question and question. How can you question the text or the truth of it? Hang on, I had more to it. How can you question the text or the truth of it if you haven't read it?
Well, you wouldn't be able to.
So you haven't been able to question whether or not the Bible is true or not.
Like in what sense? In a very, like, in a general, like, does it exist?
Are the stories within it true as written?
Well, our archaeologists, you know, use it as a map for
Do they actually use it as a map, or do they sometimes find things that correlate to certain geographic locations occasionally?
Yeah, so it both correlates, and there's archaeologists that do use the Bible specifically as historical context, and obviously
I'm not sure what you mean. Archaeologists use it as historical context. Are you saying that some of them use it in some way to understand,
to decipher what maybe where cities were, to look into that, and you know, come to or you know, read from the Bible, basically take the statement, and then
do they use just the Bible do they use just the Bible? And does them using the Bible mean that the stories within it are true? If a place exists in a book, does that mean
no one knows
events happened?
No one knows. So it's both. It's both. I mean, that obviously, it indicates that there is an element of truth. It doesn't negate the.
Okay. So if there's an element of truth in that some of these geographic locations existed, does that tell you that the stories are all true, though?
No, of course not. No.
So then, do you believe the stories to be true within the Bible?
I do believe the stories to be true. Yeah.
You believe in a 6-day creation?
I do. Yeah.
Adam and Eve being the first two humans.
Yeah. To be more specific, what I believe to be true is that there is a creator, and like, you know, essentially, I don't think a 6-day creation is necessarily you know, outlandish, as you know, the Big Bang would seem outlandish to a lot of people, except it happens, right?
Okay, so you believe it because you don't think it's outlandish?
No, that's not what I stated, no.
Why do you believe in a 6-day creation?
Why do I believe in a 6-day creation? Because the Bible says so.
Why do you believe the Bible that you haven't read?
Well, I haven't read all of it. Why do I believe that? Because
before you answer, if it said that the 6-day creation wasn't 6 days, it was 7, and that it wasn't days, it was millennia or billions of years or something, like, hypothetically, if it said those things, would you still believe in the 6-day creation?
No, because then I can't. That's the thing. Is
how
like,
would you know if it said those things if you haven't read it?
Well, I wouldn't. But
Have you read Genesis 1?
Genesis 1. I've read parts of it.
Parts of the first chapter.
Yep.
But not the whole thing.
No.
And yet you believe it to be true, as written.
Yep.
Have
And
you read
like
Genesis 2?
you answer your question of why, why believe it. Well, there's not a specific reason, right? It's like obviously my experiences through life and just an accumulation of everything and everything that I've experienced has led me to this point. And it's not I can't necessarily put my finger on like this is why, and it's not something tangible that I can show you or try and explain to you, but it's something that I know as myself. Like it's like when you ask a trans person, why do you think that you're trans, and they say, well, I just am, and I would say that's similar in my sense of belief that it just is, and like.
Why did you bring up trans people?
Well, because I think it's something similar, right? It's something that
you think that your religion is the same as someone's
that's
gender
not what
identity.
I said. Don't be just disingenuous, please.
I'm not trying to be disingenuous.
Okay.
Why did you bring them up?
Right. Okay. So I brought trans people up because, right, I think we can all agree that transgenderism is a naturally occurring thing, right? In which and identity is as well, in a sense that when you're born, right, and if I asked you now, are you a man or a woman?
And if I said I don't know,
I think.
what does that matter?
Well, it doesn't.
What does that matter to why you
this
believe
is
in
my
Christianity?
point. If I asked you, are you a man, right, and you said yes, and I ask you, why are you a man? You can't tangibly explain why you're a man.
I've actually stop for a moment though. I've actually run that topic before. What is a man? Are you one, and why? I don't know why you think people wouldn't be able to explain it. I got a myriad of different answers from people who were able to explain why they thought that they were men.
Yeah, they can explain on why they thought, keyword thought. But when you're born, this isn't a thought. This is something that you just know. It's part of you. You just know.
You say you just know what?
You just know whether you're a man or not. You just
You're
know
saying
it.
I'm sorry. You're saying that as an stop for a moment. Yeah, you're saying as an infant, you just know that you're a man.
Yeah, you just.
What is a man?
You don't choose a gender, or you don't choose.
I need to ask you, what is a man?
Well, this is what I'm saying. You can't tangibly explain what a man is, but I'm just one. I am just a man.
You're saying you can't explain what a man is, but you are one.
Yes.
I'm not sure how that answers the question.
Can I?
Why would
Can I just clarify?
Because you can't tangibly explain.
Latin. So you're basically saying that it's a similar thing for your belief, as in like you don't get to choose your belief. Am I right?
Well, of course you can choose. Of course you can choose, right? I can choose.
Well, then the contradiction there is that they're not the same. So
well, I'm a man, but I can choose.
Thrayle
And say, no,
Thrayle was saying, stop. Thrayle was just saying, why did you use that example? It didn't make sense to use that example.
I don't understand how it would have made sense.
Okay. Well, firstly, I just pointed out why it doesn't. I asked you if it was a choice, and you said it was, which doesn't make sense.
Well, I didn't know. I didn't say the belief is a choice. I said you can choose, right? As I can, right? Me as a man now, I can go, oh, I'm a woman, and there I go. I change my belief, right now.
Okay, well,
In that sense. But so
so
like,
you're using it again, but you also cannot choose to be a man or a woman. It's not a choice.
okay, well there you go.
Like,
I didn't. It's not necessary. It's just part of.
so, okay, that was a roundabout way of saying basically what I bloody said. Thrayle, I'm going to give this back.
Like I don't necessarily think I've been inconsistent. I think that there's just been
Stop, Latham.
little bit of nuances
Stop,
in
Latham.
words.
Stop, Latham. I asked why you use this analogy. I
Okay.
still haven't heard you tell me why you've used this analogy. All I've heard you do
Okay,
is
I
kind
have.
of misstate the way that
Because it's
people
similar to how I feel.
You're not.
I said because it's
You're
similar
saying
to how
something that you feel is similar to something other people feel. Is that what
that's
you're
fine.
saying?
Okay, right. This is what I know, right? Okay, this is
What you know?
Oh my goodness, right? I know Christianity, right? It's not something that I can tangibly explain or show.
So when
or,
someone asks you why
I can't
believe,
tangibly show you the Holy Spirit, brother.
Are you just here to give a speech, or can I finish the question?
I answered your question, brother.
All right. You don't know what question I'm asking. So when I asked you why you believe, and your whole rundown here is essentially saying I can't tell you why, I just know. Is that essentially what you're saying?
That is what I'm saying. I can't tangibly show you the Holy Spirit. I can't tangibly show you my soul, or and like this is the thing. I like when it comes to like when it actually comes to like the brain and with the soul or whatever, all things we can't tangibly explain, or we can't we really have no knowledge of. Right? It's like no belief is better than any other belief because it's all belief.
You're saying everything's just belief.
Well, you can't explain your
Are
consciousness.
you saying you doubt everything?
Well, you have to doubt everything.
Lathan,
you
do you
have
know
to have
you exist? I think I'm teeing up Kat if she's still awake.
Well, this is when you talk about do I know I exist, I can't explain my consciousness to you, but I know my consciousness, right? So, and it's like, well, do I know that my consciousness is a reality, or are we part of a simulation, or are there multiple timelines in a and like that's the thing, like everything is a belief, yeah, in a sense, but
all right, I'm going to let somebody else ask a question or two. I think you should slow down a little, Latham, on your answers and let them ask questions too. I'll be right back.
I'm dealing with a dog barking thing, so if either of you two, I can't.
Yeah. Latham. So are belief systems culturally transmitted?
Are belief systems like transmitted through people over time?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you see how that could be a symmetry breaker with a biological phenomenon?
So what you? Yeah, it could be. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Are you, well, let me elaborate. Are you asking are you asking that belief transcends through biological processes? For example, if there was a group of people
No, the question was, do belief systems
yeah
get transmitted socially? Okay, so that's where what is kind of like problematic with what you were saying before, that because like a belief in anything requires you to know the belief system, to have a belief in it. Like you don't, as a human being, just like spontaneously come into the world with like a fully formed idea. Things are like socially transmitted to you in regards to more complex things that are abstract, like religious beliefs. So that's where, if you are going at it from the aspect of an ally, like that is probably not a way that you want to go with it.
Well,
Thank you.
I don't necessarily like. I don't necessarily think that they're different, right? In the sense that like. I agree that beliefs can be socially transmitted, and I believe that we people obviously pick up beliefs from other people, but then it's like I don't necessarily understand how the idea of somebody being trans or like in my specific case would be different, in the sense that, well, we both could have been affected by these social constructs.
Do you think that we have ever found any diagnostic like thumbprint of someone being trans?
Sorry?
Do you think that there is anything that you like, any kind of diagnostic that you can run that
a measurement
might, yeah, like do you think that they're like in
transgenderism be measured by a characteristic, or no? Anything of the such, no.
Okay, so I would tell you to look into brain scans of trans people in comparison to cisgender people of the gender that they identify with. But beyond that, I would also say, do you think that there's any thumbprint that you can find for a specific belief system?
Is there a thumbprint?
Like, is there some kind of thumbprint that you can find within somebody for Christianity?
Oh, right, okay. Is there a characteristic that can be measured? I'm not going to say that I know. Look, I don't think I'm like completely educated, but I would say I'm intelligent. I have the ability to understand this conversation. But no, I don't think there's a measurable characteristic on why people are on Christians.
Correct. So this is just trying. Do you see how these two things have more distance between them in the way that they like manifest within the human body, and how like we're able to how they are like acquired or not socially versus genetically?
Yeah, 100%. But I don't necessarily believe that the social constructs or beliefs are solely transmitted socially. So
In what way do you believe that a belief system, and I'm not speaking to like a propensity to believe in something.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm talking like specific belief systems, because
Yeah.
there is like you can kind of measure a propensity for somebody to believe in something. Like that is like a measure of, not very like concretely, but you can figure out somebody's propensity through extended questioning to believe in something. intensity through extended
What are you? What? If you cannot define the terms, no. Wait. So this didn't have to be like this, but you made it like this, so it is. So if you can't define the term that you're using, then maybe you should use a different term, or have come up with a definition for it.
Well,
how are you going to talk about whether or not something exists and you can't define existence?
I can give you a definition of existence, yes. What the hypothesis is, right? But it's not. Existence isn't something that you can tangibly explain or show, or like it is.
That's different again. Something that is in existence.
It's all interpretation of senses, and
something
he's so far
in existence is in the state of real.
Experimental physicists cry right now, bub.
Right, dogs are colorblind. Dogs are colorblind. Does that mean that trees aren't actually?
Actually, common misconception. They're not colorblind.
Right. Well, what I'm
just gonna put that out there.
What I'm saying is that all of this is a perception of reality is based on experience and senses, and that's a dog's perception of reality and what they experience, what they know to be true, is completely different from what we believe and know to be true.
Okay, but we're not talking about a dog here.
Okay, even people know things to be true.
He's just saying that things people know or what it is we question, it's all based on his subjective experience. He wants to argue about the subjectivism of experience, I guess. I'm not sure why it is when we try to ask questions about your beliefs or the nature of your beliefs, the structure of your beliefs, you default back to this near solipsistic framework. Why are you running from questioning your beliefs?
I don't run from questioning my beliefs. In fact, I think when I joined, I said that questioning everything is vital to coming to an understanding. I question all the time. I've literally. You've heard me stumble, and you've heard me. Think about what I'm saying. Like right now, you've heard me stutter and stumble. That's all me questioning. That's me reevaluating
reevaluating the words you're using.
I'm reevaluating the belief.
Is that you actually questioning the belief you came up here?
Yes.
with?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
So when I've asked repeatedly why it is you believe the Bible's true, and we go back to this subjectivism of
experience.
Well, was it experience? Because it wasn't that. It was.
It can be both, right? You can.
What is inherent knowledge?
Inherent knowledge. Knowledge that is knowledge that just is. You just have through no tangible means.
Knowledge you have through no tangible means, and so your belief that the Bible is true is inherent, you think?
Through the Holy Spirit, yes.
Through the Holy Spirit.
Yep.
So you believe it is instilled in you by the Holy Spirit to believe that without ever reading it.
Yep.
Could it not be indoctrination instead of the Holy Spirit? Could it not be the product of your environment and your family, whatever religion you were raised in?
I was never raised Christian.
It's interesting how...
I was never raised Christian. None of my family are Christian. I didn't even... necessarily believe in a God at all. Growing up,
Then it wouldn't be inherent, would it, if you didn't believe the Bible was true before? You're saying this is something that came to you later.
Well, I think that we're all born with I think that we're all born with a Holy Spirit inherently.
What is a
right?
spirit?
What is a spirit? Again, not something I can tangibly explain or prove to you.
Then why would you say we're born with one?
Well, because that's what I believe to be true.
Why?
Because I feel it inside of me.
Because you feel it inside of you. What's the difference between that and making it up?
What's the difference between a trans person feeling it and making it up? Yeah.
I think it's just going to
No.
circle. I think it's just going to circle
Yeah.
back to this weird veiled transphobia literally every time we talk to
transphobia at
you.
all.
So I'm just going to move on to somebody who's actually capable of questioning their beliefs. And I'm not interested in this conversation anymore. I don't think you actually were either, Latham.
It is a shame. I do think there's promise there, but there is.
I
I don't even know if he realizes, to be honest.
It is literally
Like,
the defense, the shield to throw up in front of any question about why you believe what you
Yes.
believe. Well, then I suppose then I'm going to compare it to somebody else's gender identity. No.
On the benefit of doubt, and I'm being very generous here, come up with a different why that one's not good. So that would be my word of advice.
Maybe somebody else has a belief that they can question. And I don't know. We can actually get somewhere with the discussion.
Why is that? Why was that? Like, did that seem like it was gonna had promise or something? But Cheeto guy didn't. I think Cheeto guy had way more promise.
I think
I'm
it's
just
more
saying.
that we did actually have a logical, calm conversation with Blake.
Like he got.
Well, you know what? Cheeto guy wasn't a bigot, so.
Sorry, Blake, go on.
Oh yeah, it was like they got that there was like biological markers of like it being trans, and then just completely forgot that we had had that entire conversation.
Yeah, pretty much. It's a shame as well because you did a beautiful description. I thought you wrote it down nicely.
Thank you. I got lost there at the end in my rant, but thank you.
It's very rare as well. I gifted you 100. That's how much I liked it.
Yo, what's up?
Hello, LB. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah.
84.
No, 24. I'm 24.
24. Do you
Yeah.
have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I believe there's a God.
And which god is that?
The Christian God.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes, I have.
And do you believe the stories within it to be true and literal as told?
Yeah, there are some metaphorical senses to some parts, but yes, they are. It is the inspired word of God. It is inspired word of God. Yes.
So you believe in a 6-day creation and Adam and Eve in a garden?
I wouldn't necessarily say it's verbatim 6 days. We could obviously argue scientifically that 6 days could mean something else. But yeah, in accordance to what a human can, because I believe that, or I think it's well documented that Moses was given this revelation and he wrote that. So according to just human understanding, that's what he took from that. So if you could,
you believe
yeah.
Moses wrote Genesis 1?
Correct.
Do you believe he also wrote Genesis 2? He changed the order of creation from one chapter to the next.
Yeah, I would love you to show me this inconsistency.
So in the first chapter, he talks about the creation order, right? He gives the order of light, firmament, plants, sun and moon, animals, man and woman, right?
This is Genesis 1, yeah.
So in that, the relevant points being, at least for this, plants, animals, man and woman.
Yeah, no problem.
So in Genesis 2, if you start at 2:5, you'll see that it's telling the story again, telling a different story, where it says that before the plants there is a man, and then he makes the plants, and then he makes the animals, and then he makes a woman. So it would be order of creation.
Yeah. In it says for 5 it talks about there were no plants on earth and no seeds had sprouted because he had not sent any rain. There was no one to cultivate the land. So this is in the context of the Garden of Eden.
This is only the Garden of Eden?
Yeah, in this specific chapter they are referring to the Garden of Eden.
You're saying this entire chapter is only about the Garden of Eden?
Well, not the whole
at
chapter,
the beginning.
just this
So what does
specific
it
part
say?
you're talking about. No,
Where does it say
Genesis,
that this is
it's
the
not-
Garden? Wait, where does
Sorry.
it say that this is the Garden of Eden?
Yeah, so if it's a continuation from 4, it says, and that is how the universe was created. And then when the Lord God made the universe, now this is obviously, this is taken from Jewish scholars and obviously Moses, that he was talking about the Garden of Eden. And I think we can go back
Wait,
if you
where
read.
do you say that Jewish scholars say
Yeah, what do you mean? Like I'm not sure which one I can refer to, but from the research that I've done, obviously
you've done research that tells you that Jewish scholars say that 2:5 is about the Garden of Eden? Or could
go
it be
to
looking
5
at
all the
later?
way to like 24 or the rest of the verse.
So there's no part later where it finally tells you about a garden.
There is a part later, like within the chapter where it's referring to the Garden of Eden. Yeah.
Does he make the man or the garden first?
Yeah, the garden was made first.
Where does it say that?
Well, because we can go refer back to Genesis 1.
Where does it say that he made the garden first? In Genesis
It's just
2.
part of nature.
What does it say in Genesis 2? 6.
2:6, but water should come from beneath the surface and water the ground.
Sorry, 7.
7, okay. Then the Lord God took some soil from the ground and formed a man out of it. He breathed life-giving into his nostrils, and the man began to live.
And then 8.
Then the Lord God planted a garden in Eden in the east. In the
So he made
east,
them.
yeah, I can concede to you. Yeah.
So if he
that
makes
makes
the
sense.
plants after the man, and then later in 2:18, he says it's not good for the man to be alone. I shall make him a helper. And then out of the ground the Lord God forms every beast of the field and the fowl of the air. If it goes on to say that, well then doesn't that mean both the plants and the animals came after Adam in this chapter?
In the context of the Garden of Eden, yeah. I can grant that.
You say in the context of the Garden of Eden.
Yeah, because
But does it say that the plants and the garden came before or after Adam?
in the context of the whole universe and the world, it came before Adam. But then when we're
How do you
talking
know
about
that
the
it's in
garden,
the context of the universe or the world?
yeah, because that's what we're told in Genesis 1.
Is that what it says in Genesis 1?
Yeah, the earth was.
That this is about the earth, and then
later in
Yeah,
Genesis 2,
it verbatim says the earth. So it says in the beginning when God created the universe. So that's already there. And then it says
to
the
be
earth was.
clear, hang on. Which translation are you reading?
So I'm reading, I can get any translation. I have quite a few Bibles, but right now I'm holding the Good News Bible.
A Good News Bible. And it says universe in chapter 1.
Yeah, correct.
Fascinating.
Yeah, I don't know what,
Do you
which
think
one you
that
read.
do you think it would have said universe in the original Hebrew?
So in the original Hebrew, I can tell you what it actually says. In the beginning, the universe, or in the beginning, God created the universe, or when God began to create the universe. So that's
Is that
what
what
it
it
says.
says? It says universe.
Yeah. So that's how it could be translated to within the Hebrew. Those
Universe.
three different sentences.
It only says universe, not heavens and earth.
In Genesis, in verse 1, you don't want verse 1.
You're saying there's a Hebrew word in there that means universe and only means universe. Doesn't mean heavens.
It could refer to heavens and earth, yeah.
I see.
Yeah, so that's what okay, I can get
Does that
another
not
translation if that
does
makes
that not
better.
seem, LV, like an assumption?
Yeah, it's almost like a bit of a presupposition that that word specifically means universe, but then obviously this is a study Bible, and it does say that there are other ways that it is, I don't want to say interpreted, but written down. So like when it says in the beginning the universe, or in the beginning God created the universe.
See, but it's saying universe every time.
Yeah, it keeps talking about universe, so it's obviously concluding that.
And you're saying in the beginning, but could it not mean when God began?
When God began, I don't think God has a beginning.
No, when God began to create.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It could
mean
say that. Correct, yeah.
The heavens and the earth being formless.
Yeah. It says the earth was formless and desolate, the raging ocean uncovered. That covered everything was engulfed in total darkness, and the Spirit of God was moving over the water.
Interesting. Interesting how it uses some words the same and then changes others.
Yeah, then again, I need to emphasize this is a study Bible, and it points out other things at the same time. So it's not
Do you think your
necessarily
study
like
Bible is necessarily complete and all-encompassing? Is it giving you all of the information?
Yeah, because it does say in the or the power of God, or wind from God, or an awesome wind. So it does give other, or it has the other books in the Bible that don't necessarily on like the KJV and stuff like that. So it has like the Book of Maccabees and
Why do you
stuff like
believe the Bible to be true, LV?
Yeah, I believe it is the inspired word of God, because every time that someone has written it down, they have said this is inspired by God. And it references.
So
and
are you saying that if in the Bible it said this is the inspired shrieks of the celestial skeletal bat goddess who unfurls her wings in accordance with the Lambda-Cetium model of physics, otherwise known as the Big Bang, in which our universe is just one membrane between her bony appendages, and that it is true and inspired by her, then you would believe that too because it says so?
I mean, I would obviously challenge it. I would challenge why it says it and see if it's accurate.
How do you
and if it consists with logic. If it's consistent with logic, sorry.
How do you challenge the claims that the Bible says it's inspired by God?
So with cross references within other scriptures, and
let me just understand. You use the Bible to prove the Bible.
Oh no, and obviously, I look at other Greek philosophers. I hold to like Aristotle's models.
Aristotle's models.
Yeah. In the context of just his philosophical models, right? So,
Why?
because I think it just best encompasses the logic of the logic God uses in the Bible.
Because, okay, I see. So because it supports the Bible, you believe that.
No, not believe in the Bible.
Yeah, but you just said it best encompasses
logically using
I
logic.
see. So you're saying that it supports the Bible in a way for you.
No, not for me. It's obviously consistent with the laws of logic. So It's not my interpretation.
You
Is
say it's consistent
based.
with the laws of logic.
Correct. So it's logical to, for me, it's the inspired word of God. I don't think there's any, it's not illogical to believe that or hold to it. Now, whether this Christian God in the Bible exists or not, then that's a different conversation, but it is consistent
So,
with.
okay, so if you can say whether or not this God exists is a different question, but like whether or not this God exists, it is logical to assume that the Bible is the word of a God that that you yourself just said might not exist. So how is that
No, I
logical?
never said he doesn't exist. I said that there's other ways I can prove that he does exist in the Bible. But I'm just saying, like, I can prove God's
Do you think it's
existence without the
logical?
Bible.
We weren't asking you to prove God's existence. It's interesting that you keep trying to circle back there. But I have asked you why you believe the Bible exists, and you support believing the Bible exists. By believing the Bible exists, I asked how you would verify claims within the Bible. You said you use other claims within the Bible.
And if it's
Do you
consistent with
understand the
history.
circularity?
No, I understand what you're saying, but historically, for me or for anyone, the Bible is a historic book as well. It's not inconsistent with history.
You say it's historic.
Yeah.
You say all the events that happened are historically accurate.
Correct.
How have you verified that?
Yeah, through other secular.
Through the Bible.
When I say circular, I mean people who do not believe in the Bible. Their claims of what happened during this time period.
You're saying secular people who had
secular. Sorry, my accent.
Secular people have claims about things that happen in the Bible, and that verifies what happened in the Bible.
It's consistent with it, yeah.
Can you give me an example?
I mean, there's many. It just depends which one you would like to.
Can you give me one that actually verifies what you're saying, that isn't widely speculated to be a forgery?
So we can go
later than 50 years after whatever event.
Yeah, no problem. So we can go with New Testament, with the crucifixion of Jesus.
Of course you would. And then you're going to tell me a widely speculated forgery.
I'm not even. This is outside the Bible. You said outside the Bible, right?
Yeah, I know.
So how could it be?
So which widely speculated forgery are you about to tell me about?
You're presupposing it's a forgery.
No.
Isn't that a bit unfair? You don't even know what I'm going to bring and you're already presupposing it's forged.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm not presupposing it's forged. I'm asking which one. There are two that are often cited when people say I have an extra biblical source for the crucifixion of Jesus. If it's not one of those two, I'll be very surprised.
Yeah, I don't have it on me. I have it on my notes. I can quickly just go through my notes quick and just.
Why don't you do that while I remind the audience to go ahead and tap this screen, share the live.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
We're up to, I'm talking right now. You could have done it. So tap the screen and share the live. We're up to 129,000 likes, which is amazing. Appreciate all of you so much. Also, if you haven't already, there's a Discord link in the bio, link tree, and a Discord there. You'll have to read the rules when you get there, of course. But if you do and you can't agree to them, you should find out you're not alone. But also, there's probably going to be boxes open soon, so if you do have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, go ahead and request on a
Yeah, I'm gonna just type this name on because I don't know how to pronounce it properly. I'm just gonna type it in the chat.
And when I was, you said presupposing, I was poisoning the well is what I was doing. And that's fair. I probably shouldn't do that.
Yeah. Thank you for seeing that there was a presupposition.
Not quite. Did you type it in there? I didn't see your message.
Yeah, so those are two. I can pronounce Lucian of Samosta. I can't really pronounce. I think it's Marabar Serapian.
And you're saying they verify the crucifixion at the same
Correct.
time it happened?
Say, I mean, 20 I think Mara, and then 60 something AD, and then Lucian is, I think, 79 AD. So it's all first century. I mean, we hold that the crucifixion, if it were true, it happened in 33 AD, right?
I don't know. So you're saying it was 33 and then these were in 70, so there's like 40 years later?
No, 60. And
Are you
then
saying it was in 60 or that it's estimated to be in 60 through some other year and you're using the low number?
I'm not sure your question. I just gave you those two scholars and their writings dates to 79 AD and I think 64 AD or 65 AD.
And they wrote about the crucifixion.
Yeah, they obviously weren't writing specifically on it, but they were talking about that time period and they gave references to the crucifixion. So hence why you can take it as there's no bias. That's why I said they are secular people who were just talking about historic times and what was going on in ancient Rome.
I'm sorry. So, just to be clear, the passage from Lucian is from 165, not 65.
No. I said the Lucian one was no. The Lucian one was 79 AD. From let me just check.
Why don't you
my
go
notes again.
Google that? See if it's 79.
So it doesn't even matter either way because it was satirical.
I didn't understand that.
He was mocking the religion.
Yeah,
it's
but
not
it's still
historical. It's satirical. No. It's not historical. It's satirical.
So you're saying because he was mocking the religion, it makes it not true. Is that your conclusion?
No.
Yeah. Whoa.
I could mock you. Does that mean you don't exist anymore?
That's not what she said, and now you're being hyperbolic. No. Can you tell me what year it was?
Yeah, so the Lucia, there's no date on it, to be honest. I couldn't find a date. Well, from what in my notes, I can Google it specifically, but in
It
my
also
notes
says
there's no date.
If you
that
were
he
to
was a
Google it
second century.
and find out that he lived in the second century, 165, 170 would have been when this was written. Would that be within a few years, like you were saying?
Yeah, we can. If that's the
It'd be more
case,
than a century.
we can throw his one out if you want to. Then we can just stick with I think Bob. What was his name? I can't find the comment now. You guys comment a lot. Mara Bar Serapian. So we can just focus on him on his account at least. Because he just asked me for one account, so we can just go with Mara Bar Serapian.
Or Jewish or any of those things? That he actually believed any of the things that he spoke about in the letter to his son?
Sorry, I couldn't hear your question. What was? I didn't know who was speaking. Sorry, what was the question?
With this man who gave this letter to his son about and him mentioning Jesus, why was he not himself a Christian or Jewish if he believed in Jesus?
Yeah, it's just because he maybe didn't believe in certain aspects of like Christianity as a whole in the context of he rose from the dead, or that he could believe that maybe he obviously hold that Jesus was crucified, 100%, but he like parts after that, or maybe Jesus' teachings, maybe that could be him not being sure of it.
Sorry, who held to it? Just to catch back up, was it Marabar you're talking about?
Yeah, I think that's the topic.
You're saying Marabar held to him being crucified. Is that what's actually written by Marabar?
That his account is on the. Let me just give you the direct quote quick.
Mm-hmm. I don't think it says crucified. I haven't seen that part anyways.
I only found executed.
Yeah, execution of the wise king of the Jews.
So where does it say crucified? How do you know the wise king was referred to as Jesus? And how have you dated this to 70 and not anywhere between, as I said before, 70 and 200?
Oh my god.
Yeah, they really
70,
can't pin this one down.
Yeah, 73 AD. I think that's what I saw. And the wise king of the Jews. That's what was written on his.
How have you been able to verify the date of this?
No, it's in my notes. I have this in my notes.
So you're assuming that your notes are 100% accurate. You've made no mistakes in copying down these apologetic arguments that you didn't research?
No, I did research them. This is just what I wrote.
Marabar, can you tell me where this was found?
Yeah, okay, I can.
Good morning, Thrayle and Kat and Blake and Noctis, everybody, by the way.
Good morning, Bats. How are you doing?
Good morning.
Yeah, so he was a. Oh, sorry to interrupt. Sorry, he was a Roman philosopher.
When did he live?
Oh, he lived. Okay, wait. It's not. It's I'm googling. It's not showing me. I don't know what's going on. So it just talks about that account. This was written in 73 AD. So if you could assist me
Where are
with.
you seeing that it's written in 73?
I can give you the source of the writings. Is that what you're asking for? because the source of the writings are clearly
confused
dated back
about
to 73
why it
AD.
was I'm confused about how it was written in 73 AD when he was only born in 50 AD, according to what
Yeah,
I'm
I mean, he's
reading.
23. I think
What I
that's
found,
pretty.
if
He's
listen,
writing a
He's born
letter
in
to
50
his
AD.
son.
Thank you.
just
So,
just to be clear, hang on, LV. It's not that he was born in 50. It's estimated that's the earliest he could have been born is 50. His
yeah, but
birth, as far as I'm sorry, as far as I can find, his birth is not recorded, and it's not that his writing could only be, from 73 to the late first century or early second century. It says that it could be well into the third century that these writings could have been from.
I mean, yeah, do we go with could have been or do we go with
So
the
would that mean if he
when
was
it was
guaranteed
dated to?
born in 50, then
Yeah.
he could have lived 150 years, is what you're saying? Or is it more likely that they don't know when he was born or when this was written, and it's dated between 73 and the 3rd century?
No, I can, with a lot of evidence or with a lot of good backing, I could show you that it was written in 73 AD, that the letter itself was in 73 AD.
That it was written definitely in 73 and no later.
Yeah, 100%.
How did you verify that?
Yeah, okay, let me just give you the sources.
It's the earliest estimate.
I would love to know your perspective on that.
It's not my perspective, I'm asking you.
Oh no, I don't know. I thought you knew the answer when you were asking.
I didn't catch the first part of the conversation. Did Elle already say if they'd read the entire Bible and how long they've been studying for?
Oh, I've been a Christian for practicing specifically my faith. I would say for 4.5, maybe 5 years. But I've always been around Christianity. I would say, like my whole life, I've been hearing about the Bible. But for me, taking a deeper dive, I would say it's about being for 4.5 years.
And in those 4.5 years, you believe you have a firm understanding of the Bible, maybe even more so than people who've read it longer, or do you think you've pretty much understood what you got a firm understanding?
Bats, he owns a study Bible.
Oh, I used
No.
hear those too.
Wait, calm down. It's more so like I don't only hold to my own interpretation. I don't think that's a valid thing where I read something and my interpretation is right. I believe that I hold to many people's interpretation of the Bible, and it perfectly aligns with the scriptures, which would be like the apostles and the apostles' disciples and early church fathers and the early church. So it's not my own interpretation that I've been only reading. I've been reading that.
He believes their interpretations too.
Yeah,
As
I hold that they were inspired by the Holy Spirit, especially the church itself. So I could give you many references of interpretations of the
Did you find
Bible.
out? Hang on, Elvia, before you go down that path, did you ever find out how you could verify the letters from Marbar to be exactly 73 and no later?
Yeah, no. So what I could find is that the earliest recording of it was around 73 AD. That it was in circulation or that it was sent. but there's no specific one like vouching that
There's a
it
recording
was.
of it, or that's the earliest people have estimated it was written.
Yeah.
Because of the
No. There's like
because of the contents and the way people interpret the contents.
yeah. So it's like because he
because
described.
of the content? Because he says that the king, they executed the king and then their kingdom fell or something like that.
And obviously
and so it would have to be after 70 AD, right? So it'd have to be after the fall of
the Jewish temple.
Happened. Yeah. So if it's after that, then it would have to be 73 and no earlier, right? Because he writes about it. Assuming that's the correct meaning of the passage.
But that he is a pagan and doesn't follow certain.
They can't date when he was born or when he died or when really he lived.
Well, the earliest recording of it was 50. It was 50 AD or 50 CE. I don't know how you guys say it.
See, this is you just saying things that actually don't mean what you think you're saying. The earliest recording of him writing this, now you say, is 50.
No. I'm talking about his birth.
The earliest recording of his birth, or the earliest estimate of his birth?
Estimate.
Do you know the difference? It's not the same thing at all. It makes one is an absolute certainty. There's a recording that somebody wrote, and we can say it's things he wrote and the age he was.
Okay.
It maybe was this time.
Yeah, yeah, fair enough. But I don't understand why you're getting so nitpicky with the dates.
Because you said you could prove that it was written in 73, and you couldn't, but I was able to tell you why it couldn't have been written sooner.
Yeah, no.
But they don't have a way to tell if it was written later.
Okay, so let's say it was written in 74 AD. What difference would his writings make?
It might make a big difference if it was written in 100 or 120.
Yeah, I would. That's what difference I would love to hear. What difference would it make? Because he would have no bias in any of his writings.
Because the thing is, LV, that you said that this passage, like the other one, was going to tell me the details that Jesus was unalived on a cross, that he was crucified, and it doesn't. So
yeah, I mean,
wrong twice.
No, it does.
These
It
sources,
explains
these
exactly
external.
almost.
No, it does not. You're absolutely not being honest anymore, LV.
Oh, that's how Jewish men can answer a question.
I'm going to go ahead and move on to somebody who can be honest. So we've tried. There's no honesty there. And my queue is sitting there with ghosts in it. So let's see who's actually still there and wants to question their beliefs. If any of them can. Was it 3 ghosts? I was tired of being argued with and not actually listened to, LV. Hello, Stay Thirsty. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Stay Thirsty, are you there? Stay Thirsty going once. Stay Thirsty going twice. Stay Thirsty. Moving right along. If anybody else does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you can actually question your beliefs, well, go ahead and request on up. But if you're going to be disingenuous about what you said and what words actually, well, obvious words mean, then I'm not really here for it. I wasn't here for the debate style argument. I'm more interested in someone who can actually introspect, actually question their beliefs, instead of reading out of a study Bible at me things they hadn't read before. maybe if you're actually going to question those things, instead of take them as dogma because they're in the book.
It's cold here.
It's very cold here.
I'm very cold too.
You're in
It's
Hawaii.
not nearly. Yeah, well, it's cold right now. Hold on. Did anybody else think it was funny how one of the sources he provided was?
He said it was a full 100 years before it could have been. He said the dates as facts rather than the early parts of estimates on both accounts. He doesn't question, he takes notes, writes down the strongest sounding or most convincing aspects and ignores any other thing about it. And then, I mean, I had to be very dishonest to twist that last bit before I was just ready to move on.
Also, it says it's 66, but I don't believe it. It feels colder than that.
I thought I broke something. I
Raptured
disappeared
us.
for an umbrella. So rude.
It's cold here.
How cold is it?
42.
Oh, that's way too cold. I'm like really cold. Like I'm wearing a sweatshirt and wrapped up in a blanket, and it says it's 66 out.
It's about 43 here.
It sucks.
I'm gonna need to convert to Fahrenheit, I think.
You can tell us.
Cold.
You can tell us Celsius, and we can convert. You shouldn't have.
Let me have a look. 12 degrees Celsius. So it's not too bad. It could be worse. I think it's the rain that's adding to it.
It's probably about the same as what it is for you, Thrayle. I feel like 12 degrees Celsius.
I'll check.
Yeah, thank you for putting in the hard effort.
With 12 degrees Celsius, freezing is 32. Wouldn't that make it 44?
Something like that. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
No, it's 53.
Oh no,
Much
yeah, I was
colder.
gonna say that's not.
Where is it colder? Where Thrayle is.
Yeah, I think Thrayle's the coldest.
Sucks to suck, Thrayle.
I'll send you lots of warm energy your way through. There you go.
Noctis, why are you always in a wind tunnel?
I have no idea. I've given up.
It sounds like you're skydiving every time.
It's really going for it today as well. I've got the umbrella up, but I'm not sure it'll last.
There's so much rain and wind in Washington. The umbrellas is how we find the tourists. Everybody else is in windbreakers. It's so cold.
No, we just put up with it or lose the umbrella and get soaked.
I wonder if anybody has a belief in a god or gods, or something like that, or yetis, or mermaids, or Winnie the Pooh, or what else?
He said Winnie the Pooh.
I did.
Or even
Bigfoot.
What about Krampus? Krampus would be fun. It's about that time
It's
of
not
year.
December yet. It's not, no. We're still in November. We have one day. Or at least I do. Can I add Sherlock Holmes to the list?
If you believe in Sherlock Holmes.
I don't, but many people did.
I imagine there are plenty of people who think those are true stories.
In London when they were released, when I think it was the Baskerville, the Hounds of Baskerville, where he was believed to have no longer been alive before it came back. So they were released in newspapers as little stories, and everyone in London thought he had died, so they wore a little black, I can't remember what it is, but it's for remembrance, like a little tie around your arm. Loads of people in London did it. They genuinely thought he was real.
I'm sorry. Hello everyone.
Hey,
Hi, Rambe.
I
Sorry.
need your age for TikTok TOS.
I'm 27.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I would say that I do not believe in a sky daddy. I do believe in overall connective source. You know what I mean? Whatever you want to call that. But no, I'm not religious.
What do you mean by connective source?
I believe that all life stems from a connection of consciousness that empowers all things that breathe and all things that live on this planet. We all come from
Consciousness that breathes and lives in all things on this planet, and it's interconnected.
Yes, sir.
What is consciousness?
Consciousness is awareness. It's a spectrum to it. It's levels of awareness of self.
Levels of awareness of self.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what consciousness is? It has to do with self-awareness.
Yes, I think consciousness definitely has to do with self-awareness, but it's so many different. It's a broad topic, but yeah.
Would you say that consciousness is where all life comes from? Did you say that, or did I just?
I would say that's a respectable theory.
Is that what you said or not?
No, I just said all life is connected through consciousness.
Connected through consciousness.
Mm-hmm. I believe that, for example, the same source that dwells within a tree a sunflower, a cricket, or you and I, it all is derived from the same source, so to speak.
What is it you said is derived from the same source?
The same life force energy.
Life force energy. What is life force energy?
I'd say it could be described as the light within that brings about the experience that we all share on this planet.
The light within that brings about the experience that we all share. What is this light within?
This light within. What is this light within? That's a good question. Are you asking me to describe what it is on like a chemical level, on like a scientific level?
I mean, is that something you could do? I didn't mean that, but is that something you even could do?
I could attempt to do so.
Why would you?
You said, why would I attempt to do that?
Yes. Do you understand it on that kind of level?
Not enough to teach a class on it. I have an
understanding of how light, force, energy. Sorry, was it life force or light? There was a light in there, wasn't there?
Yeah.
What was the light doing?
What was the light doing? I say, okay, whenever the word light is used, many times it's somewhat metaphorical. But
it's a metaphorical light.
Yeah, when I say
not an actual light.
Also, there's I mean, it's not actually I was speaking of it in metaphorical terms, but there's also a scientific underlying definition when it comes to light. When I'm talking about like the actual spark of like the I don't want to get too deep into science 'cause I'm not good with it, but I want to say like when you speak on just on the molecular level of life, when you put life under a microscope.
When you put life under a microscope, what?
I mean, like anything that's alive, literally, like a germ or like a apple or anything under a microscope, you can literally see that there's communication taking place in the microbiome of anything that's alive. And I would say that source that we can observe on that very
the source. Well, I'm sorry. What was the source we were observing? You said when we put it on under a microscope, there's something microbiomes. Where's the light you said that was there?
Yeah, so I'm saying like the light. I would say you can just describe. That's describing like the electrons, the protons, what you can see, what's visible.
Electrons and protons. That's the light.
Yeah, what's visible to you.
I thought you said there was a spark at one point.
On an extremely like microscopic level, you can see activity.
Microscopic level, or the molecular level. Are there other? Which one of those?
Which one? Microscopic or molecular? It's similar.
Are they similar?
Yeah, it's similar. But I'm saying like just on the deepest levels that humans have capability to observe, which you would have to go like that. You're going deep into like the quantum realm. I don't know if you ever watched like Ant-Man.
Quantum level too.
Yeah, I mean it just goes. There is no end to this. Like it's only how far we've observed. Yeah, like if you were to take a microscope, for example, and look at something that's alive, like I don't know, in a petri dish, a slice of an apple or something, and you look, you would reveal to yourself an entirely deeper dimension that exists on a realm that's not really accessible by your naked eye.
Did you just reference Ant-Man trying to talk about your
quantum?
Yeah, I did reference that, man. Is that a problem?
Well,
I just need something to give a visible, like a visual representation of what I'm saying.
Is it a visual representation of things being at different levels and of like microscopic existence, and somewhere in there is like light. What was the light?
So as I was saying, when I speak on the light, I'm just speaking on what's visible, because without light, you have darkness. You know what I'm saying? And
are you sure?
Yeah, I mean, I think so.
So without light, you have darkness.
Mm-hmm.
And where is the light coming from that you said was in all of us?
Where is the light coming from?
Just a minute ago. Is that where the light's coming from?
No, not from Ant-Man. I was just using Ant-Man to give a visual representation of the quantum realm.
Rondé, hold on just a moment.
I just
Go ahead.
like microscopic objects are not the same as molecules. I wasn't sure if you said microscopic, but they just aren't the same, in case you did.
Okay, I said my understanding of it is, when I say microscopic, I'm talking about on a micro level, something extremely tiny. And when I say molecular level, I'm talking about molecules which are only observable when you use something like a microscope. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I understand that. Not the exact
On a molecular level, there are many things we cannot see.
Yes.
So there is differences. They're not the same as what I'm saying to you.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
Okay, cool. Sorry, Thrayle. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. So you did we find the light anywhere around there?
Find the light. Oh, so what was your question about the light again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you said there was a light in all of us. Is this relating to a god?
No, that depends on what your definition of God is.
Okay. So for you, it was the interconnected consciousness that is carrying on a light wave within all of us.
Ooh, boom! There you go, light wave. That's more of the body of information I'm trying to get into. Like when you look at the light spectrum, you know what I'm saying?
Did I say anything wrong in that, though? It was an interconnected consciousness carried on some kind of light in all of us.
Yeah. You didn't say anything wrong. I don't believe, no.
Okay, so that is what you believe. Go ahead, Noctis.
I was going to say, I use something called RI liquids, right? So they're a reflective index liquid that I use to test asbestos with. Now this liquid is used so that I can see a different color variation in the asbestos. That doesn't mean anything else. It hasn't itself got any light in it. Without the microscope, there wouldn't be any light to see. It would just be a fiber that perhaps you wouldn't be able to differentiate. So where do you get this light from?
Where do I get the light from?
Can you not do that?
I'm sorry. That was wild. This is a good question. Where do I get the light from? I'm gonna think on that. Give me a second. I don't want to keep it on pause.
Yeah, that's a perfect time for me to jump in and thank Heather's Descent, an angel. Also, thank you to V and Shannon. And also, thank you, Icky Chick. Well, thank you guys so much. Appreciate you for helping with that goal.
Okay, boom. I got you.
Okay, boom.
Okay.
Alrighty. So, what is observable by the human eye can be very deceitful. When I'm talking about light, we have to first understand that the human eye can only experience less than 3% of the visible light spectrum. That's first.
Are you reading?
No, I'm not. I'm reading from my brain. I just woke up. I'm trying to think thoughts. But
you're saying the human eye can only see 3% of the visual light spectrum.
I think it's less than 3%. I'm trying to be accurate. And so whenever you put a human under certain cameras, don't quote me, I don't know exactly the type of camera, thermal cameras probably, you can actually visibly see what's called an auric field.
Are you sure?
Yes.
An auric field. What does auric field mean?
So I'd say an auric field, it is described as...
Are you talking about like using a thermal imaging, seeing the temperature of a body?
Yeah, I'm saying it's visible using a thermal camera, I believe.
Are you sure it's the auric field that is visible on the thermal camera and not just the temperature of the body?
Well, they're interconnected. Because
why do you say they're interconnected?
The way I understand it is, so temperature, heat is a reaction, an effect that comes from the molecules within a living organism moving at a certain rate of speed. And that's called vibrational frequency. Vibrational
frequency is the rate of the molecules moving. And you're saying that
they're vibrating at a certain...
So you're saying if somebody's body heat is raised to a certain temperature, that's going to change their aura?
Kind of vice versa.
Do you have a particular kind of fever aura?
Yes, I think it's a signature, a heat signature that can be identified. And we're all made of these extremely small building blocks of existence. They call them molecules. When they vibrate at a certain speed, at a specific speed, then you would exist on a certain quote unquote frequency. Now,
okay, so I am gonna correct you again. It's not like a speed or anything like that. It's when molecules get excited, and that typically happens when energy is added. So they'll enter an excited state. So your electrons, they get more excited, therefore bump into each other, and therefore you have an outcome, at which point this could be thermal energy, right? You, like, it's not quite what you're describing here with vibration, if that makes sense.
Run that by me one more time.
Is there any chance that you could be mistaken in your assumptions about vibrations?
100%. I am not,
Have you noticed that in these questions, instead of actually answering I don't know, you have tried to formulate answers with various tossings of word salad? Why do you think it is that you feel compelled to provide answers to things you don't actually know?
I think it's our duty to investigate. And if you don't know, then I believe that you should allow your database or body of information to be corrected and, to be straightened if you have gaps and holes in it. And, I like for people to show me where my gaps and holes are, because I think we all on this journey together towards the truth. So we might as well.
Have you noticed any gaps or holes so far in this conversation?
Oh yeah, definitely. I need to tighten it up a bit. It's like I know exactly what I'm trying to get at, but I don't think I'm researched enough to correctly say it, in a way that it can't be debunked. You know what I mean?
So I'd have a little look on excited state of molecules, or even molecular excitation. Just have a little look. have a research on those that'll help you, I think, with those.
Okay.
It's not the same as like just vibration and energy. It's just not that simple. You can also look at energy types and energy differences. I think I prefer someone who is willing to look, if that makes sense. And thank you, Thrayle.
Mm-hmm.
I think, Bats, did you have a question?
I did. Yes. Do you believe that the aura is the person needs to be alive to have an aura?
Is that for me?
Yes. Rande, do you think that that there needs to be life to have an aura?
Like, can a dead body have an aura? I think.
Yeah, just person.
I think yes. I think life is necessary for the aura to exist.
So if somebody has recently passed away, but their body still has heat signature and living organisms that haven't quite also deceased yet, do they have an aura?
Like parasites, so to speak. You're saying
It takes a while for everything to cease moving. When someone passes away, they'll still have heat. They'll still have living cells in their body, but there's no life. Would that person have an aura?
That's a great question. I would think that there's probably a time slot that is responsible. I wouldn't be able to get that answer, but it's great to I would look that up for sure. I would assume it's probably a small period of time in which you could still visibly measure the aura of a body before it's completely cold and deceased, but I'm not really sure how that translates. I'm not sure.
Could that not just be body temperature?
Yes, it could just be body. Soul or the spirit or whatever you want to describe it as leaves the body. The life force energy leaves the body. There's going to be a period of I'm not sure exactly the time period, but you're going to have a cooling down period. There's just really your body.
When you say leaves the body, where is it going?
I would say it's going. I can't say. I would never try to speak towards that on any concrete terms, because obviously I haven't died just yet, or I don't have any memory or recollection of dying just yet. But I would speculate that it's going into the ether. It's going into a different dimension. It's going back into this cyclical situation we have of energy.
Why do you think it's cyclical?
I've gotten to the point where I've basically become a believer in reincarnation, because if we look at the laws of the universe, and I'm not sure if it was Newton's law, Isaac's law, or whatever, he said that energy cannot be destroyed. It can only be transformed. It cannot be created or destroyed.
Are you sure about that? You said that was Newton's law.
It's either it might be Isaac or I'm not even sure.
It might have been Isaac instead of Newton.
I think Isaac is Newton.
Goodness. Rondé.
Yes, sir.
You notice how instead of saying I don't know, you kind of regurgitate word salad until you say it's either Isaac or Newton. But Isaac is Newton.
Is Isaac is that guy is his first name Isaac and last name Newton or some shit like that? I'm just
sure it's not Fig.
Am I sure it's not fake?
Fig Newton.
Oh no, that's crazy work. That's crazy. Nah, I don't think it's Fig Newton.
Okay.
I smoke a lot of weed, bro. These are like.
Ronde.
It's a lot of
No, you've
Yeah.
got to drop now. Yeah.
You're not using TikTok appropriate language, man. I'm sorry.
I'm not using what?
If anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're not just going to blatantly say things that are in violation of TikTok TOS, well then go ahead and request on up, because I'd like to ask you what it is you believe and why you believe it. That, of course, is if you can question your beliefs. Rhonda, that's true. He was mostly doing.
He was doing
well.
really well.
I don't want him to feel like he's got to leave or he was horrible. He just said a word you shouldn't say. Appreciate you. And,
You've got to be
maybe
careful
another
with
time.
the languages.
I hope you have a good day too, Ronde. Sorry you weren't aware that certain language can't be used on TikTok. We love TikTok Shop. It's Black Friday, everybody.
I say come back up and we can keep questioning him, but I would really like to move on to a new believer if there is one in here and all of us who could be tapping the screen. Well, if you don't have a belief, do that. But if you do, then hit one of those boxes and come tell us what it is you believe and why.
I may have to disappear for a little.
Of course, Noctis. It is starting
Sorry,
to
I was playing with a sample. Yeah, I got to do way more sampling and I've been a little bit lax today. So thank you guys, and thank you Thrayle for having me on.
Absolutely.
It's always a pleasure, Noctis. Have a good day, Queen.
I think I'm fading fast to knock me down.
You're not awake, I'm awake.
Yeah, basically, it's time for a nap.
Need me to set you down, Cat?
Please.
Alright. Have a
good night. Have a good night, Cat. Silvino. Ooh,
Good
we have a
morning,
little
Silvino.
I came up here to be the new queen.
Oh, what's up, Queen? How's your day going, Queen?
Tell us about the law about energy created by Fig Newton.
Oh, man. Fig Newton's, honestly, I don't know what it was when I was a kid, but for some reason, I always wanted a Fig Newton. And as soon as I bit into one, I was like, I didn't want this at all. This is terrible. But now that I'm older, I love them. But it was weird. It was I'd always forget. I'd be like, man, Fig Newtons, they look so good. You know, they've got filling and they're soft. And then I'd go bite into it and I'd be like, the fuck is a fig? This is horrible. Is this what got us in trouble? Did Eve eat a fig? Ugh, Jesus Christ.
That probably was. I mean, and Jesus cursed a fig tree, didn't he? For not producing.
He cursed it for not producing out of season. And then the fig tree unalived. How dare the fig tree not produce out of season?
Yeah, it really could have been an apple though, because Malus orientalis was domesticated in the Levant I think 3000 BC or something. I don't know where this misconception comes from that the apple is only in Europe when it's pretty broadly across China, the Levant, and Europe.
I don't know. I know I gotta thank V for the Night Star. Thank you for that.
The night stars are really pretty.
I've said it before, it's definitely one of my favorite gifts.
Or I should say the species differentiated then. It doesn't. I don't think it was domesticated then.
There's a lot of I like to imagine it was a oh my goodness, those red fruits all the season, a pomegranate. I like pomegranates.
Hello, Princess Ash. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 31.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm Christian.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Not entirely, but I'm well educated in a lot.
Do you believe the stories to be literal and true?
I do.
So you believe in a 6-day creation and Adam and Eve, global
Yeah.
flood,
Mm-hmm.
Jonah and the fish, all that.
Yeah.
Why?
Why not? I mean, that's what it's saying. How God created the world, and does not it prove true? Like as it says, God created each fruit to bear. I mean, each creation to bear fruit after its kind, and so doesn't it do that? A tree doesn't make another creation. It makes trees like itself. So
Bad trees don't produce good fruit, good trees don't produce bad fruit, that kind of thing.
well, that's a bit more of a moral context, but I guess what I'm saying is like a dog doesn't mate with a cat, and you see what I mean? They produce after their kind.
We're just going to use all kinds of idioms here, aren't we? Okay, so dialing it back to the 6-day creation, you believe that to be true. Why?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Why do you believe that?
Because it is.
You say it is. How have you determined that it is?
Well, you would have to determine that it's not, since that's kind of what you're arguing.
I'm not arguing. I'm asking you how you determined that something that claims to be true is true, instead of a fantasy, a story,
So
a
it's
poem,
not
an
fantasy,
idea. I'm asking how you determine something written down
I
to be true.
gave an example. Like what it says is that when God created the creation, that when it produces after its kind, it bears fruit after its kind. Dogs, and like the cats do the same, and the fruits bear the fruits that are of the same fruits. Like they reproduce through fertilization and stuff, but they produce from that kind. So
What is a kind?
what do you mean? What is a kind?
What is a kind?
Oh my God. As I gave an example of the dog, what it's its
So
own
dogs are a kind.
yeah, it's its own kind. It's separate from the bird. It's separate from the cat. It's separate from the uh, other insects and like reptiles and yeah, so other kinds of animals.
So other kinds of animals. Are we talking about
Different categories. You have reptiles. You have mammals. You have amphibians.
these kingdoms or
They're still kinds.
phylums?
Phylums.
Orders? Is it which one is it?
That would be wouldn't that be the scientific? There's a scientific category for each animal. Like yes, species.
Which one is kind?
Which one is kind? I'm not talking about a specific kind of the animal kingdom, but I'm naming all the different parts of kinds of the animals and how they don't reproduce a different kind. Like
like evolution is saying, like the one kind of animal evolved into another kind. Yet that's not so. Like, no, that's arguable because the animals don't reproduce even in modern day. And though they say there's evidence, there can be similarities without that
Animals don't
evolution having ever taken
reproduce.
place.
You've said so much. I think Solovino's got a question, and I'd love to hear what it is.
Well, number one, good morning.
Good morning, Solo.
Yeah. Sorry, you caught me in the middle of trying to make breakfast. Let's see. So, would it be possible, just out of curiosity, would it be possible that the people that wrote down these things, that plants would come back the same as they were planted, and that cats gave birth to cats and dogs gave birth to dogs, and that fig Newtons were gross, and then they just saw all these patterns and wrote them down? And so to say that they're consistent, like the Bible's telling something true, well, perhaps it's saying something true in the way that they're seeing it now, but that's not like any really special revelation, right? Because they're just seeing the way that something happens and then just recording the way it happens. So it's is there something like to that? I mean, that's not, I understand it's not the greatest question, but do you understand what I'm saying?
Not really, because you're saying something like it takes people to have to see that for themselves, but I don't, that doesn't prove the reality.
So, for instance, I'm assuming that you're saying that the Bible speaks about truth, and so one of the truths is that a kind of the same type, and so therefore the Bible's saying something true. But couldn't that just be people seeing how things operate in the world and being like, okay, this is how God intended it to be, and so therefore it's kind of like,
Well, you can
drawing.
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. No, yeah.
You can see the intentionality behind what God has done and like the reasoning for it, and it correlates to the factual statements that are made in the Bible. But in and of itself, not everybody believes in the Bible, right? So evolution is something that would contradict the biblical standard that things produce after its time, because evolution says that things evolved from another, like we evolved from apes, which is crazy because we still don't do that. Like, you know what I mean? Stuff can be asked and questioned about evolution in the same way that people question the Bible, which, like I said, please explain how the heck we evolved from stuff. That doesn't make any sense. And as well as like you can see inconsistencies with biology of the human. If we were to, why can't we evolve? Our bodies evolve to be stronger to resist diseases. We can't. Our body is designed a certain way to live separate from disease. We're not supposed to have certain diseases in our body, or else we could evolve into, it just doesn't stay consistent with evolution. It's just crazy.
In all fairness, there's certain things that happened in the Bible that don't happen anymore. I mean, people don't, come up out of their graves or walk on water or turn that water into wine. So, I mean, I suppose it just depends on what evidence we do.
Well, I think that's a diabolical comparison because they only did such things as God said it. God never said people were supposed to walk on water or anything. Like that was just the scenario for Jesus and Peter. Or you mean healing people? God does potentially heal people in this current age, but not the same way. He's not walking the earth. Certain things have differed from present day to the past. I mean, I can see consistency in what you're saying. If you're saying like we've progressed, like there's phones that weren't existing back then, yeah, of course. But I mean, that statement about walking on water can't even be used because that everybody wasn't walking on water.
Is there only two options? Evolution is true. Is it because the book has truth in it, or all books? truth, if they have some truth in them?
I think they can, but I mean, if you're talking about evolution having truth, it may be truthful in something, but it would, you'd have to see what it's saying first, because a lot of the evolution point of view is just kind of ridiculous.
How do you determine, like, where do you get your understanding of evolution?
Like I said, some of it, people believing that we evolve, we don't evolve at all. Like, we don't evolve in like the way we treat diseases or in the way we heal from things. We should be able to evolve. You'd feel like we could evolve medicines for things, but there's every single disease out here isn't a curable thing. So we don't evolve in every single circumstance. I mean, it's questionable, at least is what I'm saying. You can question the evolution belief systems and stuff.
Can you not question the scripture also?
I mean, yeah, they can, but I mean, I'm not going to question it because it's pretty much consistent. I mean, it's the only book that gives us the definition of a lot of the moral structures of the world. For example, what culture invented marriage? Well, no, that came from the Bible and Jesus. Jesus created marriage for man and woman, and then morals about what people should and shouldn't be doing, the moral consistency of like the fact that there is wickedness, there's good and bad, right and wrong, that remains consistent even if somebody doesn't want to be religious. So
yeah, but if maybe I misheard you.
that's not right to do because God is, I mean, what I'm saying is like, I don't disbelieve the Bible.
Because if you can't, then you can't really be authentically questioning your beliefs. And so then it kind of makes me wonder, what the point of all of this would be.
What do you mean? Like answering your questions, can you question your belief? You would just have to ask the question and I would answer. I thought that was kind of the point. Somebody who believes comes up in here and answers the questioning of their beliefs.
Well, Thrayle, you might be able to explain it better, but I think the the whole purpose of this live is for people to come up and question what it is they believe, like to actually face those hard questions. But if you are unwilling to question the Bible, then it seems like that's just a stalemate, right?
No, I thought the point was for the non-believers to question my beliefs in the Bible, and I answer and respond as I have been doing. But if that's not, then
for you to advertise. Is that what you think?
No, I'm answering the questions like you did with the
What does questioning mean to you?
You're asking you asked questions about like if I believe that the Bible, the 6 days of creation are true, and I said, well, it makes a point about every herb yielding seed after his kind, and the tree yielding fruit, seed within itself after his kind, and things of that nature remain consistent today. And so that's kind of what I'm answering your question to, if that's true, and I'm using the evidence
What does the prompt say?
I mean, if you want me to question my beliefs, and then I say no, I'm not going to do it, and then you're like, okay, well then that's not kind of the person we want up here. Then of course I'll drop. But I don't know what more to respond about.
Why can't you question your beliefs?
Because I don't disbelieve in the Bible. That's why. I've never seen, for example, I think this is the best response and rebuttal. I've never seen a non-Christian be able to disprove the Bible in and of itself as the appropriate structure for society and in life.
I see. So does it matter if there are contradictions within the text, if you see the structure for society?
No, what I say is a lot of times when I speak with non-Christians, I would love for them to present to me their, their contradictions, their, how it's not all based in like the moral definition that the Bible gives us, but they've never been able to do that.
If you were given contradictions within the text, words that, contradict other words or meanings of whole stories contradicted later, if you were to find that within the text, would you still believe it to be true and from God? Or would you question it then?
No, I most likely would never question the Bible because that it was right. But yeah, I've never seen no non-Christian be able to prove anything outside of the Bible. It
I
just
hear you say that. You said that already, and I'm not trying to prove anything to you. I'm just curious why, if given contradictions, still believe it.
they have never been able to do so. So I don't understand the metaphorical question.
Is it possible that you've seen them or been told them
Because mind you, you have allies in the comments that side with you, but they're still unable to come up and say anything like that would be
Princess,
legit.
I'm not asking people to come up and side with me. I'm not asking for anybody to just why you would believe it if given, errors and flaws within it. If those were shown.
Because if when comparing to anybody else's structure and belief system, their belief systems never remain consistent. Only none of their, lifestyles, belief system, anything is attractive in and of itself. The Bible is the most it's just the most best setup and I was trying to say most something and then I changed what I was going to say. But it's the best setup and it's just remained consistent. And like I said, even that metaphorical question is never given me anything like nobody's been able to prove anything's a fallacy in the Bible.
Well, things will always remain consistent as long as you're not.
The eugenics isn't consistent. It's going to fall flat if it's inconsistent, but the Bible doesn't do that.
Princess, are you familiar with the story of Gideon?
Gideon, yes, Gideon, he would have played. I mean, I don't know if I say that. He went to battle and Gideon. I think I remember the story, but yeah.
Yes, against the Philistines. He was a military leader, but in the beginning of the story, he questioned God. Was his questioning wrong?
It depends on how he was questioning God, but yeah.
He questioned if God coming to him was real. He laid out the sheepskin and so forth and tested God to see if God was real. In the end, he found God to be real. Is it possible to question and respectfully as a Christian?
I think he was just unsure if, you know what I mean, he was confused and he didn't know if he was actually being chosen and things like that. I don't think it's like questioning. He wasn't questioning his beliefs or God's guidance. Of course he was devoted to God, but yeah, if you say questioning God, that just depends on what you mean. I would never do it.
So instead of questioning, you formulate two options, and you've decided through your own logic that the one of the two options is correct and that the other one can't be correct based off of your interpretation. Because you said you've read parts of the Bible, but I'm curious if you've read the parts that Thrayle and Sylvina were referring to, the parts that seem to contradict and each other.
Well, yeah, I would love for them to mention, like, if they see a contradiction, to point it out, explain it to me, because you've kind of went into Gideon, and I'm like, okay, he questioned God to demonstrate his reality through the sheepskin, and that's a lovely mention of like questioning God. Like if you're saying, oh, should I do this? I don't remember a prophet who questioned God's authority. You know what I mean? So they never questioned God's authority, though. I don't think.
Is that what you think you have to do? Question God's authority, not that your perception of God?
That's what I'm saying. I think questioning God entails questioning his authority, questioning his what he's saying. That's a little bit much. That's not something I would do. And as I was saying, I don't see anyone that God was using in the Bible questioning God's authority. Like, if you guys have an example, I'd love to see that person, who that was, but I don't know who questioned God's authority. Like, that wasn't simply done.
Well,
really quick, I'm gonna thank Shannon also. Sorry, it's V and Hickey Chick. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. Go ahead, Bats.
well, if you want to go into the inconsistencies, have you read at least Genesis chapter 2 and 3? I know Thrayle is really good at pointing at that inconsistency.
Yeah, I've heard of some people bringing up the story of Genesis, but you can go ahead and, you can talk about that inconsistency.
Are you familiar with the order of creation in Genesis 1?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And so you would know that it gives the order of light, firmament, and plants, sun and moon, animals, and men and woman, in that order. Genesis 2. Are you aware of the different order given where it says before the plants, he makes a man, and then he makes plants, animals, and then a woman?
Every plant of the field before. Are you talking about when it's saying that there were plants, but then they weren't in every herb of the field before it grew? Okay, wait a minute. I'm thinking you're talking about chapter 2, verse 5.
Keep reading.
Yeah. And every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew, for the Lord had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground. So, yes, it's created, it's been spoken.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's been spoken what its purpose is to do, and the plant of the field that was in the earth, and the herbs before it was able to grow out of the
It
ground.
says the plants before they were in the earth, right?
Yeah, before it was growing out of the earth. That's what it's referring
The
to.
herbs before they grew from the earth, because it hadn't rained and because there was no man.
Yeah. So what it's
So
saying
then
is,
what happens?
okay, before there went up a mist from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground, and the Lord formed man of the dust of the ground. So there's no actual plants growing in the ground. It's as though
He makes water and then man.
no. So the Bible is consistent. It's the interpretation that's wrong here. So it's telling you why there's no herbs and stuff yielding fruit out of the ground. It's because God caused it not to rain. And what else? There's no man to till the ground. So in order for the stuff to grow, he's saying that the man has to till the ground. So he formed out of that soil. It's still telling you that there's soil there, that he formed him out of the dust of the ground. Yes, out of the dirt.
Okay, so
The dirt.
Let's slow it down. So you're saying that there's no plants, and it says that because it hasn't rained and there's no man yet.
It says that in chapter 2, verse 5, yes.
Yeah. There's no rain and it hasn't, and there's no man yet. So then he makes the water come up, the mist, and then he from the dust makes a man. So there was no water and no man. Then he makes water and man.
What?
It hadn't rained yet. I'm sure.
And there was a mist from the earth.
Yeah, so it just says mist, not rain. But
I never said it said rain. I said there's mist. I'm saying in the preceding verse it says God caused it not to rain. In verse 6, then it says there's a mist from the earth, but there went up a mist from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground.
Watered the ground. Cool. So water. That's what I said. So he makes water and then a man.
Huh? And the Lord God formed, no, that didn't, the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul.
So before there were plants, he makes water and a man.
No,
And
there
then
was a mist
a
from the ground, from the earth, not water. It was a mist.
and
And
watered
the
the
mist
face of the
watered the
ground.
face
I get
of
you. I understand. I don't know why you're hung up on the mist part. But he makes the water come up, water the ground, and then he makes the man. So before there were plants, he makes water and a man.
No, the plants have been spoken into design, but in the particular, this could have been Eden. So,
Does it say Eden? Or
okay,
does it say no plants
they
on
lived in
the
the Garden
earth?
of Eden. We can comprehend where Adam was.
Well, hang on. You could read what happened next.
You mean in verse 8?
Yeah.
And the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. See, he formed Adam and placed
So
him
he
in
made.
Eden.
So okay. So that wasn't in Eden then, where it says there's no plants. So when it says that there's no plants yet, and then he makes a man, that's not Eden yet, because he makes Eden after he makes Adam. And then he puts Adam in Eden.
So your
And so
point is
what's
that he
next?
made the man, and then there's Eden. Where was so you're acting like Adam was in the earth just living, and then he made Eden one day. No, he formed the man,
I didn't say
placed
that.
him in Eden. Well, I mean, you're trying to construe it the way in a certain way, like it's inconsistent, but it's very consistent.
I'm not trying to construe it in any way. We're just going through it in order as it gives it to us. I'm not changing anything.
I think the comprehension is a little off because
How
you're
is the
saying there's no
comprehension off?
plant of the
It says
field.
before there are plants, right? Does it say before there are plants in the earth and herbs have grown from the
So you're saying it's saying before there were plants?
Does it say that? Or am I adding that?
Well, it says before it grew.
Okay, so before there were plants and before it grew, because there's no water and no man, he makes water and a man.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that it didn't exist. The plants of the field, they do exist. It's before it's in the earth, before it grew.
Before
That's
they're
all
in
that
the
it.
earth.
Yes.
So they're not in the earth. Where are they?
It's not growing, is what it's trying to say. It's not growing. It's not yielding fruit because there's no rain upon the earth, and
But
there
you're
was no
saying
man
I
to till
was
the ground.
adding something.
Okay, but what you're
It sounds
construing
like
is
you're
that
adding a
plants
lot.
don't exist at all. Because why even mention plants if they don't exist?
Before they're
But they
there,
do
because
exist.
there's no man and no
Because
water.
they look at a land. If you get like, let's say there's a spread of a farming land, and there's no rain that came for a long time, which has happened in history, and there's no one to till the ground and water it, nothing's going to yield from that. There's not
There's
going to be any
nothing
life of that.
growing.
Yes,
So
that's what I'm
nothing
saying. Nothing's
grows at
growing.
all. If nobody's
Yes,
there.
and in this chapter and verse, it's saying that. It's elaborating on that. That's all
Because
it's
there's
saying.
no man and there's no water,
Yes.
nothing's growing. So then he
Very good.
makes. So
Very
then
good.
he makes. So then he makes water and a man, and then things grow. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it's
Okay.
very
So before
explained in
there's.
the own chapter. It's saying
Okay. So
because
that
God caused it not to rain and there was no man to the ground. It says that very vividly.
it says there's nothing there, and then he makes the man. Do things start growing now, or does he have to start tilling first?
I mean, that's what it's saying in this verse. It's not saying that in all times of times. It's just saying in this particular verse that
So
is
there's
why.
nothing growing yet. So then he makes the water, and he makes the man. But if there's nothing tilled, there's nothing grown. Is what you were saying.
In this particular verse, yes.
So nothing grows. So there's no plants yet.
In this particular verse.
Cool. So if there's no plants, and then he makes a man, and then there's plants in the next part where he makes the garden, right? And
He
then
makes the Garden of Eden where Adam is to reside.
right, he makes that after Adam and puts Adam in it. So if we go forward to 2:18, what does it say there?
You said, could you repeat which chapter?
2:18.
2:18.
And the Lord God said, "It is not good that man should not be alone. It is not good that the man should be alone. Excuse me. I will make him and help meet for him.
It
And out
tells
of the
me which
ground."
version you're reading.
I'm sorry.
Oh, just the choice of word there tells me which version you're reading. Keep going now.
Okay.
And out of the ground.
And out of the ground the Lord God formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air, and brought them unto Adam to see what he would call them. And whatsoever Adam called every living creature, that was the name thereof.
Keep going, one more.
Oh, and Adam gave names to all cattle, and to the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for Adam there was not found an helpmeet for him.
Darn. Okay, so just to recap, it's not good for him to be alone. I'll make him a helpmeet. Can we say helper? Because it's a weird word. Or is it something else? So it's not good for him to be alone. I'll make him a helper. And out of the ground, he makes animals. And then he makes those animals, and Adam names a bunch of them, but he can't find a helper. But it is not good for him to be alone, so I'll make him a helper. And so out of the ground, he makes the animals. It seems a little bit like he made the animals there to be a helper.
No, it's quite vividly said in verse 20 that there was still no helpmeet.
Alone. I'm sorry. I know. But he couldn't find a helpmeet. So only then does God put him under his sleep and make Eve. So if we're reading this correctly, I can't say correctly, if we're reading this as it's presented to us, because who knows if it's correct or not, but it's telling us that before the plants, he makes a man, and then he makes plants, and then he makes animals, and then he makes a woman. Does that not contradict the previous chapter where it was plants, animals, man, and woman?
I don't think so, because this is in Eden. This is not in the creation of the world. Because as we said, we established that the man was formed and placed in Eden. And so these animals are in Eden. He's not talking about the entirety of the world. That could be the difference.
So the animals over the entirety of the rest of the world were already made somewhere else prior to the plants.
Well, as we know, there's an existing places outside of Eden, because once they leave, they have to leave Eden, and then there's land, and
that raises a whole bunch of other questions, of course. It does raise a bunch of other questions, of course. But you're saying that the 6-day creation then is somehow the rest of the world, and then even though it says there's no plants on the earth, there are animals somewhere else not eating, just starving. Are the animals around the rest of the world where there are no plants because there's no man
because
yet
it's saying in that particular verse that God caused it not to rain, and there was not a man to till the ground. So there was no man after all the creation of the plants of the field. So
there's no man after the plants were created. Were there animals after the plants were created?
Were there animals? I mean, it's not speaking of animals. It's saying there must be animals, and to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air.
What are they eating?
When there's life, I have given every green earthing beast of the earth and fowls of the air. Chapter 1.
What are they eating in chapter?
What are they eating? I mean, it's not saying they're not eating, they're existing. They must be eating something.
But there's no plants, because there's no man yet, right?
There's no man yet. That the man isn't eating, but
but it says in 2:5 that there's no plants because there's no rain or man.
It's saying in every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. For the Lord God had not caused it to rain on the earth, and every plant of the earth, it's just before the plant. So
before there were any plants, he makes the man. So what were the animals eating?
Have they been? That's saying that if they've been created, we're not the plants created before.
So the animals weren't created yet. So somewhere in there, he creates the animals, and they don't say it.
Because then you have to go.
But then they
Now
do
we're
say
in
it.
Eden.
But then
Eden
they
is
do say
different
it
from,
in 2:18.
yeah, but Eden is
So you're
different.
saying 2:18 is different rules that
No,
these
it's not
animals
different
can be
rules,
made
it's just
after.
different locations. That's all. Because we're in Eden now.
So in Eden, Adam's alone.
So apparently he's alone, and God gives him he calls over these animals so that Adam can name the animal.
So he calls them over, but it says he makes them from the ground right then and there.
No, I don't think that's what it's referring to. And out of the ground the
Read
Lord
2:19.
every fowl of the air and brought them unto Adam. Could have called
It's
all
not
the
good.
beasts of the
So in 2:18 he says it's not good for him to be alone. I'll make him a helper. And the very next line is, and out of the ground he makes the animals, right? The beasts of the field, the fowls of the air. He brings them to Adam because he just said he's going to make him a helper. And Adam he names them, but he can't find a helper.
Okay, but you're trying to see how you construe and you interpret. You're trying to make it seem like when he says there's a help meet, he means the animals are the help meet. Well, verse 20 kind of disproves you because after Adam gives all the names to the cattle and the fowl of the air and to every
It
beast of the field,
says
but for Adam there was not found an help meet for him.
there
There's
wasn't
nobody
one
there.
found.
It's
There
not the
wasn't one
animal. It's
found,
supposed to be the
right? He
woman.
named all of them, and there just wasn't one for him. So only then does God put him under his sleep. It doesn't say, and I shall make him a helpmeet in 2:18, and so God puts him under his sleep and makes a woman. No, he makes the animals and presents them first. And
No,
only
the animals
after
aren't
Adam
presented
can't
to him.
find one
The job of
does
Adam
he
was
put
to
him to
name
sleep.
the animals. See how you're interpreting things to your own narrative, and it makes no sense because it
I'm
disproves
just
you in
reading
verse
them in
19 and
order.
20. You can
Princess,
read it
I
in
am
order.
literally
You
just
can read
reading
it
it
in
in
order
order.
all
I don't
you
know why.
want. That doesn't
Stop
make you
talking
right.
over me. I don't know why you can't handle actually having a civil conversation without talking over me. But I'm going to let Bats jump in with a question. Maybe you'll treat them with a
That
little
makes
more
no sense.
respect.
Well,
Stop.
really quickly to rebut when you actually.
Princess, this is not a debate. Please stop.
I'm just gonna leave if y'all are like that. Like literally.
You're absolutely not
I want
showing
to
any
respond.
respect. You're just talking over me. You didn't listen. You just argued with me. Would you
Okay.
like to listen to Bats and maybe show them a little more respect than you did me, or is this
Well,
how you?
because you're kind of writing the narrative differently than what the Bible's saying. You
I just
didn't
told you
read
I'm just
the
reading it in order. If you have a different response, I'd allow you to respond, but not while
Yeah,
I'm
that's what I was trying to
speaking.
do.
But not while I'm speaking. That seems to be the problem here, Princess.
Okay. So to help correct your reading it in order, you have to read it all because then it says after he gave all the names to the cattle in verse 20, which is his job. That was the point of forming the beasts of the ground and sending them to Adam to name them all. He had dominion over the animals. And let's read verse 20. And Adam gave names to all cattle and to the fowl of the air and to every beast of the field. But clearly God defines, but for Adam there was not found an helpmeet for him. That was the job of the man to do the naming of everything. And in verse 21, and the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept, and he took one of his
Yeah,
ribs, closed up the flesh instead thereof.
you're just
Basically
reading
forming
on.
woman.
We've already talked about this part, though.
Yeah, but I just wanted to be very distinct that nothing that about the animals was to be a helpmeet.
It says that it is not good for him to be alone. I shall make him a helpmeet. And out of the ground he forms the animals. Now, it's not me saying that it necessarily means he has to be making them to be the helpmeet for Eve, but it does say that it is not good for him to be alone, and out of the ground he forms the animals.
No, because then it
You're
proceeds to
telling
say
me
he was
no, but it
alone.
literally says it right there, and
That
then
had
it
nothing to
says
do
that
with being help me,
and
because
then
in
it,
verse 20 it says, but for Adam
okay,
there was
Princess.
not found an help meet for him. Why is it still disproving what
It's
you're
fine.
saying?
We're just,
Can you take a breath for a second,
go
please,
ahead.
Princess?
Having this conversation, it makes sense. I think, Mats, if you'd like to ask a question, you may, but it's probably time to move on.
I don't think you're going to comprehend, so.
Oh, I'm not going to comprehend. Thanks.
Your religious
Absolutely
superiority,
charitable.
we're trying to we're trying to seek clarification and look at the scripture for what it is. You are the only one who's adding interpretation. I I don't know if I can ask you any questions if you're going to presume and add and talk about it only the garden, adding things to the scripture. I don't think I can have a conversation.
That's cool, because I come from the scriptures. If you have it in front of you, if you own a Bible, it's right
Yes,
there, verse 20.
Yes, I own a Bible. I own several. I own a Bible, Quran, several books. I've read the Bible twice. I've studied it for 26 years. And you were violating Deuteronomy 4, verse 2.
I didn't hear the end of what you said. You said I'm violating what?
Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 2. You shall not add to the word which I command you, neither shall you diminish aught from it, that you may keep the commandments of the Lord God which I command you. You're adding your own interpretation of the contradictions of chapter 1 and 2 and saying it was a garden when it doesn't. It was differentiating between the rest of the world and the garden when it doesn't do that clearly in scripture. There is a contradiction, and you're adding to it to try to explain the contradiction, which is direct violation of Deuteronomy.
Well, again, that verse is also talking about literally not to add. Again, no, I'm also not adding interpretation, because in verse 8, it is also telling you that he created Eden, he created Adam, and then he created Eden. And then he's talking about Eden in this point and how Eden is structured, where Adam is naming the animals out of the garden, because Adam is in Eden. He's not in all the world. He's in Eden, because he leaves only after he sins with Eve. And like as I said, when it comes to this helpmeet thing, we're acting as though like the helpmeet is the animals, even though clearly in verse 20 it finishes the statement by saying, but for Adam there was not found an helpmeet for him, even after naming the animals. It's inconsistent to what Thrayle has said. And then when he forms the woman,
stop, Princess. How is that inconsistent?
it's because it's in the verse, and then you fail to acknowledge
I'm sorry,
that.
I'm not failing to acknowledge it. I asked you to read to that point on purpose, because it says what you keep repeating that you seem to interpret as I don't know. I don't understand why you keep saying, and so, Princess, you keep saying, and so a helpmeet was not found for him, or whatever your translation says. How does that verify that they were not meant to be a helpmeet?
Because they're not his helpmeet. That wasn't the point of what God gave him the job.
Where does it say that?
The dominion of the animals. That was the point.
Where does it say that they are not his helpmeet?
Where does it say that they are? Where?
It doesn't. It says that I will make him a helpmeet, and so out of the ground he forms the animals. Adam names the animals, but a helpmeet isn't found, and so he makes Eve. Did I get anything wrong in that order?
No. The helpmeet is, where's the helpmeet in the animals? Where are they at though? Why does it say in verse 20, but for Adam there was not found an helpmeet?
Because he couldn't find one amongst the animals.
No, he was naming the animals. Where is the helpmeet in the animals?
Why does it say it in verse 20, Princess?
It doesn't. In verse 20 it says, but for Adam there was not found an helpmeet.
Right. Why does it say that?
Because there's no helpmeet. He clarified that he's going to. Go ahead.
Why would it do that? Why would it clarify that after giving the animals, after saying, I'm going to make a helpmeet for him? I'm going to make a helpmeet for him. I give him animals, but no helpmeet is found. I give him Eve. Why does it make that clarification?
A lovely contradiction for you is also the fact that bestiality is not a whole sin in the Bible, and later on, like that's not the point of the animals, is to be with the man.
I think you're hyperfixating on the helpmeet part, and we are trying to seek clarification on the order. To insinuate that Adam was into that word, which we cannot say on TikTok.
Oh, my fault. But yeah, I think I was definitely defending the fact that that's his helpmeet's not the animals.
Yeah, I don't think anybody was insinuating that Adam got with a cow or something. Nobody was insinuating that.
Well, yeah, I've heard that argument before. I think that's where I'm kind of connecting the dots. But if that's not the case here, and
no, in this space, we ask questions, we seek clarification. We're not trying to presume a gotcha moment or anything. We sincerely want to understand why you believe what you believe. We're not trying to be, oh, Adam did this or Adam did that, and we're going to trick you into saying it. No, we're trying to get you to look at the scripture critically, and read it for as it is, not get you in a gotcha moment.
Well, I think the order is just informing us that it is not good that man should be alone. I will make him an helpmeet. You're seeing how, as Adam is going through naming the animals of the field, he has no helpmeet. He's just there, even after having done his duty as naming the animals and all of those things. And I think that's just the storytelling portion, is what I'm saying. And then we can clearly see that once he gives him a helpmeet, it's the woman. So the woman wasn't the one. I feel like if he given, go ahead. Sorry.
You said that the helpmeet is the woman. Do you believe? Because you've said a few things so far, and I'm curious. Do you believe that? You said the moral standard of the Bible is one we can live by. Do you think a man and a woman is what it should be?
Only, yes, of course.
Oh dear.
It is not good for my son to be hungry. And so I went inside and scrambled eggs and cooked pancakes and made a waffle. And I put them in front of him. And he looked at them and he named them. But from them a breakfast was not found. And so from the cupboard, I pulled a cereal. And I added milk to the cereal. And a breakfast was found.
Well, that's not the Bible at all, but okay. But if you wanted clarity, that's on why the woman is, and the man are only to be together, 2 Corinthians 11:8, kind of onward.
Yeah, I don't.
That point across.
I don't personally believe the Bible is a moral standard. That's why I don't adhere to the.
Well, yeah, I'm not trying to get you to adhere. I'm saying like a clarification point. Because that's a common question amongst. Like, that's pretty much how I can presume someone's not a Christian. Usually they don't like the fact that it's only male and woman, so they just go and want to be non-Christian, non-religious, and then rebuttal everything about the scripture.
There are many Christians in the LGBTQI plus community.
So if you read the Bible, there's no such thing. Like, the Bible says no man can serve two masters for a reason. You can either serve God or the world. In 1 John, that's another good verse about, like, you can't, he that says that he loves the Lord and walks in darkness.
Guys.
Yeah.
Princess, we've already established you can't question your beliefs. We thought maybe you could. You sort of insinuated that maybe you could. I'm curious if Solo's got a quick question before we.
What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to give y'all evidence.
Right. No, I hate to say it, but I sort of checked out a couple of times since this all began because of the Bible, and so you've proven that you're literally just not going to. So I don't know, whatever.
Yeah.
I have a. Well, like I said, I'd love to hear people's points.
She doesn't like to hear any points. She likes to talk over people, so she can be muted while Hammy throws out his question.
Princess, I make it a point on this panel several times to tell people how much of a functioning idiot I am. So, can you help me with understanding, what does the word found mean?
Found?
Yeah. What's the word found mean?
You discovered something. You discovered it.
If you found something, does that mean that you were looking for something? That you're seeking it out?
That's the requirement. Like, you don't have to be found.
No, I mean, it's an implied. Like, it's something that can be implied. Like, if you're searching for something and you found it, it means that you were searching for it to begin with, right?
It's an one side you could imply that.
Okay. So when we look at these verses, and God sits there and says, in Genesis, when we look at these verses and it says, that it's not good for man to be alone, that we should find him a helper. And then not directly after anything else, but directly after he's done naming the animals, it says that a helper was not found. Would that not imply that throughout the animals they were searching for a helper?
No, does it?
How does it not? If I tell you, like for shits and giggles, let's say that you and I are friends in real life, right? Let's say that I sit there and tell you, hey, princess, let's say you're single, right? And I'm just like, we're gonna find you, a friend, or a helper, or whatever you want to call it, right? And I sit there and I bring forth several guys, and you're just like, no, I don't like any of them, right? Nope, this is nope, right? So if I then said that, oh, no friend was found, sorry, I have to fight my train that's coming by. But if I sit there and then say, oh, no friend or helper or whatever was found, that means we were looking throughout those people. Even if after that I say, hey, here's my brother or whatever, and then you go off and you get married or whatever to my brother, that doesn't mean that you were searching for my brother. You were looking throughout all those people to find a friend, helper, whatever you want to call them, right?
Not right, because in correlation
okay.
with the Bible,
So words don't mean words. That's what I'm kind of getting at here. That's what I'm realizing is that apparently whenever there's something wrong, words just don't mean words.
Is in verse 19 that you can't even like kind of construe that kind of idea, because it says, and brought the animals unto Adam to see what he would call them, not to search for a helpmeet. It didn't say that. It said to see what he would call them. And whatsoever Adam called every living creature, that was the name thereof. It tells you why those animals were brought forth. It goes into that 11 very vividly. So it's not that confusing.
And then directly after, it says that, but among them no helper was found, which means that throughout those animals, God was still keeping an eye, like, hey, will this be a good helper? No, that's not a good helper.
No,
how about this one? Is this going to be a helper?
There was nothing. There was no helpmeet for him. He was just there after he was done.
So I'm going to jump in here and thank Cat DeWitch and Michael V for helping with that goal. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you. Princess, I don't think you're here to question your beliefs. I don't think you're here to actually consider possibilities that you could be wrong. I think you're here to hear contradictions and find whatever apologetic reason you can to adamantly yell back over the top of the next question. So I'd rather not hear the exit speech that's going to come after that. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're open to questioning your beliefs, well, now many of you see why I don't typically let people stay on very long after they say they can't. Because that.
Thrayle?
Yes, Beth.
Is it, can I, in the queue, there's a friend of mine who doesn't have as much time to talk. Is it possible that they could speak? Because I do appreciate what they have to say. It should be Magi Spaz. Hopefully he's not a ghost, but yeah.
They're still there.
Yeah.
And if not, we'll remember them for next time I see that name. Hopefully.
Okay. No pressure. Just I know he only had a bit of time.
Yeah, it looks like they were Q Ghost this time, but they can try again when they have time again.
Only reason I ask is because I think you would enjoy questioning them. They are an atheist magi.
That would be interesting, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. Hello, Philly. How you doing? Long time no see.
Hello.
Good morning, Philly Red. How are you?
I'm doing great. How's everybody here?
Slightly more awake than you.
Only slightly for me.
Only slightly.
I haven't been to sleep yet.
I haven't cried since our last conversation. So all good then. But like we rated the bad.
That was fun.
Mm-hmm. We rated you, Thrayle. Hope you didn't mind.
I like the raid.
An atheist magi. So he's Pendulette?
That's a magician. Foreign Sage, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, of course. I'm 22.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do believe in God for one reason. Because I don't know how the world come to be, and when I question reality, it leads to a creator. So, yeah, I do believe in God.
So you don't know how the world came to be, and when you question reality, it comes...
And how human beings come to be, how everything about this metaphysical reality come to existence, it always lead to a creator creating everything.
How does it lead to a creator creating everything, I think was my question.
Oh, so this is a question I normally ask, like, how does human being come into existence?
Why do you assume there is a creator?
Literally meet some scholars, like I do meet some scientists who told me that everything is biology, you have to, mate and give birth and reproduce. But when I think along that line, I come up with another question, like how is the first human born if they're not created, if they have to be two individual, male and female, coming together to mate, to produce, So it still lead to a creator somehow.
Have you never studied evolution at all?
Yeah, I do, but I'm kind of confused when I studied. Still, I couldn't hit the
And
dot.
what do you mean by first humans?
I kind of think along the line that they have to be some kind of beginning when it comes to human, because where would the first human come from, stuff like that,
The first.
They would come from their parents.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the answer that everyone gives to me, that they will come from their parents. And then I'm saying that if that's the case, then how would that be possible? Like, how is that possible when you look at it from a very logical perspective? Because
This is
come
why
from
you
their
need to have.
parents.
Well, Foreign, this is why it's great to have a little bit more than a cursory glance at evolution to understand. Because once you get back far enough, we go from what we are, which is known as Homo sapien, to our next common ancestor, which would be something like Homo habilis or Homo haleti, something like that, right? And it keeps going backwards until we get to Australopithecus africanus, Australopithecus afarensis, and it keeps going back until we start seeing other people in our for the lack of a word that's like extensive enough, our family tree.
Everyone are supposed to be born. How are the first parent born? You know, if they are the first, how are they born?
Do you know? Yeah, their parents. It keeps going on back.
How?
in
Because
time.
you're literally saying that there's nothing like a beginning.
What do you mean? There's nothing like a beginning.
Like that means there's no first human.
There were first humans.
But you say that they come from their parent. That means their parents are also first human. But how? Like the loop keeps going.
So this is why I said that you need to look into evolution, because whenever we look at things like, for instance, Homo erectus, we see small changes between the two that then become that, but they're still in our lineage, right? So the first Homo sapien was born from the parents, which would have been Homo erectus. Otherwise, if humans were just flat out like a line like that, then basically you would be a carbon copy of your parents. You would just be your parents. So it'd be like, well, my parents gave birth to their parents, who gave birth to my parents, who gave birth to my parents. Clone of your parents. You are a unique human being that shares genes with your parents. So literally, their parents is the answer.
But my point is, what process of the, like, can you explain the process of the beds, like how it happened? Do you have any idea on that?
The beds? What do you mean the beds?
Like what you were explaining right now. Like, what's the process? Because normally I figure out that
so,
the process
awesome. I
giving
can
birth
tell you
is
this.
through mating,
See,
right?
when a mommy and daddy love each other very, very much, they tend to, do some stuff in the bedroom, in the bed, and then 9 months later pops out a
mating,
child.
Right? Yeah. So you mean that this entire process you're explaining right now is the same?
Yeah. Okay. I'll break this. This is going to be a little bit more cruder for you, but yes, the process of fucking has remained the same all throughout time.
And that's what makes it complicated.
Animals fuck, and then here comes a baby.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, that's what makes it complicated, because if that's the actual process,
how is it complicated?
Because then, if you say so, then how? I just don't get it. Like, how would the first human just come to be? Like, when you were talking about
because Homo erectus fucked, had children that were different than they were, because of the fact that they are not clones of themselves.
But how did they come into existence before they even
by
go through
fucking?
that process? And
by fucking.
You mean there's no first people who started?
This happens on a population scale. So there's not one single human male and one single human female, and then all of a sudden, boop, millions of people. That's not how that works, right?
But
this happens on a population
scale. No, do you think about
this is the most logical thing I can tell you. Are you
the most logical
here we go, foreign. Let me ask you this. Do you have 100% DNA of your father?
No.
Okay, do you have 100% DNA of your mother?
No.
Do you have 50% from your father?
Well, I don't know the number exactly, but
it's gonna be about 50%. It's gonna be 50%.
Yeah.
Because you get your genes half from your father, half from your mother. right?
Okay.
So, you are different than your father and mother, are you not?
Yes, I am.
So, you have Homo erectus father, Homo erectus mother, give birth to Homo sapien.
Yes, I know that. I mean, you're missing what I'm saying. I'm actually talking about
So you want to go all the way back to like when we were prokaryotes?
science say that we are apes. You know, I kind of hear it before. So I'm trying to trace the entire history backward, and it lead me to a creator. That's what I'm saying.
How could it lead you to a creator?
Because if the first human aren't created, how are they born? From what do they come
All right,
from?
Foreign. Here's the thing. Hammy has done his best to explain the answer to your question that you might find if you were to Google or open a book or really do any kind of research at all into the topic.
Yeah, that's true.
So why is it
But
that
you know that
why is it that you haven't done that research?
yes, I do the research. I even ask a lot of people, but that's the reply they always give to me. But when I try to introspect and digest that answer, I still couldn't just see it fitting in on a logical term, because I'm talking about
which books have you read?
I mean, I've studied science or process of all these things.
So, to clarify, why do you not understand that for the first humans, they would have come from their parents, who would have been.
Well, that does not make them first. If they come from their parent, that make them second, right?
Hang on. The first humans, as you understand them, would have come from their parents, who would be nearly indistinguishable from humans, and so on back until there is some distinguishing feature. But it would be a long way. Right?
Yeah, I think about that. But this is what I'm thinking mostly. I'm thinking
If that were the case, and it went all the way back, and there were more and more distinguishing features that we would say are different from us, we might stop saying that they're human. We might start calling them something slightly different, right? Like anthropods or...
Yes, exactly.
Right. So, go ahead.
That's what I was thinking. Like, maybe there is one cell.
I said bats.
All right, yeah.
Foreign, I don't know how much you've researched as far as like anthropology and what we actually see in the fossils. If there were like for instance, let's change the species with birds. Birds have developed over the years. There was there's hawks, there's eagles, there's sparrows, there's all different kinds of birds, and they've all progressed over this time. Originally they were larger, originally they were different, and then if there were creation, you would see of an original bird and then all kinds of birds. But when we look at the fossils, we see that there were different there were reptiles that had feathers, and that there's a fossil process we can see where different species evolved over adaptation in many years, millions of years of adaptation. We see this in small ways when, like, even with dogs, and a German Shepherd, and you get out, and then they have puppies, and then the puppies are a mix of the two, and you'll see the adaptation in small ways in front of us, but the overall evolution takes millions of years and is only really seen in the fossil process. Have you taken a look at the fossil records?
Not really. Not really.
I would suggest maybe getting a textbook on fossils, or how that works. It might help answer some questions you might have. Anything on anthropology, I would avoid anything religious and go straight to textbooks when searching fossils, because for a lot, textbooks will be the most scientific and clear way to get to it, rather than say a Christian textbook, which might
That makes sense.
leave out certain things like the fossil records of the Homo sapiens or things like that. I would encourage you to get like a secular textbook on that and maybe research. It would probably answer a lot of questions.
It might
Alright,
even
I'll
tell
try.
you which word I misused a minute ago.
So there is a question again I would like to ask before I proceed in my studies. What do you think is the right belief system?
I don't think there is a right belief system for it, and I think that's a great question for you to go on and keep asking. Is there? But I appreciate you being here, and I hope that you do keep asking questions. It was anthropod, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, joint-legged, right? I should have said hominid. But like,
Anthropology is beautiful. It's one of the reasons I left Christianity, was my opening a textbook on anthropology.
I do apologize for seeming a little bit irritated. I don't think I meant for that to come out, but now that I was thinking back about it, it seemed like I might have been a little irritable.
It's hard to talk to someone about something they don't.
Hammy was irritable. Sorry, Matt.
You go ahead, Thrayle.
No, I mean, I know, Thrayle. It is a shock to us all.
Never.
Me, irritable? Never.
No.
I could never do it.
You're never frustrated, Hammy. You're not a frustrated atheist.
Right.
I would never.
You weren't the only one getting frustrated when you had to stoop to very crude language to get a point across that wasn't getting across.
That's Philly used that specific word because of my YouTube handle.
Oh, I always appreciate a link to that.
Really quick, we do have a guest joining us. Is it Eco Trails? Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Oops. You can try again if you'd like.
This is Hammy scaring them off again.
I promise I'm not trying to teach. Every now and then it does come out a little bit.
I thought I was the scary one.
Oh my
We did
goodness.
a vote earlier. We thought it would be Noctis. It definitely wasn't Cat. Noctis and I ended up tying, and the audience thought they were the scariest. Not individually, but as a collective. According to the poll.
Noctis does have a strong energy, so that part can be a little intimidating. I think she's amazing, but yeah, I think I'm a little more scared of Noctis than you, Thrayle.
I don't blame you. Me too. Hey Tommy, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 33.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I'm baptized as a Catholic, but I don't really follow religion. You know, but I do follow religion. I believe there is a God, but I don't know who he is, and I'm not smart enough to determine what is right and what is wrong. So I leave it to a higher power to make the decision for me. Do you know? So
not really. So you're saying you believe in a God? You don't know what it is, but you leave it to the higher power to determine what that is. So that didn't quite make sense. So you believe the Bible?
I believe I believe in the Bible. Yeah, like
Have you read the Bible?
Yeah, I've read the Bible. Yeah, I done the Alpha course. You know, like like to study about like the Bible and like what's going on or whatever. But at the moment I'm in Vietnam and like this is a Buddhist country, and like I learned about Buddhism since I've been here and stuff like that, and
Tommy,
I've been around. Yeah.
I'm sorry, you're telling me about Buddhism now. Is
Yeah.
that making you question your belief in Christianity?
No, of course not. Because I'll be honest with you, Buddhism is very extreme, you know. So
interesting. So, have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Do you believe it to be entirely true as written?
I don't know. I don't know whether I could put it in them words, whether it's entirely, but some of it makes sense, you know, like from beginning to end, like Alpha to Omega. It's like some of it does make sense. Like even the word Bible. Like, have you ever heard like the breakdown of the word Bible?
Oh goodness.
Basic instructions
Sorry.
before leaving Earth.
Yeah, basic instructions for leaving Earth.
Wow.
Sorry, am
So
I
the
boring?
name Bible was chosen for the English acronym Basic Instructions Before Leaving Earth.
English acronym. So what language do you
Does it only
speak?
work in English?
So how would you say it?
How would I say what?
Bible. How would you explain the word Bible?
How would I explain the word Bible? Probably not by making something up or something that sounds made up. I'd probably research that and find out what the actual meaning is. But
doesn't it just mean book?
From what I understand.
Yeah, I heard some like, but I'm not a highly religious person, to be honest with you. I just go. Can I ask you one question, because you like I've seen your group pop up and you like are quite, I don't know, quite intelligent in the idea of God. Yeah, can I ask you one question?
Okay.
Okay. Do you think that the devil is bad and like God is good?
Tommy, why would you think there is a devil at all?
I know, because I'm going to be really honest with you. Like recently, I got diagnosed with something that's pretty serious, and I started to doubt my beliefs, and then I realized, I was like, how could the devil be a devil if he is the one that deals with all these people who are such bad people? If there is a devil. So you're basically telling me that the bad guy is the one. So that's like saying that a police officer is a bad guy who arrests a murderer. You know what I mean? So, and that's my question to you. Like, what do you think? Like, do you think is that right?
Is it right to think of Satan as the bad guy if he's the one who punishes the bad guys? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
I would wonder where you get the idea that